Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Road Atlanta in the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series. It's time for round number 2. A few weeks ago, we were in Daytona for the start of our season, which contains 5 4-hour races taking us right the way across the world. But this event is the final one, taking place in North America. Welcome to round 2 of the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series here live on RaceSpotTV. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, taking you through the race, and for the first part, Brad Dalton alongside me. Good to have you back, Brad. I know that we covered the first part of the first race of this series together as well. This is going to present many different challenges, though, from Daytona, a lot tighter, a lot twistier, and a proper racetrack with all of the bumps and the rises and falls that come with it as well.
Indeed. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's nice to be here at Michelin Raceway. This is a track that I feel like everyone knows and loves to a degree that is a fan of American racing. This is a track that it's on my to-do list to drive this track this year. Now, whether I get there with the million other things I want to do, I mean, we'll see what happens, but it's a track that is well known, 2.5-mile road course in Georgia, not that far away from Atlanta, Georgia. 12 corners, air quotes, 12 corners. We do, of course, have corner 10A, 10B, and the S's in there that isn't actually numbered. So how many corners this track actually is, that's a whole nother discussion, Ewan, but welcome to North America.
We may have that discussion later on. It's pretty confusing. But a classic racetrack, not going for 10 hours around here, like in Petit Le Mans, for example, but instead just the 4 here this afternoon. Before we get going, though, of course, we must remind you that, we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. 2025 also marks the 70th anniversary of the Porsche Club of America, established all the way back in 1955. We're glad that this 2025 Team Racing Series is a part of the 70th anniversary celebrations here this year for the Porsche Club of America. We have already had one round, as mentioned, and that was at Daytona 5 weeks ago rather now. In just 3 weeks, we'll be going to Suzuka, then Portimao, then Spa. So this season very much split up geographically, if you like, with one race per month as well. It's a calendar, Brad, that takes us all over the world to the classic Grand Prix circuits that fit for endurance racing like this.
Absolutely. PCA has picked a wonderful selection of tracks here. As you mentioned, Ewan, we went to Daytona. We're here at Road Atlanta. And next month, we go to Suzuka. From there, we'll go to Portimao in April. And then, of course, the classic, the iconic, the known, the loved, I would argue, one of my top 3 tracks, Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, all the way out in May.
These are the standings as a result of the opening round of the season. The Shopaholics race team are leading in the 963 Pro class ahead of Last Temp GTP and then Matrix Bronze, who are third. In the AMs of those standings, Stallions GTP are leading the way ahead of Kaidown Racing and Late Breakers Racing. The fastest lap points, by the way, went to Kaidown Racing in that second standings. In the Pro GT3s, it was Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle who won from Gone Broke Racing and Matrix Silver, and Imperial Motorsports also took the AMs in GT3s on a very successful afternoon in Daytona. They finished ahead of Can-Am Atlas and Stallions RR to round out the top 3 there. There were 4 963 Pros in the opening round of the championship. 3 AMs, and then quite a few more Pro and AM GT3s, which is clearly a lot more popular. That is, after all, the car that we use in the regular Porsche Club of America Series racing. But 28 on the grid here today, Brad. I think that could be a good thing for everybody. Helps us to feel a little bit less crowded around a circuit that otherwise does feel like it's a little bit too small sometimes for the amount of cars that start a race like Petit Le Mans, for example.
Yeah, Road Atlanta is a track that, can be narrow. It can be deceptively narrow and kind of scary at times, too, in certain sections of the track, especially through the S's. You get cars side by side and you try to get some class passing going on there, or even, slower cars passing faster cars. We send the 963s around the GT3Rs. I mean, you're going to start seeing some challenges there. But The one thing I will say is, even though we only have the 20-something drivers here today, we only had just over 30 at Daytona. So we're sitting similar numbers. We're sitting a similar setup. And I still think this track is going to bring some great racing. These cars around this track, it's kind of a picturesque, perfect setup, honestly, Ewan. It's one of those that I think about it, and it's just, this is a great car track combo, and I can't wait to see what happens at the end of this race here today.
There's Alan Hales for Cat 5 Racing in the AM GT3 category. They finished 13th in the opening round of the season. This is last 10th purple, making their way down the S's now. Last 10th green managed 11th place in the opening race, and that last 10th purple 8th position. As we have a look across the field, this is Late Breakers Racing going pretty slowly on the way out of turn 7. Not slowly for that lap, just talking, it's a slope corner. Here's Lenny Holland, series champion of the Club Series in season 12 of the Porsche Club of America, driving for Matrix Bronze, who were up on the podium in the opening round of the season at Daytona as well. I would say a pretty important qualifying session for everyone. They get 10 minutes like they do in the regular series, 10 minutes solo qualifying, nobody to interrupt you, and an important session as well. Even in 963, I would say, you need to be up towards the front around this circuit. It's not that easy to overtake.
Yeah, you really have to think long-term at this track in these cars with this setup. And it's not necessarily a case of, you have to remember the races as long as it is. And, it is endurance team racing. You're trying to get to the end of the race, et cetera, things that we talk about week in, week out at any sort of race that is not a lap counted race. And even then, if it's longer than a 30-minute lap counted race, we talk about, the endurance and the time that goes into that. But for some of these teams, they have to remember this isn't a long calendar. We only go through 5 rounds. We're at round 2 currently. So they need to be thinking about that team championship. The ones I'm really looking at with that are Late Breakers, Matrix Bronze in the 963 classes, and then even looking down in those pro classes, the Gone Broke Racing drivers, the Matrix Gold, Last 10th Purple, Matrix Copper. There's so many teams up and down that in round 1 didn't have the performance they may have wanted or expected. And this is their chance to really push those teams forward and try to elevate up. This is a track that, Ewan, you've heard me say this a million times over. If you've seen me on any broadcast, you've heard me say this. This is a track that you have to be able to put a lap down. And especially when you're running these cars, you need to be able to get on this track, put a confident, consistent, and comfortable lap down time and time again, and that'll get you to the end here.
Well, this is Rodney Campbell getting to the end of his lap here in qualifying, over the line with a 19.1. That's just over a second away. That's not in the top 4. Callum Atlas in the GT3 AM class has done a very strong opening lap here in number 912. That is at the wheel at the moment, Derek Dirksen, 10th overall currently, and would be 3rd in the pro class. Now, of course, the drivers as a whole will bring that to a level, if you like, in the AM standings. Everybody is placed how they should be, but even so, that's a very strong opening time in qualifying from him. This is Christopher Pires working his way out of the chicane as well. Now back down the other side, down the hill, and into the final corner. What can he do early on? Is this even going to count, first of all? Well, it's not representative anyway. He is about 2 seconds away with that opening time, and it doesn't look like it counted anyway, so he's setting himself up for lap number 2. You've got plenty of time round here, and in fact, some of the drivers up front have already finished their 3 laps. Shopaholics Race Team, for example, with Thomas Briggs, sort of 105.5, and says to everybody else, wonder whether you can beat that or not, and we're going to find out in the next few moments. But already some of these sessions coming to a close, so only halfway through the allotted 10 minutes.
The times are very competitive here, even with only 10 minutes in quali. I mean, the times are competitive. They're very close, and it shows just the comfort level that these drivers have in their respective Porsches, whether it be 963 or the GT3Rs. And the thing I do have to wonder is with the pros versus AMs, for the AMs, you can have no pro drivers. For the pro teams, you only need at least one pro class driver here in PCA. So I've got to wonder, if you're a pro team, are you just throwing your pro driver out there and saying, throw the lap down and go? Or are you, really thinking about who's the best qualifier, who's comfortable, which in theory could be your pro driver. But the thing is, the gap between pro and AM is not as far here as you would think it is. They are all Very, very strong competitive drivers. Under 4 minutes left to go in qualifying here, Ewan, and most teams are really starting to wrap up their 3 laps.
Yeah, they're rattling through them very quickly. It is only just over a minute per lap, don't forget. So that does make a lot of sense. Oh, Christopher Pye's in the wall out of turn number 1. He'll get back going again. Well, that might be the end of his competitive session, to be honest. Pye's is currently 5th place in class. And this is lap number 3, so that will be the end of the session for him. Even Gomez for Can-Am Titan has not quite finished yet. Will he now be able to finish lap number 2 with a good time? Let's see. Over line for Rodney Campbell, by the way, at 19.5. That's finally a time on the board, is it for him? Sort of. No, actually, no, it doesn't count. I would have thought off tracks would be a massive problem around here, but clearly it is a bit of an issue.
This is a narrow track, not a lot of runoff, not a lot of forgiveness. You know, when you look, and I think of other tracks that go through, as we see Ivan Gomez in the 911 here, sending his car through and around with that beautiful American paint scheme to go with Petit Le Mans Road Atlanta here. Very, very good paint scheme to represent. And anyways, as I was saying, you know, when I look at this track, there's not a lot of runoff. There's not a lot of opportunity for error. So I'm kind of with you. I didn't think off tracks would really be a problem, because realistically, if you run too far off track, you're going to slam the wall and, you know, hit the grass, go into the gravel. And newsflash for those who didn't know, cars don't have grip in grass and gravel like you would expect them to in pavement. So I would think that it would be a case for drivers of no track limits issues, but clearly we were mistaken here.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It is surprising me, I must admit. Chris Costas now makes his way over the line. Says he's 13 seconds off pole at the moment. I don't believe that's a representative lap. Now maybe he'll set one over the line. No, time doesn't change. He's still down in 10th place at the moment, because that's 13 seconds off overall pole. He's not quite that far off of the class pole. The best GT3 time is 1.3 seconds quicker than Costas has been able to manage. Rodney Campbell, as we were saying, is the only driver who has not been able to get a lap time in during the 3 laps. That's the end of his session. Gomez now is the only driver still out there on the circuit with times that will count. Gomez currently 3rd place for Can-Am Titan in the GT3 Pro standings for that team that finished 9th in the opening round of the season. See them 3rd currently in Pro in this session. Over the line he goes. It doesn't look like an improvement. No, it doesn't count. So there again, the off-tracks rearing their head. And the session coming to a close with a fairly secure overall pole sitter, Thomas Briggs, by 7/10 of a second.
Briggs absolutely took that number 9 Porsche and just sent it, taking just a full run there with Shopaholics and the 963 Pros, and just kind of saying, you know what, this is a track that I'm comfortable with. This is a track that I've practiced, and I challenge anyone else to take this position away from me. And clearly, nobody had a response for him. 7/10 to pole is a huge, huge gap. I look at the GT3R Pro class, and I mean, the gap for pole right now is only about 1/10 of a second, a little over 1/10. You look at GT3R AMs, and it's 0.03 of a second. So 7/10 is a big statement. Yeah,
it is around a circuit of this length, that is for sure. Costas continues on. He is just practicing effectively at this stage. He doesn't have anything to gain here, but nor does he have anything to lose. He's just out practicing at the moment in Road Atlanta. He is going to be in warm-up with everybody else in a few moments' time. And while that is ongoing, we'll have a look at the starting grid here when we've got it. The session will have to end, though, of course. And then we'll get to the starting grid and see where everybody is on the grid in relation to where they were at Daytona, for example. We'll also have a look on board with Thomas Briggs and just see how quick he was, and indeed how he managed to go so quickly on that pole lap in a few moments' time, as well as the 5 minutes of warm-up just begins. Down the hill, a couple of drivers making their way back out again, and always is the key in this session anyway. Get used to being other people being around you again, because on this lap there was nobody around. Thomas Briggs with the pole up here on board in one of the GTPs, and you notice immediately the speed. My goodness, these cars are quick through this type of circuit.
that they are. And this downhill section for me is always the scariest in sim, just sending it down the hill, holding onto the car, trusting the grip, trusting the downforce, trusting the push here as you come up out of the S's very quickly. Now we're heading towards turn 6 and 7, and this is just two hard right-handers, a little bit of uphill here, and you just really want the car to stick to itself here. Now we're going to send it down through yet again. We head down the backstretch. This long backstretch technically turns 8 and 9 are here, so you're going to just follow them along. You're going to just follow those through, and then we're going to head up towards turns 10A and 10B, basically a left to a right, and yes, turns 10A and 10B, as I said. And then we hit that, watch the curbs to the outside to the inside, run all the way out underneath the Fox Factory Bridge. There's turn 11, and then here is turn 12. Technically, there is a 12A, and if we took 12A, it's a 90-degree hook, but no, we take turn 12 here, send it through, and, well, that's how quick a lap around Road Atlanta is.
Yeah, only just over a minute in a GTP. Absolutely remarkable just how quickly these cars can go. Let's have a look top to bottom at the starting grid then. Starting with those GTPs, the 963 Pro class. Thomas Briggs takes the pole position ahead of Carrie Brooks for last 10th GTP. Mark Frost and Lenny Holland round out the field there for SC Team Red and Matrix Bronze. In the AMS, Charlie Boyer has taken pole for Kaidaran Racing, 1.5 ahead of Stallions GTP and 1.6 ahead of Late Breakers Racing. That is a reversal of the top two from Daytona in the AM class. GT3 Pro is headed by Shane McNeely with a 18-0 ahead of the Matrix Black team, ahead of Autocrosses Racing and Chris Cook. Jason Finch in the number 911 is going to be third, although Evan Gomez qualified that car. Mike Patterson for SC Team Blue is fourth, ahead of Christopher Pires and Eric Sutton, who will share row 3. And in the AMS, it is Derek Dirksen who's taken pole for Callum Atlas. We've got Broke Racing in second place, Chris Sherburn. Dean Chapman for Imperial Motorsports is in third place at around Sunday, Stallions GT3. Matrix Gold and Last 10th Purple round out row 3 with Mario Gonzalez and Rob Neville. Seventh place in the AMS is Mark Foley ahead of Jim Walsh, with William Wolfe and Chris Costis rounding out the top 10. Alan Hales and Ed Trippett rounding out the 12. I think that's the field as well. I don't think there's a 13th this time around for them. We are missing a few from the first round of the season at Daytona, where there were 15 teams on the grid, which is a bit of a shame. Maybe they don't like Road Atlanta so much. So we have a look at the paddock area of this circuit. A minute and a half away from this race getting underway. And again, using this warm-up session just as a bit of an opportunity to get used to having other people around you again. For these 963s, you need to be very wary of the GT3s that will suddenly be out on the circuit again. There's going to be a lot for them to lap. Just as we saw at Daytona, they are heavily outnumbered in this series.
Indeed, and for the 963s, it's really going to be a case of just trusting the GT3s. For the GT3s, it's a case of trusting the 963s. And I'll tell you what, if you are a slower class racer, trusting those faster classes to not just kind of shoulder check you off of the outside curb is easier said than done. And remember, it is a solo qualifying through, so you haven't ran with mixed classes here for a little bit now. So it is nice to have this warm-up session, get accustomed to having cars around you. Of course, they do run a short practice session before this, but sometimes drivers will just go into time trial and kind of run laps and run comfortable and, you know, be in a position where when they get to qualifying, they can put down their best lap the first time and just make the most out of qualifying as they can. GTPs, very much going to have a challenge around this track, I feel. I think for the GT3s, Ewan, this is going to be a case of just lap after lap, just stay on the line and stay consistent.
It's going to be a bit of a race of survival. Yeah, here at Road Atlanta, we always talk about that in Petit Le Mans, for example. Stay there when it gets dark, be on the lead lap and be ready to go late on for the win. It didn't actually, this last time, come down to a run really at the end of it in the rear wood. Not so much, it was relatively long. Green flag runs during the race in 2024. Let's hope that we're all, of course, going to have a green flag run the whole way through the 4 hours ourselves, but let's hope we have a clean race to go with it as well. The in-sim start time will be 9:45 in the morning, so this is effectively going to go over the hottest part of the day. However, it is February, so it's not going to be that hot even at midday towards the end of the race. Temperatures just getting hotter throughout the race, which is pretty unusual. At Suzuka, it might get a little bit dusky towards the end. There are the clear skies. In fact, it's 10 in the morning, so 22 degrees on the circuit. At Suzuka. It might start to get slightly dark towards the end, but not that much. Same for Portimao, because it will be March and April. Even though we're starting 3 or 4 hours later, it shouldn't be that dark by the end, if at all. However, the Spa race, apparently, is going to be starting at night, or nearly at night. Unless that's a typo, and it's supposed to say 10 a.m., not 10 p.m. On the website. I don't know, but that could be very interesting if we have to start at night. No such trouble here, though. It's going to be a fully daylight race for the second round in the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series. Very good afternoon to everybody who's watching along in the chat. The Atchison Sunday cheering on the Stallions Racing Team with 3 cars entered this afternoon. Tadek, if that's how I say that, supporting the Autocross Racing Team. Autocross is racing. Well, good luck to them and indeed everybody else on the grid here as the 28 teams make their way up towards the line, ready for the start of this 4-hour race here at Road Atlanta. The 96.3s get the green flag first. We are racing here at Road Atlanta, and only 6 of them seemingly getting underway from the very front here in GTP. The GT3s in the background get underway as well, with the Matrix Black car getting underway from the front, and Shane McNeely getting off to a good start. There's a bit of smoke in the background. Not sure if anyone went for a spin back there. Oh, there's certainly spinners there. Oh. Through the first corner, a big crash into the wall. Through the first corner for the first time.
Well, it might be 22 degrees Celsius on track, but I have a feeling that some drivers are going to be about 100 degrees Celsius. Oh. By the time this is said and done, we come over the hill, and there's another spin in a GT3. Not sure what's happened there. Alan Hales sending it down the hill and around, and, well, Alan Hales is the one who unfortunately took the moment. The 963s, surprisingly, are the cars that have currently gotten it out and underway and are really just settling into a single file run here early on. They have kind of settled it in. GT3 is where all the drama was.
Yeah, Chad Casey started from the pit lane, I'm afraid, so he's back at all the way behind all the GT3s. That was SC Team Red going very deep on the brakes there, and now they're going to be in trouble from the AM leader. Here comes Kynaran Racing, looking down the inside. Oh, not quite going to go through there. Then you've got, I think, Matrix Bronze behind them, and then it's Late Breakers Racing. Stallions GTP starting from the pit lane. They won at Daytona, the race winners from 5 weeks ago, getting off to a bad start here at Road Atlanta. Now they've got to pass the entire GT3 field before they have to do anything else in this race.
Yeah, for Stallions GTP, it is kind of it's a nail in the coffin to a degree, because of course no yellow flags, no safety car interventions here. It will be just run and go. Here is David Fernandez. This is a replay of the race start lap 1. What happened? It's a little bit of contact there with the 248, not what you want to see from Stallions GT3R. And for David, unfortunately, that is going to be just a big moment. Alan Hales here, again, that solo spin on the curb at the top of the hill going in through turn 2. That is, it's going to be a problem. Then Mario Gonzalez, I fear, has had a moment in the 963s. What has happened there? It doesn't look like anything as we go back live pictures here yet again.
Yeah, Gonzalez is still 4th at the moment in 777 in the AM class, that is. Cat 5 Racing was the team that Alan Hales drives for. That's why he's down at the back of the field now. And Match Snell Motorsports have gone off the road with Ed Trippett, or they're dropping down the field anyway. I don't know if they've gone off the road, but they certainly are dropping down the field. It's Mario Gonzalez again up over the rise, and he's blinking around a lot, which is why he's registering as off the road on multiple occasions. Hopefully he gets his internet sorted out. Race control will pull you if you're not careful. Here's the GT3 leader, Shane McNeely, off to a good start here for Matrix Black, but as you can see, under a lot of pressure. This is going to be a close race in GT3. Speaking of which, 963 AM has just changed the race lead. Late Breakers Racing, 3rd place only at Daytona. They are now 1st place at the early stages of this race in Road Atlanta.
Yeah, Late Breakers up in that 963 class. They're going to be feeling good in 963 AM because they are going to want to continue to push, but Kynaran Racing will keep the pressure on them. This is not a case of, you know, we're not saving equipment here. We don't have to think about part life, and we don't have to think about, you know, making the car physically last to the end. That is the one beauty of the sim, is we're going to see drivers push lap after lap after lap for the entirety of this 4 hours and keep putting down their best times. The only real limit that we'll see from the drivers is going to be a little bit of physical endurance, potentially a little bit of internet, but really the physical endurance of themselves and their driving is going to be the limit. And the good news is it's a team event. So if you've got someone with you, you can kind of save a little bit if you need to physically.
There is the battle for the lead. Recently just went the way of the Late Breakers Racing team. Just ahead of Kynaran Racing, who are back to where they were at Daytona. already one lap down for Ed Trippett. He's already been lapped. That is how quickly it happens around here. Just 5 minutes in, and we've got GT3 traffic for the leaders. There is the Max Schnell Motorsports car. Not sure what happened to Trippett on the last lap, but it was a 1:40 he set last time round. That is not race leading speed. This is the Stallions GTP car, and I mean, look at the difficulty already in this race. Chad Caisson is not only starting from pit lane and comes with the disadvantage of that, but actually comes with the disadvantage of having to overtake all of these GT3s for position, effectively having to do it once more than everybody else in his class.
It's kind of heartbreaking, I'm not going to lie, to see that number 7 Stallions GTP car have to do this, because it's just, again, it's that nail in the coffin. It very early is going to just set that sour taste in the mouth for this race, and it makes this nothing but an uphill battle. Yes, his car is significantly faster, it can go through quickly, but he's got to be very... Oh, what did Rodney Campbell do there? That was a big moment.
That was a big crash. He was just in behind someone on the way towards the final chicane, smacks into the wall on the left-hand side, and surprisingly didn't need to come to pit lane immediately afterwards. He might be regretting that, and he might think that, yeah, I probably should do next time round, come into pit lane, but that looked like he just lost it totally on the brakes by the looks of things. You don't see that very often in these cars that have the control of ABS, of course.
Yeah, it seemed like just coming out of turn 9 there, down towards turn 10, like the back end of the car got loose. Under braking, it might have just gotten light off of the hill, and when he hit the brakes to slow down for 10A, it just kind of sent the car on. Thankfully, again, no huge damage there somehow, but keeping things moving and going and along as we go. We follow the 777 yet again here in the GT3 AM class, who is just sending it around, and kind of seems like a little bit of a cork in the bottle for cars behind, as we still watch Stallions GTP trying to carve through the field there. That is through the S's. That is a hard place to make those class passes, but you know what? There's a way to do it, and surely they're figuring it out.
That's actually the race leader overall. Oh, that's Shopaholics race team coming through with Last Temp GTP just in behind them. So these are the leaders already within 10 minutes coming through to lap the GT3s. That is just how quickly these 963s get onto the back of them. That is the race we're going to see here today, and the amount of times they're going to have to come through as well. It's going to be very, very often indeed. Down the hill they go, in towards the braking zone here for Stallions GT3. Mark Foley looking for a move on Gonzalez. There's the leader through, ducking right, ducking left. Thomas Briggs ends another lap, 7 minutes in. He's nearly through the GT3s as a whole already. He's just got another 7 to go.
You know, I have a moment where I'm kind of like, wow, I can't believe we're lapping cars already. But then I remember the lap time difference here. 106, 107s is the average time for the 963s, and for the GT3Rs, they are running about a 120 on average. So, and if you think about the fact it's only a minute lap, it's only a few miles here, it is very, very easy for them to start hitting that lap count, those lap cars, and they're going to continue to do that time and time and time and time again. And basically, they've gotten through all the free air they're going to get for the rest of the race. So now if you're Shopaholics race team and you're talking to Thomas Briggs, you have to remind them, hey, you're going to fight traffic the rest of this race. Keep the car together, keep it in one piece, don't get impatient, and let's get this car to the end. We're up by 4.4 seconds, 10 minutes in. We got plenty of time here. Let's just keep the car moving.
That is the aim of the game for this stage in the race. Just stay out of trouble. The most dangerous run through traffic is always the first. Staying out of trouble, always the most important at this stage. So the overall leader in GT3 with a bit more of a gap now, 1.1 seconds over Can-Am Titan. Side by side, meanwhile, down into the final chicane there. I think that was between Flying Lion Racing and Stallions GT3 just in the background. As we go back to the lead in 963 AM, you can see how the lead can change and how gaps can change. Andy Jenks all of a sudden back to the lead. Late Breakers Racing losing the lead. They had a very short stint of a couple of laps out front.
Yeah, for Late Breakers, I think this is a case of a little bit of conservation, maybe a little bit of traffic giveth and traffic taketh away here. But Late Breakers, of course, finishing third in the 963 AMs at Daytona. They're looking for a better result than third place here today. At the moment, they're in second. They're only under 2 seconds off of the lead here. And again, just a few minutes in, plenty of time for them to find a result. And the traffic game, again, if they play their cards right, they play patience. And remember, pit stops, have to happen eventually. So anything can really come up here for the drivers, for the teams. They just have to keep the car together.
This is a very American livery for Can-Am Titan. Not going to be missing them in the field, are we?
I like it.
Behind. No, well, yeah, exactly. It's a commentator's dream there. Very distinguishable livery. Just ahead of another quite distinguishable one, to be honest. Ultracross is racing with the light blue, aqua blue, whatever that colour is. Blue all over in the number 1 car. Making their way up over the top of the hill in this battle for second. They're both a lap, as you can see, they're both a lap off the overall leader. That just shows you that they've already been lapped. Based on that, in that case, even in a 4-hour race, expecting these GT3s then to get lapped, what, 24 times? Maybe more? That's a ridiculous amount of times. Yeah.
With pit stops, I would be surprised if we don't see the leader in GT3R Pro down 25 laps by the end of this race. And that is just me doing some rough math with adding pit stop time in, but maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe it'll be a little bit less than 24. We'll just have to see how the pit stop cycle plays through. Yeah, it's gonna be nothing but heads up driving from those GT3s the entire time. They're gonna have to be aware of those 963s as they look in their rearview mirror time and time and time again, because I feel like basically from this point forward, every lap they're gonna have a 963 on their rear bumper or the corner behind. They're gonna hear a lot of blue flag calls, and your teammates, your spotters, are gonna be very important for that, to kind of help them understand where the 963s are and help them understand what to do while they're also trying to fight for position at the same time.
Yeah, the GT3s are much more likely to be battling for position, to be honest, and watching out for the 963s, because the top class are so far apart. That's off the road there for Imperial Motor, or just in front of Imperial Motorsports, excuse me. One of the cars already a lap down, going a bit wide there. Was that Ed Trippett just up in front of them? No, I don't think so, actually, but someone just right in front of this battle for second place, already putting a lap on the on one of the GT3s. I think that was Mehmet Karaçay maybe actually in the background, just going a little bit wide and just interrupting this battle for second briefly. But, it's not only traffic in your own class. Jason Finch had to think about what the traffic in his own class was going to do there.
Yeah, and obviously traffic in his own class not as nice. This is a replay, I believe, of the moment with Rodney Campbell earlier, because that looks oddly familiar as a moment, not at all what we want to see from him. But again, going through, this is going to be Mario Gonzalez yet again, I believe, still having those connection issues as we go. So hopefully that gets sorted out. As you said, Ewan, race control will very quickly kind of come in and throw the elbow out and say, nope, you're off track now. Your internet's too bad. Get off my track.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful of that. And also for the safety of other teams, isn't it? Also for the safety of other drivers. Can't be afford to be blinking around all over the place and getting into other people. This, meanwhile, is Rob Neville on board with him in 4th position. There's his view. We've got a lovely split screen from him. A big thanks to him for this. We don't put this split screen up, by the way. It's him who sorts out the 2 cameras for us. And there you go. There's our version of the split screen. On the left-hand side is the sim. On the right-hand side is the real world. It's got a nice little setup there. It's triple screen. Currently running in 4th place, just in behind these 2.
And as we watch him run through, I mean, he's going to be just really gunning it, chasing down. You can see that he's having fun here. That's the big thing I like about PCA, is that they have fun here. It's not always, elbows out, everyone trying to be, ultra competitive, top tier level. Sometimes these drivers are having fun. Yes, everyone's here to win, but everyone's here to have fun. Everyone's here for the common love that they have for, of course, Porsche. So they are all here, at the same time, just running through, having fun, competing. And I say that now, come back to me in about 3 hours when there's about 45 minutes left, and maybe it's a slightly different story. But for now, I think everyone's really enjoying what they're doing here and just getting their laps in, getting the time in.
Yeah, it sounds silly to say, but actually, I do feel like the enjoyment of sim racing has gone away from a lot of people in these last few years. But I'm glad that when you come to the Porsche Club America Sim Racing Series, or indeed the Team Racing Series on the weekends, you certainly get a group full of drivers absolutely still loving what they're doing here in sim racing, and it's fantastic to see. Unfortunately, a little bit rarer than I'd like it to be, but it's great to see here in the Porsche Club America as Thomas Briggs again makes his way past these guys. That's twice now in 15 minutes. Maybe we're going to have to revise our prediction again. Maybe it's going to be upwards of 30 laps that they put on these GT3s, maybe somewhere in the middle of those two figures we put out so far. But yeah, it's such a short circuit, isn't it? And the 963 just gets quicker every season, it feels like, as well. Best lap time currently 106.8. You know, that's ridiculously small lap time.
It is. I mean, if you think about 106.8, I can talk longer than 106.8, and these drivers knock out a lap. We watch SC Team Blue here as the number 9, the leader there, Shopaholics Race Team, goes up his inside, and you can see for the GT3R Pros exactly what they do. They hold that line, they go through. We continue to watch battles develop here as we go here. I mean, it's such quick laps, it's such quick runs, and that's the thing for me with Road Atlanta with this track is it's so quick. You run through a corner, and before you can think about that corner and how you want to do that corner next lap, you hit that corner again. There's not a lot of room or time for any sort of error, any sort of moments, any sort of second guessing. I would argue that looking at our calendar, this is the most mentally demanding track that we have on the calendar, just because of how quick the corners come at you, how quick the laps go, how quick things run.
I would agree with that, yeah. Just for those that don't know, the rest of the calendar is Suzuka in 4 weeks' time, followed by, or 3 weeks' time, I should say, followed by Portimao 5 weeks after that, and Spa 5 weeks after that. It is a typo on the website, by the way. It is a day race at Spa. There certainly won't be any nighttime driving there. There may be some wet weather driving, though. We will see whether we get that a little bit later on in the season. Meanwhile, over the top of the hill for this battle, and one of the many in GT3. This is Imperial Motorsports. Dean Chapman just ahead of the Gone Broke Racing team of Chris Sherburn. Spout for second again, but it seems that we're settling in here. First 15 minutes gone. Everybody riding around a little bit, just trying to conserve fuel, conserve their tyres, and knock off the first minutes of this race without any problems. Glad to say it's been incident-free, certainly traffic-wise.
That it has, which I'm really enjoying. I'm not going to lie. I like it when we can go with runs and kind of not see big traffic moments. I know traffic is a challenging part, but traffic is one of those things that can be avoidable, and I feel like that could start a blue flags rant, so I'm not going to do that. But traffic incidents between mixed classes is something that I find is usually avoidable for all parties, and they just kind of have to be heads up and a little bit respectful of each other. Again, it kind of comes with PCA and just the nature of this series of these teams, that you kind of see that a bit more here than sometimes you would other places. It's fun to watch as they go through here and they continue to compete. I mean, we're watching Dean Chapman and Chris Sherburn here, Imperial Motorsports Gone Broke Racing, separated by a couple tenths. They have the 5th place 963 passing them there. So we just continue on along and around, but you're not going to see any of these drivers, make unnecessary moves to pass traffic. You're not going to see the 963s lunge. You're not going to see the GT3Rs suddenly throw a block on a 963. It's very, again, it's that respectful sort of style that we see here in the series.
Oh, have a look at this. Mario Gonzalez in 5th place. He was 4th earlier, don't forget. He's been having continual internet problems, and to my knowledge, they're not entirely fixed. He's there for the moment, though. He looks all right for the moment. Mark Foley just in behind him. Then in 6th place is Ed Sutton, I think, still. Excuse me, it's Jared Gregory. Eric Sutton is in the 6th place in the Pro class, not the AMS, which is where my confusion came from. And then you've got Jonathan Rebert, who is just behind them. Worth remembering that Jared Gregory is a Pro, so that grey and black car just in behind Mark Foley there is not for a class position. But these GT3s will race each other. They score points separately, but they will race each other here. They are fighting for overall places, and so Foley's going to be very wary about J.R. Gregory coming through here. They're pretty evenly matched. Further on in the background, that's Jonathan Rebber getting overtaken by Chris Costas for 7th in the AM class. You saw them running side by side, and you're going to continue to see them side by side up over the top of the hill. That's Thomas Briggs coming through. On the inside of him, he just decides to, I think it's Thomas Briggs anyway, just decides to stay behind them. It wasn't Thomas Briggs. That's him there. So that's gone wrong. But anyway, it was one of the 963s anyway, trying to come through on the inside. They decided not to in the end. And out the other side, Chris Costis comes out with 7th place.
Yeah, that 7th place is going to be big too. As you said, they'll fight each other regardless of class. And some of that too is, again, just the fun of racing. I mean, why wouldn't you fight another car that's around you, but just because they're there? I mean, that's what I would do. So as we go through, we watch them run around. I mean, you're going to see that mixed class battle. You're going to see battles for positions that go through. And in the end, I mean, somebody's going to come out on top. Who it is, I don't know, but somebody will. That, again, I said this in qualifying, but I have to say it again. The pros versus the AMs, there's not that big of a gap there between the pro and the AM classification and the levels of drivers that are there. So, I mean, you're going to see drivers in the AMs that can really, really punch above their weight in terms of their classification, and they'll continue to battle over and over again just to get themselves moving forward. And because why would you not? You're a racing driver. You want to be the one in front.
Yeah, absolutely. Although you've got to just restrain that side of yourself sometimes at the start of one of these races, that's for sure. This is exactly what's happening here, I think, in second for GT3 AM. There is 5th place. Gonzalez still holding on to that place, and because of that battle for Chris Costis, the gap is opened up a little bit there, so they've got a bit of breathing space. Now a couple of 963s come down the inside in towards turn number 1. Not sure which pairing that is. I think that's the Stallions GTP just having put a lap down and off. Gonzalez goes off through the S's. It's always likely to happen when you're in traffic. Gonzalez has to cut the corner. He rejoins. He'll have a slowdown. Mark Foley quite tentative though, and he doesn't take advantage of it. That's a surprise.
I have a feeling that for Gonzalez, that was a case of just seeing the cars behind, and the way that the S's are, that downhill to uphill run is, you can really get caught out as the 22 is going to look to the inside now, not able to make the pass, was looking, wanted to do that there in Mark Foley, but just not able to take advantage at this time. But I am really shocked that he didn't take the pass through the S's. I got to wonder if he saw the car coming back on track ahead and kind of just backed out a little bit to play it safe, because sometimes when you see, you know, cars coming off track there at the top of the hill and then rejoining into the run, it can throw off your rhythm, and it's better sometimes just to play that sort of conservation, back off a little bit and live to fight another day.
That was wildly and off. That was a wild look down the inside from Mark Foley. Eventually didn't go for it, but Mario Gonzalez still ends up in the wall for Matrix Gold. His front bumper removed after hitting the concrete down there at turn 10A and 10B. He rejoins behind his Matrix Copper teammate Jim Walsh, and he carries on again. That's him going off on the top of the hill, I think, exactly as you said. Saw the 963 in the mirror, thought, don't want any part of that, and went off. Gonzalez saw Foley in the mirror as well, I would have thought, going down the hill there towards the final chicane, and went off into the gravel there as well.
Just misses that braking zone into 10A just a little bit, but this track is so small, it's so fast that a little bit by a few inches can spell absolute disaster, and the rear end of that Porsche GT3R just sent him off and around. And unfortunately, once the car loses control, you kind of have no real safety net to it, and he had locked up the tires. There wasn't a lot he could do to save it, and really from the point that he cut that car to the left, he was a passenger. It was game over.
Well, one of the 963s having a look at the inside of Chris Cook there, who had his eye on his mirror and just eventually lets the car go through. In terms of battles in 963, by the way, there haven't been too many so far. The Shopaholics race team are still leading by some distance here. They won at Daytona ahead of last gen's GTP, who are second here as well. And in fact, the only positional change from Daytona is that SC Team Red are ahead of Matrix Bronze as opposed to the other way around 4 weeks ago. 4 or 5 weeks ago. The battle that is developing is for second in the AM class. Now, Stallions GTP started from pit lane, as we saw, and they are catching up to the Late Breakers Racing car. You can see all the weaving around going on here. That's Max Snell Motorsports and Ed Trippett, who's just getting out the way, I do believe. It is indeed in 11th place in class. Jason Finch trying to use the slipstream, and now is going to go for it down the inside. And he's just going to get a small bit of breathing room now in second place as a result of that.
Yeah, and as we see that breathing room set in, I mean, sometimes just a couple of tenths of breathing room is enough to really, really help out and let you be comfortable running through time and time again. Couple of tenths here again at Road Atlanta can be the difference. So we just kind of have to watch him breathe and run through and go through with Can-Am Titan here running through that number 911 and continuing along top of the hill, now down the hill again with that Porsche Miami blue car behind that will continue to follow there from Autocross Racing, and will just continue lap after lap to just kind of lay the pressure down. And I think that is, for me, the biggest thing with this track is it's so short. Everything goes so quick. The pressure here at Road Atlanta ramps up very quickly for me, Ewan, compared to, say, maybe other cars, other, series here. When you have just Porsches behind, all of the cars are so similar in pace, all of the drivers are so similar in skill level, that pressure just kind of ramps that much faster.
It's a pressurized opening 25 minutes to this race, and so far it's been a good start to this one. 3 hours 35 still to go. So they now make their way down in towards the final chicane again. This battle for second. Matrix Black leading the way in the GT Freeze, by the way. That's Shane McNeely, qualified on pole, holds the lead as well. There's some of the battling going on down at the bottom in the AM class as well here, where Can-Am Atlas are leading the way. Derek Dirksen with a great pole lap, and also converting that into a great early lead for him as well, as the GTPs and the 963s come through on this battle for second. There's another one right round the outside and up the inside for this next bit. Oh, that's wide now for Can-Am Titan, and through is going to go Chris Cook. So Jason Fitz there just pushed offline by one of the 963s, and that was no hesitation from Chris Cook, who took advantage. Still going on though, down in towards turn 6.
Yeah, but Chris Cook has the inside here. That's the ideal line, but the far ahead 911 Can-Am Titan is going to look for a move, and they both need to remember that right behind them is, of course, Imperial Motorsports that's going to be looking to get in the mix. We've suddenly turned from just a single file run one moment there with the 963 helping to add to the battles, and now it's a 3-car battle here between the 911, the 1, and the 21. Who's going to come out ahead where? Well, as they run down the hill here towards turn 9, towards turn 10 now, who's going to go late on the brakes? Who's going to look for it? Well, on the inside to the outside is Can-Am Titan, just enough to hold that position, and Autocross loose off of the exit, and Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle right there in the mix, looking to get a pass done now.
Yeah, Christopher Pye's trying to find his way through, but couldn't do it, and indeed loses a bit of speed down the straight as well. That's exactly what can happen here, especially at Road Atlanta, actually. You end up single file for so long, following the driver in front for so long, eventually you end up side by side, and once a side-by-side battle just start to kick off here, you suddenly find that it never really ends, and then the driver behind them wants to have a go as well. And as you can see, Chris Pires wasn't really anywhere near these two beforehand, but now all of a sudden he's right in the mix.
Yeah, and as he stays in the mix, I mean, that's all he needs to do, really, is just stay in the mix. If anything happens between the 2 cars ahead, just be there, be ready to capitalize. It's all you have to do. And as we follow him along here and we see him just really, settle in, you got to be careful on the exits, be careful on the curbs. Don't lose too much grip here as we go under the Motul Bridge and we continue our run down towards turn 10 yet again. Felt like we just did this about 90 seconds ago. Well, it's because we did.
Yeah, it is. It's a dizzying circuit, that is for sure. It's a fence again from Finch in towards the chicane. Is there going to be a run from Cook on the other side? Not really. He makes his way over the top of the hill and can't do it. And again, it gets settled here. So this sort of happens. The side-by-side goes on, and then all of a sudden it settles down again. And that is how it's going to run for a little while. In 963, we actually do have a battle now going on for second place in the AM class. Late Breakers Racing versus Stallions GTP, who have already worked their way from a pit lane start right the way round to a potential second place in these next few moments. A really impressive start from them.
Yeah, it's an amazing start from them too, and the battles continue on. Look at that, Can-Am Titan Autocross Racing side by side yet again, in that Miami Blue Autocross Racing, GT3R will make its way around the outside there, settle in, and now Can-Am Titan under the pressure from Imperial Motorsports, continuing through yet again. Again, this long run down the backstretch towards turn 10. Any slipstream, any help you can get here on these GT3Rs is going to pay dividends. And will we see a late break into turn 10? Will we see a move from Can-Am Titan here to get the pass back? Well, let's just go 3 wide to turn 10. Why don't we?
Wow, 3 wide into the corner, late on the brakes, and too late from Finch, is it? Not quite, he's still on the inside. Cook gives plenty of room on the inside as well. This is turning into a great battle here for second place in this class. Oh, again, they very nearly get side to side. And very nearly contact, a bit of a slide, nearly contact. Oh, Cook does get through. Finch has to tuck back into line again. The lead keeps growing, by the way, for Matrix Black all while this is going on. But it's a great race between them. Good respect shown between all 3 drivers. This time, Chris Cook comes out the other side with the position. But how long is that going to last? It's such a battle of swings and roundabouts. It will surely kick off again, I would imagine, down the back straight. It's a great battle between the 3 of them.
Yeah, this is a great battle to watch, and this is the fun here of the team racing series here in PCA. I mean, they're going to continue this battle for lap after lap until something comes up that separates them, if something comes up that separates them. And again, as you said, Ewan, the more they battle, the more Matrix Black just kind of goes, okay, whatever, keep battling. And the more that they battle, the more that the cars behind are going to be looking. Stallions, GT3, Backmarker Motorsports, and Gone Broke Racing and Last 10th Green behind are going to be looking and kind of just saying, okay, yeah, keep that going. Keep battling. That's fine. Just let us catch up. Keep battling for another couple laps. Once we're in the mix, let us just pass you. That's fine. Big wiggle there from Autocross Racing off of turn 10B as we go through turns 11 and 12 now. Continue through. And I'll tell you what, if you're Can-Am Titan, you've got to be feeling pretty good because you are just staying right on the rear bumper lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, this is relentless pressure onto the back of Chris Cook at the moment. Just in behind Jason Finch, then it's Chris Pies. And now look at who is catching as well. Derek Dirksen, the leader of the AMs, catching up. Mike Patterson as well. Eric Sutton not too far away. So this could be a battle right the way down to 6th in Pro with the AM leader as well involved if they're not too careful. This is going to continue on and on and on by the looks of things at the moment. There's a steady stream of 963s coming through as well here, by the way, of which 2 of them are still battling, Late Breakers Racing and Stallions GTP, although they're not changing positions quite like these guys. Out the turn 7 again this time. Has Chris Cook got a good enough exit this time to stay ahead of Jason Finch?
He's going to hope that he does, but it's to be seen here. Down the backstretch we go yet again. Keep the draft going. Keep things moving. Look for something somewhere. If you think you have a move, you're going to go for it. And here we go. Can-Am Titan yet again diving on the brakes there. And that is how you send a car up the inside through turn 10 and how you secure the position through turn 10B, now through turn 11 and 12. But look at this. Autocross's Racing is still looking for a move. I mean, they're not done. And now let's just introduce a 963. Somebody should warn the 963s that this is a very contested battle for second place in GT3R Pro. But look at that. Look at the follow through, being smart with traffic and trying to follow it through.
And now Pies takes his chance. Cook loses 2 places in a matter of corners. Traffic again playing its role. Chris Pies goes through onto the podium now for Imperial Motorsports, back to the podium which they stood on the top of at the end of the race at Daytona. Neither of their cars at the moment are leading their respective races this time round, although they are still on the podium. This, after a quiet first 20 minutes, is turning into a fantastic battle for second place. They're seemingly not really bothered about the time they're losing to the overall leader.
I don't know that I would be bothered either if I'm them, because this is such a good battle right now. And really, I mean, looking at lap times, the question becomes, do they have enough to really catch up through? I mean, if they weren't battling so hard, I would say yes. But, I mean, if you look at the lap times, 119.7, 119.6 for Jason Finch, man, as soon as I look away for a second, a 963 just kind of throws the elbows out and says, I have somewhere to be. Last since GTP here, moving that car through 25 seconds to the lead. That's a huge gap after just 35 minutes.
Yeah, it is. It's a remarkable opening stint from Thomas Briggs, but don't forget, still a very long way to go and different drivers to get involved as well. Callum Titan have dropped right the way down here from second. I wonder if they went off through turn one. This car was coming through at the time. Did it play a role at all, I wonder? As we go to the GTPs now, we haven't seen too much of the 963 Porsche just yet here this afternoon, but now we can see them battling away with 3 hours 26 to go. There are less of these 963s, and so the battle's less numerous, but Callum Titan have indeed gone off the circuit. Now this is the remaining group. Callum Titan nowhere to be seen. Jason Finch has dropped a long way down.
It's gonna continue to drop as well. I think it's unfortunate to see there for Finch, but I do think that as we continue through, we'll see that gap open up and spread and just keep kind of going. Unfortunately, it seems like pace maybe just not 1,000,000% now, but we'll see what happens here. This is the 911 with Finch, and wow. That was a little less of a polite tap and a little more of a polite get out of my way. Man,
that was a Christopher Pies getting into the back of him. That was, and he's now second. Pies. I wonder whether that is going to stand or whether Race Control will have something to say about that. We'll get to incidents in a few moments' time because stewards' decisions will start to come through here from the first half an hour very shortly. But with 35 minutes gone, we'd like to remind you, of course, that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor, as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. So what is left of that battle for second after this? Christopher Pies closing in on Jason Finch in the American flag just up ahead. Braked a bit too late, and yet a bit of a bump, get out of my way, and actually pretty hard contact with the inside wall there as well.
I'm going to be shocked if Finch doesn't have some pretty significant damage here as we watch Patterson and Sutton going side by side down into turn 10. Turn 10 has been the passing moment for everyone here tonight as we go through, or today, not tonight. It's 1:30 in the afternoon here for me. So today as we watch them go through. So doesn't surprise me to really see a lot of battles through turn 10. Turn 1, not an ideal passing zone. Jason Finch, though, he's going to have some damage definitely to be carrying on that Porsche. He'll have to address it at the first pit stop, which I would say would be about another 20 minutes away. And we'll see what that does for his gap in terms of opening things up. I'm looking at pace, and I mean, his pace he's lost a couple of seconds of pace off of the leaders. So we'll see what happens for him as we continue on along this way.
Out of turn 5 on the GT3s again, passed again by a 963. It is noticeable how the field is spread apart more after that. So we'll go back to the GTPs and the 963 Porsches, these fantastic prototype machines. Volker Krebs ahead of Chad Casey on here in the battle for the second place. Through down the hill they go, and that has sent one. I thought it might. That sent the GT3 off the road. Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. Out of turn 5, Krebs still holding back Casey on, and you'd expect the Stallions GTP to have found a way through by now, since they started 35 seconds behind them and caught them in at a rate on average of more than a second a lap. However, that has not been an easy pass by any means. It has not been easy for them to get through.
Yeah, now they're basically running identical lap times, and it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass, especially when you know you're starting on the back foot and you have to send the car through. I mean, you're going to do what you can here to go and get caught up, but now you've got to very carefully plan that pass through. Is turn 11 and 12 your opportunity? Well, they certainly think it is. Up the inside, we're going to look here for Stallions GTP, and not able to make that pass here is case on Krebs as they go through turn 1. Again, he's just looking anywhere that you think you can put the nose in here. The Stallions GTP 963 is going to try, but just not enough. And especially with traffic, really what you're going to need to do is try to set up a pass and try to maybe use the GT3 traffic to help. But the GT3 traffic blocking like that, and now the GT3 going side by side, that just hurts.
That was not good news especially for Stallions GTP. They will lose a lot of time as a result of that. That is last 10th GTP, second in 963 Pro, who are just in behind them right now as well. So Jack Caisson with a lot of ground to make up, but these are the ebbs and flows. You've got to accept these things here at Road Atlanta. You can't get too frustrated about them. Otherwise, you will suddenly find yourself struggling even more. You've got to just take these blows on the chin and hope that the traffic comes back to you later on, because the law of averages suggests that the traffic will fall in your favour again a little bit later on in the road.
That's at least going to be your hope, is that it will. Now, whether it does is, another conversation entirely. And it's, Ewan, for you and me, it's one thing to say that here in the booth. It's another thing for the drivers to believe that. And also, I'm looking at the reports. Number 21 and number 911, no penalty given. 912 off track, at fault of driver, no call. That was on lap 26. So that was a few laps ago. I believe that was that turn 10A incident that we saw there with the number 911.
Okay. That is, yeah, okay, yeah, fine. I'm just reading that as well at the same time. Number 912 is the Can-Am Atlas current AM leading car. Battle for second in AM is still going on, although they are catching Can-Am Atlas now, and Derek Dirksen a little bit more. So yeah, only penalty for 248 so far, but that's already gone a lap down in the GT3 AMs, and also for number 21 after that incident. Not surprised to see that particularly. Christopher Pines came in to serve that drive-through very, very quickly indeed. He's now down to 6th, just in behind the third-placed AM car, actually, in this battle here. You can see him in the background of that shot on the bottom there, as the battle for the second place in the AMs continues on. Pines will close in on them and maybe make a move of his own. Dirksen is really losing speed here, isn't he? 1.5 seconds currently his margin, so after racing out to a big lead, he's suddenly struggling now.
Yeah, he's losing a lot of time, which is unfortunate to see. I'm not sure what has caused that, but, probably going to be something that other drivers are going to be looking at and kind of be okay with. I'm not going to lie, as they see that it'll open up some battles, but I'm not sure what has caused that time loss either, Ewan. As we watch the drivers continue to battle, we're watching these pro and am battles on the split screen, continuing to watch. The 963s are doing what 963s do and carving their way through traffic. Currently, we've got 5 laps, the gap between the 963s and the GT3Rs. That is a huge run for not even an hour in.
Yeah, it is. There is going to be some very big gaps by the end of the day. That is absolutely certain. So, lap number 37 already for the race leader Thomas Briggs. Shopaholics race team lead last 10th GTP, SC Team Red and Matrix Bronze at the front of the race. Kainan Racing, Late Breakers Racing and Stallions GTP 1, 2 and 3 in 963 AM. Haven't had a look at Thomas Briggs too often so far this afternoon, but there he is. 3 hours 18 to go, already out to a very, very big lead. Again, it looks impressive for now, but you've always got to factor in what are his teammates like, how quick are they, and how quick are his teammates in relation to everybody else's teammates, because there will be driver changes being made later on in the day.
Yeah, and as those driver changes come through, it's going to kind of add fresh life to this race. It's going to rejuvenate some of the cars that, maybe aren't having the most perfect race right now. And maybe for some of the cars that are up front, example, Shopaholics race team that's up by 32 seconds right now. You never know. That second driver gets in, you could see a drop of a couple of tenths of average pace. And that couple of tenths could be all you need to really ignite a battle for the lead in 963 Pro. Pit stops are starting for the 963s here, Ewan. It looks like that is the 000 of last 10th GTP. Kerry Brooks into the lane. Are they going to go into the box? Yes, they are. And we'll see here, because I believe this is it's not our first pit stop. We've had a couple of cars in now, but our first scheduled pit stop, I believe.
Yeah, first scheduled pit stop. I haven't seen anything really so far in the way of pit stops. They'll go up on the jacks for about 20 seconds, change all 4 tyres, as they do every time. So, unfortunately, in my opinion, they have to fuel and tyres at the same time. They'll fuel for just over 30 seconds, I would say. and then get back out onto the circuit again for another 45 minutes. Not surprising that Kerry Brooks stays at the wheel. 45 minutes doesn't fit that well into 4 hours, to be honest. You'd really want to be going, well, I suppose going over 40 is fine. And after anything after that is just a bit of a bonus. So at the moment, a lot of these teams are getting a bit of a bonus by going well further than 40 minutes. And here's the first of the phenomenon that we're going to see quite a lot more of here today. It is inter-class battles in GT3, as Dean Chapman here having to defend from Christopher Pies, who's recently made his pit stop.
Yeah, and those inter-class battles, you're going to see one of two things happen. You'll either see drivers really trying to defend those through and to keep the battle, keep the faster car behind, keep the higher class car behind or the lower class car behind, whatever it may be, keep the other class away from them as they battle through. Or you're going to see drivers that recognize that it's a difference in class. It's not the ultimate battle for them, and they're going to let things through. And some of that kind of just depends on the driver. Some of that depends on the strategy, and some of that just depends on the confidence level too. For me, when I race in a lower class, and if it's matched cars but different splits, AM to pro, for example, I usually tend to I will fight with pro drivers, but I won't do anything crazy. If they have an obvious lunge up the inside on me and it's game over, it's done, dusted, there's nothing I can do, I tend to just let that go. If it's a case of, I'm just running my line and they're not setting up any good passes, I tend to just continue to run my line and drive if I know I'm faster than them. There's no sense in me slowing myself down just because I'm in a lower class to let them by.
Yeah, it's all these games you've got to play, these social etiquettes, I'd call them, over the course of one of these races. The traffic that it presents. GTP pit stops well underway now. These two haven't stopped yet. Chad Casion and Volker Krebs. They may well come in right together, but Thomas Briggs is in and out from the race lead. Shopaholics race team. That's the fueling for over 40 seconds. I underestimated, the size of the fuel tanks for these cars. There he is at the bottom there, getting used to the cold tyres. Rob Rose gets into the SC Team red car, and Matrix Bronze changed driver to Joe Sinclair. So a couple of driver changes already as it's side by side towards the final chicane. Here comes the Stallions GTP looking to get past Late Breakers Racing. Do they follow each other in from here? You'd expect so, unless there's been some fuel saving, and there you go. Stallions GTP able to go on one more.
And that is going to be big there to see them continue along here as we go in. Late breakers very quickly getting into the box here. They are going to stop through, and we'll see how long they're in the pits, because that, I think, is going to spell a big difference. Pit stops really tend to mix things up and really tend to shake things up and everything through. I'm kind of looking through Stallions GTP. The number 7 was in the box for 32 seconds, but it seems like most other 963s were in the box for over 40 seconds. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see the difference for them as they go along as we jump up here with the number 27. This is going to be Chris Costas, the Backmarker Motorsports AM entry, as they have Stallions GT3 behind them with Mark Foley in that number 22, who is going to continue to be trying to find his way back forward after that incident earlier.
Yeah, we're into the proper flow of the race now as pit stops come upon us. Mark Foley looking to regain some of these places, looking down the inside of Costas there, can't do it, into the final chicane. Out of the other side, Costas with a bit of a slide. Foley will look down the inside through the final corner. Is he alongside enough? Just about. Costas gives him a bit of room, and he will hold on, but that was a tentative look down the inside. Meanwhile, Casion now does come into pit lane. Does Volker Krebs, or indeed Rob Cottle as it is now, in the Late Breakers Racing car, get out ahead, or are they going to be jumped in the pits lane by Stallions GTP? Looks like Kainar Racing are making a stop as well now. So it's about 45 minutes for these GTPs by the looks of things until they reach their limit around this circuit. As I say, 40 minutes is really what you need to make this race 6 stints long. Any further, and you are you're just getting a bit of a bonus and shortening your final pit stop time at the end of the day. 3 hours 12 to go. Where is Stallions GTP going to come out? The time in the box for Late Breakers was 41 seconds. What about for Casion here? You see the time ticking up on the left-hand side. Here's his entrance. Let's hope he got this right. Oh, he didn't. No, he didn't get it right at all. This will be a longer stop. He locked up on the way in and smacked the wall.
And that hurt significantly for him too. And it was a 51-second pit stop indeed. So 10 seconds slower. Actually, he's still in the box. So disregard 51 seconds and counting. Now over a minute in the box. Oh, that was a hard hit there on the front left.
It's such a difficult pit entrance as well, isn't it? It's winding down, not quite a chicane. It's just more like a sort of S's curve coming through into the pit lane. And then you've got that big stop where it's steeply downhill and the braking is working against gravity. And there's a wall there to collect you on the outside. I'd be surprised if that's the only time we see that here this afternoon. It's a pretty easy thing to do.
It really is. And you said it best, Ewan. We're going to see that again at least. So we'll have to keep our eyes on it for what happens, because I have a feeling that that is going to happen at least a couple of more times as we go through and we continue around. Let's watch this battle continue. We continue to watch 963s and GT3Rs kind of battle around each other, swerve through each other. We keep this going here as much as possible. I mean, it's going to continue back, forth, left, and right. It's not going to stop. That's the big thing here with Road Atlanta is once we saw the traffic start mixing after 10 minutes, it kind of turned this into a completely different race. It's that race of survival, that race of attrition. I think my big question here is when are we going to start seeing the GT3Rs start their pit stop cycle? Probably about another 10 minutes.
That was very close. Chris Costas nearly had a fourth pit stop there as he was in the wall, but he got away with that. He was passed there through the final corner by a 963. Yeah, it's always the case in the GT3s that, you just got to get to an hour. As long as you get to an hour, you will be okay. Whether everyone will manage that here in this race, I don't know. However, you'd expect at Road Atlanta, these cars can make it 60 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll watch through once pit stops start. It's kind of, Ewan, I feel like every race kind of has three setups here, especially when you're looking at races longer than an hour. You get that first run for the race that's going to be, when it's just the classes with themselves. You get that second split where it's the classes mix, and the third run is where the classes all start their pit stop cycles, and then you kind of just throw everything out the window at that point, and it becomes just the case of keep track of the car in front and the car behind and go from there. We're still watching these GT3Rs continue to battle and chase each other down here, and they continue to push, they continue to go. I'm really curious to see just if fatigue becomes an issue too, Ewan. It's something I mentioned earlier, and it's something that I always keep in the back of my mind. I can't talk today. Is does fatigue start to play a point at any time with these GT3Rs?
And indeed, over the course of 4 hours, it certainly will, of a very dizzying circuit. We're going to get well over 200 laps in here tonight in the 963 class. Anyway, the GT3s aren't quite going to go that far, I don't think, but they're going to get pretty close. But maybe not quite 200 laps in the 963s. It's going to be pretty close as to whether we do or not, but we should do here today. Not in the GT3s, though, as I mentioned. They will be doing a few less laps. Ed Trivett's already into pit lane, by the way, down at the back of the field. Mario Gonzalez is dropping in and out again. Hopefully he's all fine in terms of carrying on in number 777. This, meanwhile, is into turn one, and that's Chris Serban throwing himself off the circuit, and in the end, doing a pretty good job to avoid the outside wall.
I don't know how Chris Sherburne saved that, but kudos to him. Joe Sinclair here. This is through turn 11. Looks like the rear of the car just not happy with the weight transfer there, and that 963 just going off into the grass trying to get it going. And then this is Mario Gonzalez again, still missing a front bumper, and now the whole car misses for a moment. So Dean Chapman here we ride on board with and continue through. This is going through the top of the hill down towards the S's through turns 4, 5. And just it's interesting to kind of see these little moments creeping in as we go. Nothing really major happening per se, but there are still these moments happening, and Mario Gonzalez liking to do a Houdini impression here and there.
He's still connected to the server, but he is blinking fairly often, which is a problem for that team. considering he's still in the car and about 6 minutes from safety and the end of the first hour. So we'll see if he can get to the end of his stint without any problems. Now, number 1's in from the GT3s. Chris Cook is into pit lane. That's interesting. Interestingly early as well. Are these GT3s going to be pitting before the hour in big numbers, or is this a concerning sign and a concerning early pit stop for the number 1?
Well, I can tell you right now that Chris Cook has not been conserving at all in that car. He has been flat out time and lap after lap there. So it doesn't surprise me to see if maybe he's just short-ended the fuel calculations here because there's been no fuel saving. It's been just consistent push and battle. So I'll be curious to see what other GT3s follow him in. And it looks like at the moment, I don't see any other GT3s following him in here. So they continue to run around and go through. Well, I see one more in at least. And, looks like that, a couple more. So yeah, possibly we will have to see a little bit of strategy come in here near the end, and we'll have to wait probably another hour to really figure out if this is a case of drivers are going to have to do like a splash and dash at the end or what they'll have to do here.
Yeah, we will see. Side by side very nearly on the way towards turn 6. And indeed a bit of a amicable change. These two giving each other a lot of room through that corner there. Through turn 6. Now, bigger numbers coming in this time. Eric Sutton is in. Mike Patterson follows. Jason Finch, Derek Dirksen from the lead in the AM class is in as well. Some able to carry on, but, these guys are a long way from the actual hour. I suspect that, to your point about that some of these teams not fuel saving at this point, many of these teams would have said, well, we're never going to make it on an hour saving anyway. So we'll go flat out.
Absolutely. And that is kind of what I think may happen too. And I'm curious to see where the pit stop times come in, because I don't think anyone's going to be trying to stretch here. I don't think anyone's going to be trying to make the hour. I think all of the GT3s are going to be short of an hour. Jim Walsh here. Oh, that's a hard hit into the wall. And that is a missing front bumper.
That is a pretty hard hit on the wall. Not good at all from him and for that team. That is going to be another stop, surely. Long stop for Autocross's Racing, 1 minute 10. Isn't quite long enough for a speeding penalty, but it's long enough for something else to have been going on there. Not entirely sure what, but that's number 1, Kevin Schultz, now at the wheel, a little bit further back than before. We'll do a run through after these pit stops have taken place, but the overall leaders are in. Thomas Briggs is into the pit lane in the number 9 car. Now, we said earlier, this race is far from over. Anything can happen, and this is the anything that has happened. They've been hit by another 963 into the side of a GT3, and that is how the Shopaholics race team have lost their lead.
That is painful, because Shopaholics has had an absolutely dominating run time and time again. We watch Alan Hales here. This is the GT3 that was involved, just doing everything right all the way to the left. And I mean, just gets tapped, gets back on track almost, and then continues to come around into the wall. Then Thomas Briggs getting back on track here. And unfortunately, 963 is nothing without the rear end of that car. So that is an obvious pit stop. That is detrimental. That is painful, and Shopaholics are not going to be happy campers.
No. Let's see how long their stop is going to be. They had really good speed. I mean, Thomas Briggs was so quick, and that is a saving grace for them. However, they are going to have a lot of work to do after this. The one slight advantage is that they can take their short pit stop now. The only problem is it's not going to be short, because they are getting so much repair work done. There is a fast repair in this series. You'd imagine they will be using it this time around, because that was a big bit of damage. Although, given it's up to 1.5 minutes, this pit stop time, I'm not sure they are using it at the moment. We'll see when they get out of pit lane. I don't think they towed, unless I'm mistaken. It appeared to me that they drove back to pit lane on their own accord, but it just took them a while because of their obvious damage. There is the car. I'm not sure they've ticked their fast repair here. It's taken a very long time.
I tell you right now, Race Control has already come back and notified us that this is under careful review. So we'll see what Race Control's decision is on that. Of course, we saw just a couple of replays. Race Control has access to everything to determine what has happened. But that is race changing, potentially race ending, honestly. Ewan, I'm with you. It doesn't seem like fast repair is enabled, or the towing is just taking significantly longer than I was expecting.
I don't know what's going on down there. Hopefully they're not pulling the car and retiring. But you can imagine they are very, very unhappy. Still waiting for a couple of teams to come in from GT3, by the way. The leaders in both classes, Pro and Am, still out there on the circuit. Maybe they are stretching this out, going for an hour. 3:01 still to go in the race. And that we have still got Christian Pires and Chris Sherburn out on the circuit. Mario Gonzalez is still out there as well, although he's actually been overtaken even by some drivers who have made their pit stops already. So, and there's the front end of his car. That's probably a big reason why. But will Chris Pires be making his way down pit lane this time round? I wonder. If he does, then, well, he's going round again. I think they've made it to an hour here, you know. Maybe they are going to be able to cut out a whole pit stop from this race, which would be very impressive indeed as Thomas Briggs makes his way back out onto the circuit one lap down.
Yeah, that is such a big moment if they can make that hour, because if we look at those pit stop times, I mean, that's going to save them 4 minutes at least if they can, or it's going to save them a minute at least if they can do that. Not 4 minutes. I'm thinking 4 pit stops times a minute, but no, that's not what I'm looking at. So SC Team Red here, 8.5 seconds back off of last 10th GTP as they run through. Watch this battle continue, Ewan. I mean, I feel for Shopaholics. It looks like they are back out on track now, but they're a lap down, and it's going to be so hard for them to recover. So hard for them to recover.
Yeah, it is. But the team can do it. It will be that team. They were very quick indeed. Now the change happens. Is it Casion going to be going through here? No. Oh, I thought there was going to be the chance there. Rob Cottle was stuck on the outside line of one of the Porsches, and I thought that was the chance. But no, Chad Casion still in behind. These two being put a lap down by Matrix Bronze and Joe Sinclair there. That's who you can see in the green and gold, if you like, just down at the bottom. Casion getting stuck behind another GT3 through turn 5 is going to drop to a second behind, but goodness me, that was a chance for Casion, and he didn't quite take it. This battle continuing on, and personally, to be honest, I think Stallions GTP could get in the lead of the 963 AM class, but at the moment it just isn't happening for them because they're just stuck behind Late Breakers Racing, and I thought there'd be more urgency of them to try and get through, but either way, it is not. It's not happening for them right now, and they are still stuck in third place.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see that they're stuck where they're at, but it is going to take them some time to move things forward. They still do have plenty of time. We're under 3 hours, or under 3 hours to go with 2 hours and 58 minutes. So there is still some time, air quotes, on some time, but the longer that they kind of sit there, the more that gap is going to open up. And I don't know at this point why they're still there. Really, they should have pace. They should have the ability to make the move, but they're kind of there where they're at. Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle and the GT3R Pro is in the pits.
Finally now, so an hour and 2 minutes. That is very positive news for them indeed. Maybe they will be able to cut out a pit stop at some point. Here finally comes Chad Casion. Rob Cottle without a very good run out of turn 7. And the Stallions GTP flies on past. A very good overtake indeed for Chad Casion. Worked on for many laps, and now finally he makes his way through. There's the 777 trundling with still no front end on. But it's Chad Casion up to second place. Now 40 seconds up ahead is his target. He needs to try and catch Countdown Racing for the lead.
Yeah, and that is going to be, I think, where the run comes in, because now it's just I mean, it's head down, it's nail your lap times. I mean, at this point, if I'm the team, I'm telling them qualifying laps time after time after time for Stallions GTP. Of course, we know Stallions GTP is fast. They won Daytona. They didn't have the fastest lap, but they were the most consistent on pace. So I'm looking to see Stallions GTP start to move that nail forward, but they gotta watch traffic, and Road Atlanta can be dangerous on traffic. I thought late breakers were gonna look for a move there. Stallions need to open the gap as quick as possible.
Yeah, they could do without moments like that. That is for sure. Out of turn 7 they go. And again, they chase the slipstream. Lots of GT3 battles going on. We've focused on quite a lot of them so far. That looks like one of them. So they just pass through. Although maybe that's two cars on different laps. I don't see those two cars near each other on the standings at the moment. But they seem to be on different laps in any case. So that 963 AM change of position finally does get secured. So let's, with an hour gone and all the pit stops out the way now, take a run through of the standings as Matrix Bronze just come in for a drive-through penalty. I think they are now 50 seconds off of the lead. That was for an unsafe overtake. Just before I go through those standings, actually, Brad, just give us your verdict on that. The incident has been adjudicated to be Matrix Bronze's fault. They've been given a drive-through for cause of incident and an unsafe overtake with the number 9 and the number 74, Alan Hales and Thomas Briggs.
I kind of agree with it. I kind of think that is the right stewarding decision, all things considered, based on how that happened, kind of where it was at. Of course, if they're the car behind, they have the responsibility for the clean passing. So if we go back and look at another replay of it here, I agree with it. I mean, stewards have the ultimate say and control, and I don't disagree with the stewards on their decision.
Nope. That's, I think the right call. Got to be careful when you're trying to make these overtakes, that's for sure, especially out of turn number 1. So, hour and 5 gone, and it is last 10th GTP who are now leading the race by 5 seconds over SC Team Red, and Matrix Bronze after that drive-through penalty of 50 seconds behind in third. They're only at 12 seconds ahead of Kynaram Racing, who are leading in the 963 AM class. They're 40 seconds ahead of Stallion GTP, who just got through into second ahead of Late Breakers Racing. Now for GT3 Pro, where Matrix Black and Shane McNeely is still leading the way, this time by 20 seconds ahead of Jason Finch. Pretty big gap back to Christopher Pies as well, who went the longest in that fuel run and is currently looking very good on fuel in terms of making it all the way on just 3 stops rather than 4. Another 13 seconds behind him is Chris Sherburn in the lead of the GT3 AMS. Then it is Imperial Motorsports, who are only just over 2 seconds ahead. That's a gap that has come down dramatically in the last hour from where it was earlier on. Then you've got Last 10th Purple. Then you've got Backmarker Motorsports rounding out the 4 in the GT3 AMS. So this car is intriguing me, to be honest. How they managed to go an hour there where the others were struggling to do 55 minutes, I'm not entirely sure, but it's fuel saving for them and surely 3 stops for them over the course of this afternoon.
Yeah, the fuel saving, I think, is going to prove to be a big win for them, too, because if you think about the fact that they're going to be saving over a minute on pit lane time that they don't have to do, and if they average that out, they run that right through the race, I mean, that can quickly earn them a position. Look at it. Right now, between Matrix Black and Gone Broke Racing, there's a minute there between 4th and 1st in GT3R Pro. You save that time, you play it smart, that is... I mean, that can be absolutely last to first consequences. It's a good decision for them to do that. It's also a little bit easier too, because you're not driving on the ragged edge of the car of your abilities lap after lap after lap. It gives you that little bit of, breathing room to be found, because you get, you don't have to do your absolute qualifying lap time after time on the edge of tires, on the edge of fuel, on the edge of what these Porsche GT3Rs can do. You can breathe a couple of tenths, and that can make all the difference in a race for a driver. Yeah,
I think that there is something in that, actually. more relaxed nature that you can take the race with. I mean, sometimes there is a debate, you know, is it just a bit too slow? Will they be too far behind after they've saved all the fuel? I mean, they're already 30 seconds behind Matrix Black, but will they be too far behind? That's the only worry and concern I would have. This is the 4th place car. They're actually behind 5th in the AM class. Mark Foley is currently in that car, the Stallions GT3 car, just up in front, but this is Gone Broke Racing, nearly a lap down already on Matrix Black. There's some very big gaps in GT3 Pro, and there's a bit more of the lifting off, this time on board with David Fernandez.
Yeah, and as we were on board there with David Fernandez, Gone Broke Racing here continuing to run this car through a minute off of the lead, over 30 seconds off of Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle. But Fernandez still looks comfortable, I'm not going to lie. Looks very, very confident, comfortable. Looks like he's, again, just having a good time out there, which is what we expect from all of the drivers. Of course, Gone Broke Racing finishing 2nd place in Daytona, and they're going to be looking for just some sort of a consistent result. The early season here, even with only having the short season that we have, the limited races that we have, the early season is still the early season. You can have a good run here and still find plenty of points, plenty of runs towards the end. So I would say keep your eyes on them as we continue along.
Here's the battle for 8th, headed by Randy Lervold at the moment. He is just ahead of Jordan Dyer for 8th place in the pro standings, and there's the change in towards turn number 1. Jordan Dyer through on the inside, was actually 2.5 seconds quicker, and this is where things get interesting through the middle part of the race. You have driver changes for different teams and drivers. Different drivers get into the cars, the respective cars, and then all of a sudden that driver is not in the order where they should be as regards to their pace, but in regards to somebody else's pace. And so you get all these kind of overtakes like that one there. That wasn't exactly very difficult for Jordan Dyer.
Yeah, not at all. We'll continue to watch them run through and, you know, keep things moving here. Ewan, it's so much fun just to watch these cars battle, even though they're so, you know, it's so through. There are some gaps to the lead right now. There's still so many battles across track we can keep our eyes on. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a good opening hour and 10 to this race. Since we are an hour and 10 through, I'd like to remind you, of course, that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor, as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. 2 hours 49 still remain in the second round of the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series for 2025. 5 rounds across the first 5 months of 2025, bringing us this great calendar and the great action that we're seeing at the moment as well. So much lap traffic involved already. Some of the GT3s are a couple of laps down on their class leaders, never mind the overall leader, which has lapped some cars 10 times now. 7.8 seconds the gap now between Kerry Brooks and Rob Rose out front. But they weren't expecting to be in the lead at this stage, to be honest, but Shopaholics race team got involved in an incident in the last few moments, and so they are now having to do some work. In fact, they're catching, and quite close to catching, the AM leaders. Andy Jenks is about to get, for Kainan Racing, is about to get overtaken by the previous race leader, Thomas Briggs.
Yeah, and as we watch the potential for Thomas Briggs to come through and lap and overtake, since he's back out on track here and continues along, he's going to be looking to gain that lap back. I mean, he's been putting in stellar laps as well, running 108s while Andy Jenks is running a 109.5. Our race leader right now with last 10th GTP, Gary Brooks, last lap was a 110.8. So, I mean, Shopaholics has the pace. I think my big concern for them at the moment is 2 hours and 45 minutes going to be enough time for them to try to fight back for the lead? It might be, Ewan. I don't know. I have to ask you on that one. Is it going to be enough time? It might be. It might cut it to the wire here.
Yeah, we have. It's one of those races you've just got to keep watching right to the very end, because it is going to be an exciting finish, and this race has got twists and turns still left within it, that's for sure. And I'm not just talking about Road Atlanta, because then that would be very obvious. Through turn 5, Kainan Racing negotiating another bit of GT3 traffic. We're in the stage of the race now where they are sufficiently spread throughout the field that it's sort of a steady stream of cars rather than them all coming at once in one big clump like they would have done at the start of the race. You can see that in some of the gaps in GT3 Pro already. 1:07 off the lead for Gone Broke Racing, for example. The GT3s themselves are lapping each other already as well on this really, really short racetrack. Kainan Racing, still holding 35 seconds. They'll be looking over their shoulder a bit at Chad Casion, who gained last lap on them by quite a few seconds, traffic related for sure, but only 35 seconds with still 2/3 of this race to go is not a very big gap. And we know that Stallions GTP are very quick. They had to start from pit lane, which is why they are so far back.
Indeed, and they're continuing to close that time once they were able to get past late breakers, who honestly were living up to their team name of late breakers. They have really just kind of carved into the gap. But the thing, you and me know this so well, one small mistake, one small moment can spell disaster for the race. It can take 30 seconds out of your run very quickly. So for Kainan Racing, they just have to, again, stay consistent. And I argue for Andy Jinks, pulling a 10th or 2 back, which by lap times it seems like is what they're doing, and just getting that car to the end may prove better for them to keep ahead of Stallions GTP than continuing to push lap after lap and having one small mistake, end things for them as we head down toward turns 10A, 10B. Again, I don't know why we call these 10A, 10B, but we do. They go around the inside of the 74 GT3R car. Now we just continue another lap here around Atlanta, Road Atlanta, not Atlanta.
Yeah. But yeah, well, I don't know how near, to be honest. I'm just taking that information from you. Just know they're in the same state. My American geography is not brilliant, as many will know by now. There is the black and yellow Shopaholics Race Team car, by the way, coming up on 4th place overall. This is Chris Costas versus Mark Foley for 4th in the AM class. Top 5 in AM GT3, separated by 15 seconds as Gone Broke Racing suddenly losing quite a lot of time. Chris Sherburn being caught now by Dean Chapman for the lead by Imperial Motorsports. So it may be a battle for the lead as well as this battle for 4th place going on quite soon.
Yeah, and as that continues to go on here too, it's going to be interesting to really watch what happens with it. I'm really excited to see kind of where they go into, what this comes out as. It's going to be so fun for me to watch because they're going to continue things along. They're going to continue to push, and again, it's just going to continue to go back and forth, ebb and flow. It's a long race with plenty of things that can happen. And, I think even now, if you start to smell that battle behind, I wouldn't let it make you make a race-breaking decision, or I wouldn't, go too crazy with it. If that car behind you is truly faster, maybe it's better just to let him go for now and then live to fight another day.
This is number 26 over the top of the hill. Matrix Silver, Jordan Dyer, one of the faster drivers in the AM field at the moment, actually, or in the Pro field, excuse me, at the moment, and the AMs. The reason I mention the AMs, because there's around so many at the moment. 15th place overall, as you can see in the window, but only 8th in the Pros. So Lee Binkley is next on the list, 7 seconds in front. Took 7/10 out last time round. Took well over a second out of the car in front of that. Half a second out of the car in front of that. Autocross is racing, 2 seconds out of that car. Plenty of time being taken. This is Chris Sherburn, though. He'll be looking over his shoulder at Imperial Motorsports. He'll also be looking up ahead. Have a look at this. These are not class positions. These are not even on overall positions. These are lappings that are having to be done right now. 777 putting a lap on the 28, and those two aren't on the same lap either. These 3 cars are all on separate laps, and it's costing the AM leaders so much time. Sherburn now under pressure from Imperial Motorsports.
Yeah, and as we watch this pressure continue to come through, Imperial Motorsports looking very good here for the battle, for the run. We're watching all of these GT3Rs just come together and battle things through that 135. Again, feeling the pressure here, but is it worth fighting? Do you live to fight another day? Well, 135 is going to be getting through, and good run through into turn 10A, 10B, leading the train, and now it's just foot to the floor, open up the power in that GT3R Porsche and let it open up, let it eat, let it go down the main straight here around this road Atlanta, and let it get going here, because you still need to survive to fight another day.
Oh.
Behind the 963 on the inside, though.
Oh,
No.
That is not how you like to see a lead change. Chris Sherburn flashing the lights, furious with one of the GTPs there, one of the 963s for heading down the inside. I think it was Matrix Bronze who did it. And, well, it was very late. I've got to be honest, I could see it coming down the inside. Maybe Chris Sherburn couldn't, but, you know, that was pretty late. It's going to be interesting to see if Race Control decides to do anything about that. Here it is. You know, I get that he's arriving on the scene very late. And, yeah, to be fair, that is actually probably too late. The GT3s just can't change line quite as quickly as the 963s can, and that is, unfortunately, the laws of physics that he was running up against there, Chris Sherburn.
It's so... I think you said it best, Ewan. You said it best. You hate to see a lead change happen like that. That is a frustrating moment for all involved here, but we'll see if Gone Broke Racing can get the car going back forward here, keep the car moving. Again, still plenty of time left in the race. Don't let it be race ending. I saw something flying in screen there. I hope that wasn't a piece of bodywork, maybe just a little bit of a rubber off of a tire, but we'll get the cars moving and grooving again, and surely Gone Broke Racing can find that 4 seconds very quickly. They've been fast all race. It should continue to be quick. Yep,
just not quick at this stage of the race, unfortunately. Sherburn has just lost quite a lot of time in the Imperial to the Imperial Motorsports car, and now has lost the lead, unfortunately. I think it was going to happen anyway, but just a shame that it happened quite in the way that it did. This was the AM leader in a previous time, Can-Am Atlas, at the front of the race. Nowadays, they're running in 6th place with Patrick Adamczyk at the wheel. Just coming up to 58 laps gone. This is the race leader, Kerry Brooks. 3.5 seconds the margin. I think last temp GTP and SC Team Red are actually quite well matched as race leaders here. Rob Rose has been steadily catching Kerry Brooks these last few laps, but you know, he's not exactly roaring up to the back of the 000 for the moment. So it's going to be interesting to see how the battle goes. Last temp GTP finished in 2nd place last time out. SC Team Red came last in this class. Suddenly they're in the shout for a win.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good to see them too in that position. It's a very, very good position to find them in as we go through and continue around. I'm enjoying seeing the battle that has happened here. Look at that though for last 10th GTP, still under pressure here with the number 9 from Canaran Racing, just sticking behind. Watch the traffic, mind the traffic. Again, these are mixed classes, so you have to watch the no.
Leader gone, and it hits again. It's going to be back the right way again shortly, but SC Team take the lead here. 4 cars involved, a couple of GT3s scattering off the road to try and avoid Rob Neville there with a bit of a frown on his face, almost in 001. That was a moment down through the S's. Kerry Brooks may have a bit of damage, certainly positional damage. They've lost the lead, and the number 963 is in the lead of class 963 with 2 hours 38 still to go.
Goodness me, that is the 2nd time we've seen a 963 go into the back of someone and it cause a chain reaction spin. That is not what I wanted to see at all. It's so frustrating to see that happen. Man, I don't know what to say. Just,
This is Aaron Sunday's view of it. Ed Brooks down the inside of 1. So what happened there? Oh, that's awkward contact for Aaron Sunday. Not the first time that car's been involved in an incident this afternoon, unfortunately. So what happened? Brooks went round the outside of Sunday, but didn't want to go down the inside of the next 2 because that would have been a poor move to make in towards towards the S's, I should say. He broke and then got rear-ended by the laps driver that was following him and went for a spin, only to be collected by Sunday, who surely got damage. Brooks certainly has damage. I think I saw him off again at turn 1 there.
Patience is such a virtue when you're running through, especially when you're coming through the S's. You have to be patient. You have to give it time, and it's just not, it's not worth it to have something like that happen. If I was in the 963, probably the wiser decision there would have been to just completely back out of it. because this isn't even for position. This isn't even for like a class battle. That's just a case of just getting very antsy, wanting to go for the move. Just, again, sometimes it's better if you're in that faster class to live to fight another day. Just back out of it, lose the couple of seconds, and live to fight to the end, especially with this much time left to go.
It was Thomas Briggs who got rear-ended in the initial incident to lose him the lead. Unfortunately, he's rear-ended someone else to lose them the lead now. And that will, of course, as everything is, be looked at by the stewards. We'll have a word on any penalty if there is one. Last 10th GTP coming into the pit lane. They've made it past 40-minute mark anyway. They probably still had fuel on board, but they were probably damaged as well. It is worth coming in. You might as well at this stage. There's no disadvantage. Carrie Brooks coming to a disappointing end in that stint there.
That is the most frustrating end of a stint there. Man, not what you want to see at all.
Oh, yeah.
That's a front bumper missing from a Miami blue Porsche. What has happened to them?
Did we see the number one without a front end before or not? Because it's not the only Porsche we've seen without a front end today. It's Kevin Schultz. He's new in the car after the first stint, by the way. I think it was driven by Cook, wasn't it? Chris Cook, who did the first stint in number one. And they had quite a long stop. And now they dropped down. No front end on that car anymore for some reason. And the bonnet looks like it's a little bit out of shape as well, but I suppose it must have just had an impact on the front end. This is Aaron Sunday trying to get back. You know, didn't tow back to pit lane, but had to drive all the way home. Pretty unfortunate for him, really. The incident just happened in front of him and he didn't stand a chance to avoid it.
Yeah, it's also really frustrating, you know, when you're one of these GT3Rs and you just get caught up in the mix of something that, you know, you can't avoid. You can't do anything about it. Here's Andrew Hillman, the 963 up the inside. Oh, the lights were flashing on the 963. That was SC Team Red, our current race leader, that was flashing the lights, trying to go up the inside and just not enough clearance. 2 into 1 does not go.
Absolutely. We're starting to see some of those incidents now. Everyone careful on the start. Focused through the first third of this race, through the middle third. Everyone just letting loose a little bit, maybe a little bit too much as well. There's the contact. Oh, it's a big impact for number 20. Big impact on the front there for them. And that will be a pit stop in short order as well. I can't believe they would have got away without damage. Without damage, I suppose, with that crash. They will be in pit lane for sure. 37 seconds in the box for last 10th GTP, by the way. Nicky Chan now at the wheel of that one. And they have used their fast repairs, so that is the smart thing to do. There's Andy Jenks. Hasn't used his fast repair yet. Kynarm Racing still comfortable in the lead, although it has come down 4 seconds or so during this stint.
It has come down. It continues to come down, and it'll continue to come down through looking at lap times as they stand, you know, looking at Stallion's GTPX, a 113 last lap. I have a feeling that was with traffic, though, because Kynarm Racing with a 109. So we'll really see a real representation of who has what lap time here very soon. That is Andrew Hillman and Matrix Copper missing the entire hood, the front bumper, the sides all look beat up. I mean, ouch. Very, very hurt Porsches here today that we're seeing going through. And again, it's small moments here, small moments there that are making all the difference in this. And it's just as much about survival as it is anything else. That incident through turn 1, I have a feeling SC Team Red are going to have a big penalty coming their way here soon.
There's the front end of a Porsche, if you wanted to see the inside mechanics. There's number 23, Jochen Bakker, now getting behind the wheel of that one for Flying Line Racing. Now that is quite out of shape for a GT3, but could make this work if you're aiming at 4 stops anyway. And when does it matter? What does it matter when you take them? Might as well come in now if you need to. Shane McNeely still leads in GT3 Pro. 21 seconds the gap for number 14 ahead of Can-Am Titan. Jason Finch who's second, and then Christopher Pice who's third. I guess the big concern is about those who may do one less stop than number 14 here, like Pice, 27 seconds behind. Is it going to cost them 27 seconds to do the extra stop and put the extra fuel in? That is the question that will already be across the lips of the Matrix Black team and likely the Imperial Motorsports team as well.
They would have calculated it. They would know, and I've got to wonder if this is a case of they're going to be looking at a little bit more here, trying to think about what they're going to do. Ewan, did you notice that Matrix Copper didn't pit? They stayed out there, missing the front bumper and the whole hood.
Yes. I can't believe they have, really.
I have questions that I know nobody's going to have answers for, but I have questions. Starting with why?
How? That may be my second one. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they've got away with that, to be honest. It's not even like they're trying to drive themselves into a window either, a pit window. They're outside it at the GT3s. They have used their fast repair already, so that might be one of the explanations that you're looking for. If you've already used your fast repair, then thinking, well, you know, we're going to have to take the full damage if we want to repair it. So we might as well carry on just for the moment. It's clearly not costing them too much time, but it was a really big impact with the wall. So I'm not entirely sure how they've got away with it so lightly.
A little bit of luck is the only thing I can think of. Well, and I say a little bit, really, I'm thinking a lot of luck. So man, what a shocking thing to see. I was hoping that I noticed that too, because I thought I was a little bit crazy when I saw that, but you know what? If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. So I can't really say anything. We watched this battle for GT3R AM that continues with Last 10th Purple and Backmarker Motorsports being separated by half a second here. They continue to run along here and fight 11 seconds off of the lead here, and only 2 seconds ahead of them is Gone Broke Racing. You see just going over the hill, heading down towards turn 10. So plenty of time for them to battle. The big thing for me with them is if they battle, Gone Broke Racing is going to start to run away.
Exactly, yeah. It could be a bit of a problem. Backmarker Motorsports have been on the move in this stint, at least time-wise, if not quite position-wise, for the moment. There are 2 hours and a half still to go here in the second round of the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series in 2025. And we'd like to remind you that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor. It's the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Just under 2.5 hours to go. This battle for third will continue. Last 10th Purple and Rob Neville ahead of Backmarker Motorsports and Chris Costis. I think one of the more impressive things about these two actually as well is that they're both ahead of 4th place in the GT3 Pro standings. Now, as the AM drivers of the AM class cars generally get into the car and generally bring the position down, that will start to change. But the fact they're ahead of 4th place is quite remarkable. And there's a little look from number 27 down in towards the final chicane.
Yeah, as we've talked about, the difference between Pro and AM is minimal, so you do tend to see those GT3Rs mix up in their class setups and who's where and who is what with classes as they continue to run along and keep their cars going. That 001 Last 10th Purple, I mean, is looking consistent. I know Backmarker Motorsports is right in the mix and, you know, really kind of set up looking very good, you know, for the thing. But as we talk about, Ewan, time and time again, and I don't know how many times I'll say this over the remainder of my commentary career, it's one thing to catch, it's another to pass. So they've got to be very, very smart about when they decide to get past. You know, we saw Stallions GTP take over 30 minutes to get the pass done on late breakers, just trying to set something up.
It can be a long time of perseverance, a lot of trying before you actually achieve anything in one of these fights. Meanwhile, pit stops are happening in 963 land. Thomas Briggs is in. That's to be expected. Rob Rose is in. Now, will that lose the lead for SC Team Red, or will they continue in the lead? There is Thomas Briggs making his way back out again. That car is going to be right on the lead lap here and right in the game. Oh, it's only a drive-through penalty. Excuse me. Only a drive-through penalty. That's not a pit stop. And that is going to send them further down. So they'll still be a lap down. There is Rob Rose up on the jacks. In fact, it's Mark Frost now at the wheel of number 963. There's Kai Naram Racing just pulling in front of them. And there's a pretty damaged Porsche just in the background as well, missing a front end.
No longer missing a front end, though.
Yeah. It magically popped back on again. Fast repair being used. Now, seconds tick by. It should be SC Team Red in the lead here, but by how long? The gap is going to be about 10 seconds, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more. Yeah, roughly 10 seconds, a bit more than by the looks of things. So a nice lead for number 963 at the end of the second pit stop phase.
Yeah, and that second pit stop phase is going to start to prove kind of who's where with what. Andrew Hillman there, Matrix Copper, again, still no front end. That car is still beat up. I'm curious to look here at what their lap time difference is. They're running 126s against a 120, a 119 for the rest of the field. That is, ouch, not what they want to be running, but it is where they're at. So we'll have to watch them as they continue along and go through. I have a feeling for Matrix Copper, either this is just stubbornness to a strategy, or they don't want to mix anything up right now, and they're just kind of being stubborn on the pace, but they're losing so much time lap after lap. I don't know why they're still out.
Volker Krebs gets back into number 4. Back out onto the circuit again after 42.8 seconds in the box. Late Breakers Racing, unfortunately, resigned to 3rd place at the moment, and by some distance as well. They are still 3rd as they were at Daytona. The verdict is in. Number 9 has indeed got that drive-through penalty for incident with 000 last 10th GTP. That's Thomas Briggs for hitting Kerry Brooks in that battle for the lead, or they were the leaders at the time anyway. I have a feeling that's probably the right decision, and Thomas Briggs is going to be a bit frustrated with himself that he made that error.
I would be very frustrated with myself, I'm not going to lie. That would be that'd be frustrating, I'm not going to lie. It's just, errors happen, but the big thing is you want to be careful when those errors happen that it doesn't mess up your team's race, which, man, look at that. Late breakers, very late on the brakes.
Oh, Randy Lervold hit in towards turn 7 by one of the GT3s, and a bit of a traffic jam getting back going again. That's number 74 by Kevin Orr at the moment. That is the Cat 5 racing car. It wasn't a battle for position, by the way. That was just a team trying to unlap themselves from each other. They're a lap down on SC Team Blue is Kevin Orr at this stage, and he fully hits him square in the rear there. He redresses the position on the circuit, but that was a pretty big hit.
It was a big hit, and even just the fact he sat stationary, the Cat 5 Racing number 74 sitting stationary, waiting for the other car to get going, kind of helps him a little bit, I think, in the view of the stewards, but I think the stewards are still going to probably hand a penalty for that one because, again, that wasn't a battle for position. That was just 2 cars being close to each other, just a misjudge on the braking zone. We'll see what they decide on that one. This is going to be a replay of Rob Neville coming through, and that is the 001, and that is last 10th purple into the wall.
They are still 3rd in GT3 AM, but that is pretty disappointing for them, finding themselves in the barrier around there at turn 5. Again, surprised we haven't seen more incidents through there, I've got to be honest. Here's the corner afterwards, turn number 6. Jochen Bakker going for a spin in number 23. That car came in for a pretty early pit stop in the second round of stops. And that was the result of as Bakker got into the car. William Wolf going for a bit of lawn mowing on the outside of that corner as well in number 19. That is last 10th Green, who are currently running 6th place in GT3 AM. Again, mistakes starting to creep in, and this track certainly punishes mistakes. There was another potential mistake. It's last 10th GTP getting past the last 10th GT3. There was the spin from the very start. It's always difficult following when you're in a GT car, following a prototype through there, because you feel like you've also got their level of grip, and of course you find out very quickly that you don't.
Yeah, it's one of those that you have to, I find with the GT3s, you kind of just have to forget 963s exist on track. You have to really be head down and run your own race. Remember, you're not driving a car with that much downforce, that much power, that light that can handle sending things, 20 seconds a lap faster around compared to where you're at. Well, 10 to 15 seconds a lap faster, ideally. And I mean, right now, if you're the number one, here, this is the Autocross Racing Miami Blue entry. You kind of also don't have a front bumper right now, so you got to be careful.
That car hasn't been in since it had that damage, has it?
It has not.
No, it hasn't. No. So I'd imagine that they will get that repaired this time round. They do have a fast repair. Side by side, meanwhile, an overall position, indeed in the AMS. It is third place we're fighting for here. Rob Neville trying to recover from that spin out of turn 5 and immediately thrown into a battle here with Patrick Adamczyk in number 912. Callum Atlas trying to come through. This is the perfect time to strike if you're Adamczyk. If you can, try and get through ASAP as Rob Neville's getting back up to speed after contact with the wall.
Yeah, Patrick Adamczyk there being very polite, I would say, on the battle and just really letting Last 10th Purple get that car through. And now Can-Am Titan up ahead in the number 911. They're going to be really looking over their shoulder. Again, not a battle for position, but just the battle for class there is the number... that is the number 22, I believe. They're the Stallions GT3 that they're looking to get past as well. We hop on board with Rob Neville and look at him. He's very cool, calm, collected. And that is actually the number 28. That is Moxnell Motorsports. Johan Nye currently the driver there. And that is last place in the field. But you can see there, Rob Neville not happy about where the number 28 was at on the apex there. Said something that I couldn't quite make out and is going to look to try to probably make a pass through turn 11, 12, probably also down into turn 1.
Yeah, just chatting away to one of his teammates at the moment, I would imagine. These GT3s rather tripping over one another right now in the lower part of the order. Number 28, unfortunately, has been down at the back for quite some time now, Moxnell Motorsports, since the very beginning of this race with Johan Knight. Now there's a chance maybe to go through for Neville. No, he stays behind again because there's a GTP coming flying through. I think that was Matrix Bronze who come flying down the inside. Meanwhile, the three leaders at the very front are now covered by just 4 seconds. There must be traffic involved there as SC Team Red are caught. Now last 10th GTP are caught in traffic as well. And suddenly, Thomas Briggs has got a chance to go for second, although he hasn't stopped yet. He hasn't made his second stop.
Yeah, we still need to see that second stop out of Thomas Briggs, which is really shocking. He hasn't made it yet. We're really at a point that I figured he would have by now.
When I say second stop, I mean second scheduled stop. He came in after his incident, of course, but what I mean is that was a short stop. This position he's in right now is slightly false compared to what it will be later on. And indeed, here is that battle. So, yeah, still need to see him come in again. Not sure when he's going to do that, but he will be coming in again, probably more than 20 minutes, to be fair. So he's going all right at the moment. This is suddenly turning back around the right way for Chopaholics Racing. And maybe there is a chance for them to go on and win from here. Still a very long way to go. 2 hours 19 just ticked under now.
They have pace. We know they're fast. I mean, they had pulled out such a lead up before their incident early on. So for Shopaholics, I mean, at this case, it's really about keeping your nose clean as they're going to send it around through. They're looking for the pass on Last 10th GTP, as Last 10th GTP is right there with SC Team Red. This is... Oh, you got to be careful there and backing out of it. The smart decision for all involved.
It certainly was. Now then, Volker Krebs is coming through on one of the GT3s, and there's a queue of them coming now down the inside. They're all going to try and sneak through, and they do, just in towards the S's. So there's GTP lap traffic here in the 963 AM class. Late Breakers Racing just ahead of these guys, going to be put 2 laps down here at this stage in the race. Then it is the 3 battling for the first 3 positions overall. Thomas Briggs going down the inside of all of them. Oh, goodness me, that was a misjudgment. That was a misjudgment from the other 2. Mark Frost and Nicky Tank getting that all wrong. Chan now gets through on Frost as well, but Briggs chose the right line on the way towards turn 6. He took all of them. 3 positions in one corner as Frost took the wrong line. Chan followed him, and Briggs takes the lead.
Thomas Briggs with probably the pass of the race, and I'm going to make a bold prediction that that will be called the pass of the season by the end of the season. That was amazing to see. Wow.
That was a very good overtake. I mean, you've got to give credit to Briggs, while at the same time saying, what were Frost and Chan doing? Why were they staying behind the lap car like that? I mean, it wasn't that obvious that it was getting out the way, I suppose, but, you know, surely they could have worked a better way around that. And again, through traffic here, they lose a bit more time. Briggs over a second now in front already.
And Briggs is just going to stretch the legs here. This is going to be taking off and running away. Look at this replay. I mean, just that is called bravery. That is just, that's knowledge of the car. That's comfort in the car. That's knowing your pace. That is everything that you could ask for there. That is a, well, if it hadn't worked, we'd be saying something completely different, but it worked. So all you can say is positive things, because that was a beautiful pass there into turn 6. Not normally somewhere you really see drivers get brave. But man, Thomas Briggs, Shopaholics race team, I can only imagine the cheers that they had as soon as that was done.
I can imagine. They were very pleased indeed. The gap less than half a second. SC Team Red not able to stay with them at all, and now they're in. I thought they'd be out there longer actually, but now they are in. So 2 hours 16 still to go. That is going to be 2 more stops after this one. If they can do 45-minute stints, 46-minute stints, we'll call it, to be on the safe side, then they will be able to make it all the way on just 2 more stops. Will Thomas Briggs get out now near the halfway stage? Oh, goodness!
Ooh.
Big crash. Big crash for last 10th GTP, and they are going to be out the running for the win in this race. The 000 has already used its fast repair. It will have to take these repairs in its entirety. And as we cut to them there, they were in the air, involved in a big incident over the top of the hill.
That is, I mean, I don't even know what to say to that other than such a good battle we just watched. And that is race over. If that is them taking those in their entirety, that is race over. And that was with late breakers in the 963 AM. So late breakers now having one as well. This is the replay here. 000. Oh! They were clipped by the Can-Am Titan.
And they were on the racing line. The race leaders avoided, and bang! Late racers straight into them as Chan was trying to get that car off the road. Late breakers went straight into them, and they've got damage now as well. That wasn't the GT3's fault there, in my opinion. I think Chan just ever so slightly misjudged that at turn 2.
Yeah, we'd have to look at a different angle. There might have been contact. I don't want to speak that into existence, but it was hard to tell there. Yeah, you got to feel for late breakers, though. I mean, they were just coming up, taking the line they've taken lap after lap, but last 10th was stopped in such a bad position there at the top of the hill. That's a blind hill coming up too. You really can't predict that. And I mean, you have no reaction time. His only other option would have been to send it into the grass and hope that the grip would have kept the car together to get back on the asphalt. I mean, you got to feel for late breakers. That's a heartbreak and a half.
Here's the slow-mo as Volker Krebs locks up. See, I think he was trying to go to the right of the car. It's right in the middle of the road. He was trying to go to the right of the car. Just hits last 10th GTP up onto 2 wheels. They're having quite a long repair at the moment as well, by the way. Volker Krebs, although they haven't used their fast repair, they should get back out there a long time before the 000 does.
Yeah, and for late breakers, you know, you might be looking at that and saying, well, why were they out of line? Well, they were there with SC Team Red, and if SC Team Red was going slower and they had the pass set, there's no reason for them to not look for that dive. But seeing that right front tire lock up coming over the hill, and that's what you see, just a car stopped in front of you. For late breakers, that is nothing but heartbreak. Late braking can only do so much. And for late breakers racing, I have a feeling that this is going to be a case of another 3rd place in the 963 AM class. They were 3rd place at Daytona. They're going to be 3rd place here more than likely. You just kind of have to pack it up and start looking at Suzuka next month.
I certainly do. We'll see if they get back out onto the circuit again. I hope they do. But in terms of their competitive race, that is them done. Rob Neville still in front of Patrick Adamczyk. They're now outside of the top 5 as far as the GT3 pros are concerned, by the way. They've now been overtaken by some of those pros since their incidents and so on. I mean, Callum Atlas seem a bit misshapen on the front end as well, but this is getting right down towards the end of the stint in GT3. The next 12 minutes will be very interesting. Who is making it how far, and how concerned are they about the drivers and teams trying to do this on only 3 stops rather than 4?
I would be concerned about the 3-stop teams. I still think that they're going to be able to save enough time and go fast enough through to really have an impact at the end of this race. We've just got to kind of keep our heads down, keep them on mind, keep them on radar, and just kind of watch them here. It's going to add something to this race that I don't think anyone really calculated for. When you go into these endurance races, you know, a lot of times the teams run very similar, very consistent schedules. And last 10th purple, just a little error there at the top of the hill, but nothing too unfortunate.
Bit wide. They get back on the circuit again, and Adamczyk is going to close in on the way down through the S's. Over turn 5 they go, over the bumps. And third place is going to remain in the hands of Rob Neville for the moment. Adamczyk will be kicking himself a little bit that he wasn't closer to try and take advantage at that stage. Not able to, unfortunately, that time round, and so they hold on to 4. Shopaholics Racing Team, we didn't really speak about their pit stop at the time because of everything that went on, but David Glenn is now at the wheel of that one, not Thomas Briggs. And they're 1:01 off the lead of Mark Frost. And it's still a little bit unclear as to how many pit stops they're still going to have to do. I think it should be another couple, but we will wait and see. You know, we can't count out number 9 at all. In fact, we can't count anybody out. The race so far we've seen has taught us that absolutely nothing is impossible. And with any incident can happen around this circuit. It feels like an incident is a lot closer to every car actually around this circuit than it was at Daytona, where things were a little bit easier.
Yeah, indeed. Daytona, you know, for me, Daytona is one of those tracks that you just, it's practiced a lot more. It's a lot more forgiving in ways, and there's a lot more of the sort of shut your brain off section for the Speedway. Again, as we've touched on, Road Atlanta here just has no forgiveness at all. There's nothing you can really do to sort of get the time to shut your brain off, get the time to sort of relax and focus. Look at the damage there for late breakers. Have they had another incident?
There we go. No, they haven't. I don't think so. They've just come into pit lane now finally and got that fast repair done. Kevin Schultz out, and into the car comes Kellen Heimbuscher in number 1. Now then, that is the late breakers car again missing its front end, and they've used their fast repair now, so that's going to be a long repair for them. That's a new bit of damage for number 4.
That is so, man, I have to feel for the teams. That's the thing. Like, I have to feel for the teams, because you practice, you get ready for this, and then sometimes it's incidents that are out of your control, and sometimes it's just, you know, I've been in a car and ran an endurance race, and the car will just magically start acting different than anything you've done before, and you kind of have that moment of just, what am I doing? Here's the late breakers racing moment, and
oh, that was rash.
Oh, late braking only gets you so far.
Yeah, that was far too late on the brakes, I'm afraid. It's a classic multi-class incident through turn 4. Well, it's not called turn 4, is it? It's just the S's, but you get what I mean. It's a classic incident to happen through there. I mean, you know, if you're already 2 laps down, you've already used your fast repair, and you're already last in the 963 AM class, I don't really see why they made that move. That seemed like a pretty ill-judged move to me there.
I agree with that. I do agree with that completely, because it was, yeah, that was a move that I wasn't really expecting. I don't know. That is such a weird one, and the bad thing is it's not the first time we've seen that with late breakers, so I don't know. I kind of don't know how to feel about it, honestly.
It's not the first time we've seen it for them, as you say, and So it's difficult to justify trying that move through there, to be honest. Meanwhile, SC Team Red still lead the way. 2 hours 7 to go. So let's do a run through of 963 for the moment, because GT3s are all over the place making pit stops. Mark Frost is leading for SC Team Red, the team on screen. Kenny Holland is second for Matrix Bronze at the moment. Then it is the Shopaholics race team in third place, followed by the AM leaders, 963 AM leaders, Kainauer Racing, 38 seconds ahead of Stallions GTP. Jeremy Hall has not been able to make the gains that Chad Casion was making earlier on. Late Breakers Racing and Last 10th GTP are still on pit lane, but they are both still in the session, so hopefully we will see them re-emerge. But I would imagine, based on the incidents we saw, it's going to be some significant repair time for all of the damaged 963s.
Yeah, the 963s that have picked up damage now are just, I mean, it's going to be a problem for them, absolutely. So we'll see. We'll see what they can do here going through. We're hitting the halfway point of the race, and you know, we saw so much clean racing, so many runs, and now it's just a case of seeing what happens here. Here is Matrix Silver into the pits. I think this is their scheduled pit stop, actually. I don't think this is damage or anything. I don't see anything. So this is a scheduled pit stop.
It is indeed. Nicky Chan is back out on the circuit and immediately back in again. Oh dear. The last 10th GTP car did get back out, and it's damaged again. I think I can see it on the left-hand side there. Oh, my word. I'm absolutely confident that car went back out again. I'm absolutely confident, absolutely sure of it. 000 has gone out of the pit lane onto cold tyres and immediately has wrecked themselves again, I think, here. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly confident that car left pit lane before getting involved in another incident. I think this is on replay what happened. You can see the cold tyres slipping and sliding, bang, into the wall. Another load of damage for that team.
And that is race over. That is truly race over for them, because there is nothing you can do out of that one. That is just gone, done, and dusted. Good luck. Adios. See you next round. Go out there and get some points on the board for finishing, but you're going to be so many laps down, it's not going to make much of a difference at all. So we'll see what they do here. Race Control has made a decision on the 000 and the 000 911 and number 4 situation. That was that moment, was last 10th, late breakers in Can-Am Titan that we saw going in through turn 1, heading up towards the hill. 000 and 911 had a no penalty incident where 000 bounced back on track despite having the brakes locked. Number 4 came up on the stop car on track and crashed in the local caution zone, which is no fault to either driver. No penalties will apply.
Yeah. So
I think that's the right call.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was just one of those racing things, to be honest, that happens, especially here. I don't think I'd put any blame on anybody either. And that's what Race Control have decided. This is the Shopaholics race team. I think they're well in this race. David Glenn is at the wheel at the moment. I don't think he's quite as quick as Thomas Briggs, but he's certainly holding the margin to the leaders, if not closing it again. If Briggs gets back in again later, then certainly this race, I think, is going to go the way of number 9. But don't forget that there are still so many more pit stops yet to go. The 2 ahead have got 2 more pit stops to make. However, one of them will be a bit shorter. David Glenn's final stop, he's also got 2 stops, and that will be even shorter than theirs, just a little bit. So he's going to gain a little bit of pit stop time, but not that much. There is David Glenn's scenery. Always a pleasure to have a look because of the design. Have a look at that. There you go. We marvel at it every time. He turns his webcam on for us every race. There you go. We can have a look at the interior every time he races. There you go. What a room that is. In case you've never seen it before, that's David Glenn, 3rd place currently in this race.
Andy's racing in VR. I absolutely love it when I see drivers in VR. That is such a great decision, honestly, to see them in VR, see them enjoying things. It gives a different perspective into the race, and I think you can run faster than it if you can make your hardware work with VR, I would personally recommend it.
I mean, even for these longer races, it used to be thought that, you know, for over a certain period of time, yeah, it is great, especially for the experience. But actually, for longer endurance driving, people used to shy away from it and say, no, it's too difficult, you'll get sick. But seemingly, that's not really a thing anymore. It's been shown that you can actually do endurance racing in those VR headsets.
Well, I think it's one of those that you get used to it. That's, you know, it's just like, oh, there's a bump and a run. Oh.
That was the fight for fourth place in the AM class, along with Jochen Bakker in the grey and black further behind. It was side-to-side contact. 777 Matrix Gold just went around. They've not stopped yet. They're a bit out of sequence. And so I suppose those two cars on different strategies didn't really need to get involved with one another. But in the end, they did, because they've got different speed, I suppose. 777 a little bit slower. Richard Woodruff was in a bit of a rush to get through, as he was on lower fuel, excuse me, and he tried to get down the inside. Side-to-side contact, went for a half spin.
Yeah, the half spin, that's the most painful spin for me as a driver too, because it's such a slow spin around. It's nothing, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just that very, very slow around that you just sort of, you have to ride it with, and there's nothing you can do.
It takes quite a long time to get back going again from them as well. Sometimes even have to reverse out of it. 2 hours 1 still to go. There is still drivers and teams in GT3 yet to have come in. Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle, who are leading overall, they've not been in. Neither have Gone Broke Racing. Neither have Matrix Gold in 777. We've just seen that car go around though. Stallions GT3 a bit further down the field. Haven't been in for a while. Excuse me. Matrix Copper, although they've just come in right now. Not the Stallions car. Matrix Copper, but they are in pit lane as we speak. So this car is doing very well. Christopher Pye's doing the fuel saving required, getting himself to another hour by the looks of it.
Yeah, and that another hour here for Christopher Pye's will be very comfortable for him, I'll say, there in the Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle GT3R Pro. Because here's the thing, he's got that 41-second lead, and he's going to be in such a rhythm now that he can just bet off and keep going. And just change nothing that you've done for 2 hours now, and you're doing pretty okay here.
He's going round again, so he's got this this lap safety buffer. I know that everybody says, well, you only need to make it to 2 hours to go when you come out the pits, but actually it's not true, because at the end of the race, you want to still be out on the circuit. So if there were 19 seconds left, and this was not 2 hours 19 seconds, but just the 19 seconds left, he would have had enough fuel for that as well. And as you can see, his gap is quite large. Now, this is the corrected order. Effectively, everybody has 2 stops to go from here. We have another look at the repairing last 10th GTP car. Everybody's got 2 stops to go from here, effectively. However, you've got to remember the likes of Matrix Black, who is now the car now being driven by Matt Siddle, and Can-Am Titan now being driven by Ivan Gomez again, the driver who qualified the car. You've got to remember those guys will have just a splash at the very end of the race of maybe 15-20 minutes, something like that, quarter of a tank. It's a lot shorter of a stop, and that means you've got to account for that. They're not effectively 41 seconds in the lead down there in GT3 Pro. It's a lot less than that, but depending on your calculations, they may be in some sort of a lead, and I think they are.
Yeah, and I think that some sort of a lead is going to be, it's going to be the asterisk from EU, and it's going to be they're in some sort of a lead, but just how much? Is it a 1/10 of a second lead, or is it a 10-second lead? What's really going to be the thing? And unfortunately, you know, we kind of hit that endurance race moment. What has Jim Walsh done here in the number 20? This is him exiting pit road. This is him exiting pit lane.
Isn't he? Yeah, I can still see his front wheels too much. I think, yeah, there you go. Still hasn't got that car repaired. Matrix Copper still down in last at the moment, Jim Walsh. We'll let those pit stops cycle through, and then we will chat a bit about the order. But we've got Ed Trippett waiting to come and have a chat with us, so we'll bring him in. Welcome in, Ed. Good to have you with us. And thanks for coming to chat with us mid-race with just under 2 hours to go. It's a perfect time to catch up. How do you think the first half of the race has gone?
Thanks for having us, first of all, folks, and great job up here that you guys are doing, Brad and Ewan. Excited about where we're at, even though we're fighting for a little pride out here. Our team had very little time to really prepare for the race. You know, Thursday night was our big race. So as team captain, we and discussing it with the team, we decided to kind of go with a high downforce and just put as much glue on the car as possible and run clean. But we're happy. I'm a little disappointed in myself. Obviously, my first spin there at the beginning of the race, my head was on a swivel a little bit with the GTP coming up on me so early in the race. But however, my mistake, our mistake. But we had, as you can tell, we had Johan out there running with the broken car. It ran well enough, but we decided now to give Dave a fresh car, and it looks like he's able to take advantage of that. So we're happy. We're going to keep pushing as hard as we can and hopefully gain a few positions by having the race come to us.
Yeah, running in the top 10 at the moment in the class. What can you aim for from here? Because there are some quite big gaps ahead of you, as I'm sure you'll notice, and you don't have the fast repair to fall back on anymore either. You know that if there is another crash, then it's going to be full repair time for you guys. Where can you aim for in the last 2 hours?
Right, excellent point. For us, we really feel comfortable with the car. We've kind of almost had too much downforce on it, as you can tell from our pace. So, and I'm very comfortable what the drivers have been doing in the last 2 days. They've really been handling the car well. So it is the chance we're going to take. Our last driver, Antonio, he has been really strong consistently for the last couple of challenge races. So we're very excited to have him finish this thing up for us. And to your point, we're taking a little bit of a gamble here, but we're going to go with that gamble and see where it takes us.
And just finally, tell us about how the traffic was. You've already briefly touched on it. There's only 7 963s, but I bet it feels like more than that.
The traffic hasn't been really that bad. It's been making sure that we're, not causing any grievance out there for anyone. We had a couple of times there, I think, when Johan was driving a big car out to him. He really handled some tough spots really well. With cars left and right going passing him. And so the traffic has been what we expected. Again, having the high downforce, we want to be able to handle difficult situations. So if we're, sliding a little bit off the track, we can, to some extent, kind of dial it back in. So we're happy. Everybody's doing a great job out there. Couldn't be, more excited and proud to be part of this group. And we're just going to keep going as best we can. Again, thanks, guys, for everything you're doing, and a big call out to our sponsors who are taking care of us to allow this to happen as well. So we're going to keep pushing.
All right, thanks for coming to have a chat with us, Ed. You're always welcome in the booth, and good luck out there in the rest of the race.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks very much, Ed Trivett there in the after the first 2 hours of the race in number 28 for Max Snow Motorsports. That was number 20. You would have seen that in live pictures while we were chatting to Ed. Jim Walsh ending up in the wall there. Pretty unfortunate by the first look from myself. I didn't get a proper look at it, but Walsh unfortunately ending up in the outside wall, then on the inside there towards turn 5.
Yeah, Matrix Copper. I hate to say it, but this is going to be a race to forget for them, because it's just one after another, after another, after another. Not at all what they're going to want this race to be. This is going to be, I think, regroup and get ready for Suzuka for them.
Certainly will be. This is the battle for second. Matt Quinn has gotten into the Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle car from Chris Page. Even Gomez has gotten into the Can-Am Titan car for the first time since he qualified that one. Down the inside he goes. He'll get second. I don't think Imperial Motorsports will be too disappointed. They might be able to sit behind number 911 and continue to fuel save, although Page managed to get them to 1 hour 56 to go and get them a very, very long way through on fuel indeed. That is a change though. Can-Am Titan back in front. Imperial Motorsports just under 18 seconds off the lead. I think they're in pretty good shape still.
Yeah, if I'm Imperial Motorsports, I'm going to be honest, I would stick behind Can-Am Titan, save the fuel, as you said, and just follow them forward. Can-Am Titan has pace here. Matrix Black is only just under 18 seconds up the road. Ewan, there is still plenty of time for them, still plenty of opportunity to see this. We're 2 hours to go. 18 seconds is not enough of a gap to feel comfortable.
Certainly isn't, although it is only 3 for the lead in GT3 Pro. Gaps further behind are a lot bigger. Imperial Motorsports are leading the way in the AMS, by the way. Let's go through the 2 GT3 categories now they've made their stops. Out front overall, it's Matt Siddle for Matrix Black ahead of this battle for second we were just watching. And then in the 4th place, 1 lap down, is Gombrooke Racing in 4th in the number 09. So that's where we stand so far in Pro. In the AMs, Imperial Motorsports at 453 are in first place, ahead of the Gombrooke Racing car. That's driven by Peter Kummer now, with Chris Costis in 3rd for Backmarker Motorsports. Then Stallions GT3, Steve Comac just ahead of Richard Woodruff. We saw those two teams battling earlier on, actually. They're back together again now, although Matrix Gold, I do believe, are quite a long way for a pit stop. We're still waiting for them to come in. Meanwhile, this is a bit further down. In 10th place, as we were just talking to Ed Tribbett, Dave Douglas is out there on the circuit in 10th place. Recently won his first ever Porsche Club of America race in the Challenge class back at the Algarve. That was 2 weeks ago. Wasn't quite able to go as well on Thursday, but still a good season. And, well, there you go. Not impressed with himself through turn 7 there.
Yeah, turn 7 is tricky, honestly. I don't know what it is about turn 7 being that second right-hander, but it is, I find it really tricky. And drivers tend to not like it. And if you get a bad run out of turn 7, it really ruins your run all the way down towards turn 10 here, as we continue to watch this battle for second place in the GT3R Pro category that is just not letting up. Half a second is the gap now. They were down to less than a tenth, but they are still not done with each other as they continue to battle on, and we'll see this kind of ebb and flow over the next little bit, I feel.
We will. I think it is going to go, at least in this part of the race, to Can-Am Titan. They're going to have the momentum, I would say. Other things that happened during that interview, by the way, was the re-emergence of the Late Breakers Racing 963. Number 4 is back out on the circuit, 10 laps down overall, and 8 laps down on the next car, 9 down on the overall leader, or the class leader, I should say, in 963 AM. It's been a difficult race for Late Breakers Racing, but at least they are back out on the circuit. Same can't be said for last 10th GTP, unfortunately, who are still getting repairs. They are still in the session, though. However, they've dropped now down to even behind all of the GT3s after spending over a quarter of an hour in this latest repair.
And man, that long of a repair is so painful, Ewan. It hurts, honestly, as a driver, when your car is just kind of sitting there, broken apart, and you're just waiting on that timer to end so you can get back out on track, and there's nothing you can do about it. You're just watching cars go by, and once you get back out on track, I mean, at that point, it's all about a recovery game. It's just keeping the car going forward. It's doing what you can, just making sure that you can get to the end there. If you hold it together, just get it to the end. You're out of contention for a position there. You just got to be careful.
Hour 50 still to go. 14 seconds overall, the margin for SC Team Red. Mark Frost ahead of Lenny Holland. Into the fray comes Shopaholics Race Team as well. 48 seconds behind for them. We can't be far away from pit stops, though, for the leading two. They're well past the 40 minutes per stint mark. They're only coming in to make stop number 3 now. But this is a lead that is coming down. We will keep an eye on the pit lane. One lead that isn't coming down, though, is in 963 AM. Stallions GTP started from pit lane, then gained a load of time, got to within half a minute of Kainaram Racing, who have been leading for a long time now in number 11. But now, all of a sudden, they're losing some of that time all over again.
Yeah, we're continuing to see that back and forth with that gap. I don't think it's going to stay consistent. I think there's a little bit of, conservation coming into effect. And again, it's not enough of a gap to be comfortable, but it is a gap that you have to consider, that you have to watch, as we have now a split screen action. Battle for second for GT3R Pro on the top, battle for 7th in GT3R Pro down on the bottom. That's a battle that's been brewing for a while. Not in the 963s. Listen, for the 963s, let's not go for a pass on the top of the hill again, please. We've seen two big scary moments at the top of the hill. Let's not see another.
Yeah, we'll hope not, because the 963s have certainly gotten into their fair share of trouble so far this afternoon. Here with just under 2 hours to go. So we'd like to remind you that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries, across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. And with just less than 2 hours to go, Brad, unfortunately that means our time in the booth is going to come to an end in a moment. Just give us your thoughts on this first half of the race here at Road Atlanta before we get set for the final hour 47 still remaining.
Road Atlanta is punishing, and you've got to be heads up racing the entire time. You've got to stay focused. One little lapse in judgment and focus, one miscalculation of where you're going to brake can spell disaster for not only your race, but for others. And with an hour 47, that's going to get more and more challenging. And, you know, I got to say, guys, I think the last hour is going to be really the hardest part for you all to keep up with. I think the last hour, especially once you get to about past the final pit stops, that's going to be really where I think drivers start to hang these Porsches out, give it all the beans, and just kind of see where they can put it.
Well, thanks very much, Brad, for being alongside me in the first couple of hours of this broadcast. I've heard in that other motor race that is apparently going on this afternoon, it might be raining, and they're scared of rain, so you might as well stay watching here for the final hour 45. It's going to be a lot of fun. That was Brad Dalton alongside me, Ewan O'Leary, for the first 2 hours and a quarter of the race. To take you to the flag is Dareth Thacker alongside me still. Welcome along, Dareth. It's been interesting so far. It's been action-packed so far, and this is one of those action-packed battles. There is a move down the inside in towards the final chicane for Autocross's racing after a relatively long stop and a faster pair used last time round. Kellen Heimbuscher moving on up, moving to 7th place ahead of Breaking Bad Racing, breaking without the E. By the way, a good team name, number 62. They drop down to 8th place. You're immediately greeted with an overtake. There you are.
Yeah, that's what I do when I jump in the booth, seemingly. I think a few weeks ago there was a caution that was thrown out when I jumped in alongside you. Sometimes there's, it's either a crash or something. Something's always happening. But yeah, good evening, Ewan. Good evening, everybody else as well. Looking forward to the final, 105 minutes of this race. I think Brad was right in what he said just a minute ago about the last hour being really difficult for a lot of the teams and where we're going to see a lot of the action. So looking forward to seeing how this action is going to wind itself to a conclusion, but some leading battles that can absolutely develop in the final couple of hours.
Here is one of them for second. I don't think we're going to see a lot before the final stops, actually, between these two. However, it is still one to keep an eye on. Just don't know what's going to happen. The gap, I think, that's interesting, actually, that is growing here between these two and Matrix Black leading the race. So just to give you the headline, if you like, from these three in GT3 Pro, Matrix Black, Can-Am Titan and Imperial Motorsports are the three main names, if you like, in GT3 Pro. Not actually the same names to what we saw in the opening round of the season, as Mario Gonzalez is still having trouble with his connection. Matrix Black and Can-Am Titan are going for a classic 4-stop strategy. That doesn't require any fuel saving, but it does require an extra trip down pit lane compared to what Imperial Motorsports are doing. Chris Pires did a wonderful job fuel saving. He's managed to get lots of extra laps out of that car where others haven't been able to. In fact, I think only 3 teams in the whole GT3 field of over 20 cars are going for a 3-stop strategy. As I say, it requires you to go a bit slower fuel saving, but it doesn't require that extra pit stop that the other two will be having. Very interesting to see what's going to happen, because one of those battles that isn't really going to work itself out until the final 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, and fuel saving around here, I feel like it's better than some other circuits that we often go to, particularly on American calendars, because being able to save a little bit of fuel through that opening sector, through the S's section, even down at turn 1, even down at the final corner, it's a little bit easier to do generally. So absolutely very much enjoying the strategies differences that we're seeing at the front of the class, and hoping that they might keep themselves nice and close together by the end to really see how the crossover works towards the checkered flag. And I think at the moment it looks like that they will be pretty close by the end.
Yeah, I think so. Now, pit stops in 963. We'll go through the standings and everything there in a few moments' time, because we're in the middle of a cycle now. Number 212 into the pit lane. Joe Sinclair remains at the wheel. This is a non-delayed car. You'll notice just in front, by the way, the battered last 10th GTP 000 is no longer there. Credit to them for carrying on, persevering with this race, because they have been through many, many incidents. Thankfully, though, they're still out on the circuit, and they're running around for the points now. Finished second place in the opening race of the season, and they've shown that anything can happen in this race. You know, they were leading, and they've had a couple of incidents now, which has put them 20 laps down. But they've shown once you've used your fast repair times can be very long indeed. That one was over 20 minutes, for example, and so you've got to stay in this race. They may well pick up positions later on if there are mistakes from the others.
Yeah, there's always a risk of mistakes here at Road Atlanta. It's a tricky little circuit, of course. We've seen time and time again today how difficult it is through the S's, particularly with traffic. We've seen a couple of spins, even in the last half an hour, of drivers getting a little bit wrong through there. So it is a very tricky circuit to nail lap after lap, with maybe concentration ebbing away a bit towards the end of the stint, towards the end of the race. It can be really difficult to keep it on the road, to keep it in a working window, and with so many variables on the car, you're thinking tyre temperature particularly, and a circuit which demands a lot of high load on the tyres, as we see Joe Sinclair going around in the 212, almost proving my point, that mistakes can creep in, and you've got to be there to benefit from them. And the 212 Matrix one's in the pit lane now. Sinclair not with the ideal line.
Yeah, that's exactly the point in of last 10th GTP carrying on. Incidents can happen for the others, and they have done for Joe Sinclair. He hasn't used his fast repair yet, so the tow time is all he's going to lose. He'll lose a couple of laps towing back to pit lane, then getting the fast repair, and then getting back onto the circuit again. So SC Team Red all of a sudden are going to be in a much more comfortable position to what they were a few moments ago. But there's the classic mistake. Cold tyres in these 963s are absolutely lethal, and turn 5 is pretty difficult anyway.
Yeah, again, and time and time again, we see it going a little bit wide, lose the rear end, maybe just go a little bit too aggressive on the curb on the entry, and that pushes you out wide, and yeah, it's never an easy corner to nail, and the 212 will be sat down pit road for a little while, but with the 000 20 laps down, I don't think they're going to be too worried about losing their podium right now, and the Matrix Bronze looks like it's heading for the bronze in this race.
It looks like it will be third place. That is where they finished at Daytona. SC Team Red finished fourth, by the way. If they can turn this round from last to first in a matter of 2 rounds, then they'll be thoroughly enjoying it. Should still be Shopaholics race team leading the championship if things stay as they are, but even the battle for the race win is not decided just yet. 38, 39 seconds. Still the gap. 2 stops remaining for both of these teams, I think, unless this team are going to... it should be 2 stops remaining. It's just going to be a shorter second stop for Shopaholics Racing. That's a very battered GT3. That's number 912 that has been into the wall again. Not the first time, unfortunately, for them. Can-Am Atlas, that's Patrick Adamczyk, has just dropped down to 6th place. I wonder where he's found the wall.
Yeah, walls are never far away, though, here, are they? So it could have been one of a number of places. We see the SC Team Red work their way through, and a little bit more traffic down into that turn 10 chicane. Through the final corner, they'll duck and dive, and across the start-finish line, they'll go. Still time ticking away, but that gap, 38.6 seconds, is okay for them. In the other battles that we are seeing, it's not quite as comfortable, of course, in that 963 AM class. That 7-second lead isn't the biggest for the Stallions team, and even in the GT3R AM category, with that leading 4 within a minute, it's never far away from a little bit more battling ongoing in that class. So even with us being well over halfway into this race, it is great that we still have these closer battles. Even if drivers are making mistakes, they're still, they're all thereabouts.
They are, with an hour and 39 still to go. 99 minutes in the race remains. Round number 2 of the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series in 2025. This is what happened to Adamczyk. Now the turn 5 mistakes are starting to creep in, are they? No, not this time round. It is one of the 963s coming through, and then a GT... Oh, it was a shoulder barge there by one of the 963s. I think that's the late breakers racing car, and straight on into the tyre wall. One of those awkward tyre walls that just sort of starts alongside of the concrete. Doesn't run all the way along that corner. And I'm afraid Adamczyk's hit it straight on. He's in the pit lane, as are the race leaders now. SC Team Red in for the penultimate, what could be anyway, the penultimate time today.
Let's see how this works out for them. They may lose the lead to the Shopaholics race team if they don't also pit on the same lap, which would be surprising given the part of the race we are now in. But the 963 getting to its pit box, stopping on the marks. That's also always, a slightly difficult part of a race, especially a sprint race, to absolutely nail the pit box. James Huth getting in the car, likely going to the end of the race from here, and he'll be hoping to take the testing checkered flag first. He probably will looking forward down the hill station.
1:37. We'll get that sorted in a few moments' time. But out with mindset. It's not apparent. So we have a bit of distance. It's like off corner. That is still can't invest much. Losing time to. Oh, how much time do they need over Imperial Motorsports to make their extra stop and make this work? I think 30 seconds might be all right for them. Oh, I'm not really sure though. Very difficult to tell. Six Bronze still in the pit lane repairing their 963. At the Stallions GTP also into the pit lane from second in 963 AM. That's a gap that's no longer really coming down the way it was earlier on. Jeremy Hall staying behind the wheel of 212. And indeed, just serving a drive-through penalty. Excuse me, it's not a pit stop, it's their drive-through penalty. Matrix Bronze, of course, serving that. Sorry, I'm getting my cars mixed up. Stallions are doing a pit stop. Matrix Bronze are not doing a pit stop. Joe Sinclair, that is the drive-through penalty for him. That was for his incident with Jim Walsh, which he's still recovering from, unfortunately. For Walsh, he's spent nearly 20 minutes now down on pit lane, well over 30 laps down on the overall leader, but good to see these teams are still persevering, still willing to carry on.
Yeah, and with still chances in this race for some good points for their championship, and that they'll be hoping to bring home as many as they can. What's happened to Jonathan Raber in the number 19 car? Let's see, getting in towards turn number 7. Oh, drifting wide. Oh, getting a bit of help from the 22. Both of them going off the road at that corner.
Steve Comat's there. Sort would have seen that coming and got into the rear of him. Be careful, everybody. Oh, they weren't particularly careful. One of the 963s was coming up very quickly there. I think that's the AM leaders. Kind Aram Racing having to slow down. Almost come to a dead stop. Dear, oh dear. On the back straight there. Well, they'll get away with it, but that was not ideal for everybody involved. One of those awkward ones. To be honest, I would have thought Steve Comax would have seen that coming and not hit the rear of the GT3 through turn 7, to be honest, but he just seemed to run straight into him.
Yeah, I mean, he almost followed the line, didn't he, off the road as they went through the corner, because the number 19 just started to slide a little bit off the track, and it almost like Steve Comat's, instead of having a better racing line, almost followed his poor line and then somehow got into the back of him. Bit of a weird incident, regardless, as the 911 gets a little bit wide and off the road out at turn number 5. So they're struggling a touch in that spangled banner liveried car, just about keeping ahead of the number 21. He was looking a little bit potent right now. Wouldn't be surprised if we see the pressure start to increase, even just through the 911's little mistakes.
An incident has come through, by the way, a penalty coming through for number 4. That is the Late Breakers Racing car for the cause of the incident with Patrick Adamczyk, and that is no surprise at all. Number 912 is now down to 5th in the field. As a result of that, they've still not been in, as far as my timing screen is suggesting. Somewhat surprising, considering the heft of the impact, but apparently no repairs were required just for the moment. Imperial Motorsports are leading by a long way in GT3 AM, as you can see, but their last pit stop was only 25 seconds long. So now these short pit stop games are starting to begin. You don't need to take on, for those doing 4 stops, you don't need to take on a full tank of fuel every time. You need probably 3 full tanks and then, 4 full tanks and then 1 Oh no, I got it right the first time around. 3 full tanks and then sort of a third of a tank, a quarter of a tank maybe. So you can start to play around a little bit with that, and effectively Imperial Motorsports has taken 15 seconds off their pit stop that time and have got the lead now by some margin. Matrix Silver in the pros, by the way, took 35 seconds off their stop last time round, and so there's 25 seconds off. They're sort of playing around a little bit with it as well. So getting to that interesting part of the race now where teams will start to do this and just play around with fuel strategy a little bit more.
Yeah, and it's an interesting phase where, you know, there isn't a million years left of this race as well. I mean, at the start of the race or the first couple of stints is generally where we often see a couple of teams try a couple of different things on the fuel. Really, second stint, first stint, of course, you're pushing off the race start. But this stage of the race, to see teams playing around with the fuel a bit shows how tight the margins are going to be towards that final pit stop and how much fuel they are going to have to put into the car come that final trip down pit lane. So definitely, I think a lot of strategy thinking is ongoing for these teams and drivers right now, and probably quite a lot of discussions between the drivers is happening too.
Steve Comac did indeed get a drive-through penalty for incident responsibility in the Stallions GT3 car. They have now dropped to comfortably 4th place, only a few seconds ahead of number 912. This is the 09. Haven't seen too much of Dale Green actually so far today, but they're currently running in 4th place, 16 laps off the lead in the pro class. Dale Green currently in 4th position in that class, is over 30 seconds ahead of the car behind them and over a lap behind the podium. It's a very, very lonely place to be, I think, for number 09 at the moment. 5th place overall. They're just in behind the AM leader, which is Dean Chapman, Imperial Motorsports, by 45 seconds, but a lot of that has come because of their short pit stop, as we were just discussing. Very lonely race for them indeed, but I'm sure there's plenty to keep them occupied around this circuit. Plenty of 963s coming through, plenty of hairy moments around this circuit. You're never bored round here.
No, and there is Chris Cook in the car, pretty light room.
Sorry.
Oh.
That's Dave Douglas. Chris Cook will be getting ready to race somewhere. We'll get his camera in a minute. But yeah, that was Dave Douglas. Sorry, he is driving.
Yeah, so Dave Douglas then. This is Chris Cook getting ready to race, and I hope that TV screen is less pixelated for him than it is for us, because otherwise he's going to be struggling to pick out where the cars are on the circuit. There's the trees, and then there's the circuit. There's a couple of cars in there somewhere. I'm sure it's going to be looking slightly better for him. I was going to mention, because you briefly mentioned 963s coming through the field, that the last 10th GTP, P4, of course, that 000, 20 laps down, has just started to catch the back of the pack of quite a lot of those GT3R pros, and so we'll start overtaking teams for overall positions. They're currently down in P25, but they've got the Max Schnell Motorsports car 20 seconds in front, you know, funnily enough, driven by Dave Douglas. Now we'll see those two swap around soon. Of course, they're not really fighting for much. Of course, they're 20 laps down, but they will start to work their way up the overall race order and could get as high as probably P7 or 8, I'd say.
I would say they will get back to P7, yeah. They've got about 5 laps to make up on the drivers in front, but they should manage that in 90 minutes. So a lapping every 15 minutes. They certainly manage that. Into the pit lane for Shopaholics race team. So 2 45-minute stints to come for them to get them home. They will have 10 minutes less in terms of their stops to put in than SC Team Red late on. If we're presuming that it's a minute and 20 for 2 full tanks, then what's 10 minutes off of that? I don't really know, but anyway, it's that's the amount. It's about 10% off. So what would that be? About 8 seconds less. If they get within 8 seconds of SC Team Red, then maybe they will get into good position here for this race win. SC Team Red now go through. Thomas Briggs gets back at the wheel, and I think with this driver at the helm, they will be on their way back to a race win here surely, because he was so quick in the first part of the race. Unfortunate with a couple of incidents. But he's got to keep himself out of those and turn on that pace again if they want to go through and win this race from behind.
Yeah, and I think this stage of the race, you've got to be really thinking about how you're going to be working your way through an order, trying to pick a way through. It's difficult, though, isn't it, with little time left in the strategy to play with, and mistakes possibly creeping in. You don't really want to be pushing for too much because it does give you the risk that you could make a slight mistake somewhere. It could really, really come back to bite you. And with 90 minutes of the race to go, if you make a big mistake, you give the car quite a bit of damage, have to go back to pit lane. You've not got that much time to try and regain that time in the way that you've been able to gain, as these two have in second and third, a lap on the car in fourth place. So yeah, tricky and delicate parts of the race, I think it's fair to say, with 88 minutes to go. But I am enjoying seeing how some of these battles are progressing as we get towards those final stops, or stops and a half. Oh
yeah, indeed. Oh dear. Matrix bronze there, just slightly off the road through 6 and 7. Just having a look back at Chris Cook's screen there. I hope he doesn't drive from that view, by the way. And he's up high. Good spatial awareness from up there, but I'm not sure you can particularly see where you're going. Oh no! Big crash down the bottom of the hill. Patrick Adamczyk, I think it is, if it's still him at the wheel. And it's the final chicane that has reared its head again. It is still him in the car. He was running inside the top 5 at the time. He was smashed into, I think, by number 1. I think it was number 1 that went straight into him there. He was sat on the racing line. He clearly got off beforehand. He just got collected there by the looks of that.
Yeah, we're going to have to try and see what happened again there, but not what you really need at this stage of the race. What we've been saying, isn't it? A little mistake creeping in, and then incident's going to occur from that. And at this stage of the race, you can't really afford anything like that. Really, really bad luck. We'll have to see it again on a replay. Here it is. Adamczyk already missing that bumper, coming down the long straight towards turn number 10. Let's see what happens to the 912.
I think 777 is going to come across here, thinking it's clear. Yep, there you go. Exactly what happened to Adamczyk with the GTP of late breakers racing. Rolls back onto the circuit rather lazily. Can't get. Oh no! Tried to get going there and ran straight into it. Just watch on board here. He's trying to drive back to pit lane because it is quicker than towing, but he's reversing. He's going forwards. Oh dear! Maybe should have waited to see whether he could have moved until those cars had gone past, but unfortunately that number 1 went straight into them. It's Callan Heimbuscher at the wheel of that one still, by the way, at number 1, and you can tell that car's got front end damage because these two went sailing past the aqua blue car not that long ago.
Yeah, and it really is going to be a bit of a struggle to the end now. Really annoying to see. Difficult for the driver coming in as well to know where that car's going to end up, reversing and then stopping. And yeah, it's not the best situation to be in whatsoever. But still, we will continue on, and it's not affecting the leaders at the moment in the classes. There's a couple of battles close and open up, but realistically, the closest battle on track is this Can-Am Time and Imperial Motorsports tussle in the GT3R category. Here is Dave Douglas. That is Dave Douglas. Working his way through. Is this a live shot? It looks like it is a live shot. And we've put him at a very bad time.
Oh my goodness. What a time to catch him there. Going for a spin. That is one of the worst places to stop as well, right over the top of the hill. A couple more 963s come through. His heart rate will slowly start to come back down again, but that is one of the worst places to stop. And imagine that triple screen display. He looked over to the left to see what was coming, and thankfully he didn't see an oncoming car ready to make an impact.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to Dave, of course, for jumping on board. Not a great time. Lucky to really avoid that without any more, damage or any more collisions going on. But there were those two 963s coming through, going side by side on the exit as well. Not the most comfortable spot to be in on the inside of that corner, but they do continue onwards, and Dave Douglas will try and recover a little bit more time. Of course, currently running down in P25 overall.
He's I don't know which baseball team he supports, but one of them was they were World Series champions at some point recently. I can see his shirt, but anyway, we'll have to try and work that out over the rest of the day. This is the traffic now for the battle for second, and this is the off-board shot. Oh, they were hit by, I think that's the 963 AM leading car. That could be quite decisive, and thankfully only just missed them. That second GT3 only just missed them. Now, if that was the Can-Am Racing car, and they get a penalty, then Charlie Boyer and and that team could be in a little bit of trouble before long.
Yeah, and that's, again, not really where you want to be sitting at this stage of the race with only 3 minutes left to go, but let's see what they can do with the situation that they're going to be plunged into as we work our way towards the conclusion here. I'm still intrigued, really, by this battle between the 911 and the 21, how they are able to follow each other. I'm sure, absolutely sure, that Matt Quinn is more than happy to sit behind Ivan Gomez right now. And, oh, just wait as Charlie Boyer... I don't know where I really expected the GT3 to go there, but I mean, he cleared the road in front of him, we can say that for sure.
Well, I'll tell you where he expected him to go, on the racing line. That's why Boyer was out there.
Well, yes,
This is why slower traffic is always told, hold your line, hold the racing line. Because Charlie Boyer was expecting that then. As soon as you move off the racing line, you're unpredictable, and Charlie Boyer just didn't know what to expect on that occasion and just rear-ended him. You know, it is easy to say it as the prototype driver at fault because they have rear-ended someone, and in the end that was probably avoidable. Even in that situation, he probably should have seen that coming and stood on the brakes. However, it's difficult to predict that, and it's difficult to expect him to stamp on the brakes and avoid that, because he's expecting that car to be on the racing line, work his way around the outside to get the inside at turn 3. That's exactly why you don't move off the racing line.
Yeah, well, exactly. And the lines are difficult to see, aren't they, at the exit of turn 1? Generally, when you exit the corner, because of course the way the circuit goes to the left before riding over the crest of the hill. So, yeah, clearly difficult moments for the 963 to pick where that GT3 unpredictably was going through the final corner. Can-Am Titan nearly getting collected by the Shopaholics Racing team. Luckily enough, they were able to pull out of that one. And actually, to the inside goes Imperial Motorsports. They're going for the move now. Can-Am under pressure, and they're going to be side by side at the top of the hill.
Well, not sure about this. Are they going to just stare each other into the abyss if they continue to battle? Matt Quinn there going for it on Ivan Gomez, who qualified this car, let his teammate do the first 2 stints, and now he's in for just over 2 hours at the end. In Matt Quinn's situation here, you're playing a fuel game. You're trying to pass Matrix Black by out-strategizing them. I don't think battling side by side with anybody really is a good idea for them at this stage. I'd have, even with that mistake, I would have stayed behind there to be honest on the way towards turn 1.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Imperial there, as I was just mentioning, the fact that it looks like it's a good position for him to be in, to sit and wait for Matt Quinn. I was it's almost surprising that he's gone for the move there down at turn 1. It's not worked out in the end, but yeah, backing out of it well before you get towards that tricky right-hander at the top of the hill. Probably the smart move, all things considered. I doubt there'll be any more chances this time down at turn 1 without a 963 in the way, but there could be a little bit of a mistake from Can-Am Titan. It doesn't look like there will be, but you can never be too far away from a little error costing you, a few tenths of a second, which in this case would be a position.
Yeah, it certainly would. 20 seconds the overall gap, by the way. No more stewards' decisions come through. So we'll update you on those when we get them. There's Rob Neville. He's just spectating his car now. He was driving earlier on today. And is now just taking a look at his... it's interesting how these guys watch from the aerial view. I don't know about you, but or if you've even ever done one of these team racing events, but when I'm always doing one of them, I always ride on board in the view that I would have as a driver, so that when I get in, I'm used to looking at it, if you see what I mean. But all these drivers seem to like the helicopter view.
Yeah, I think it gives them a nice view, doesn't it, really, of everything that's happening around them, particularly if there's, a couple of cars close behind. They can kind of get a gauge of where they may be able to gain and lose a little bit over the course of the lap. But, I mean, the helicopter cam is quite... it's more fun, isn't it, really, than just sitting on board, I think. I mean, you sit on board enough when you're driving the car. It might be nice to give yourself a couple of different surroundings. That might just be me. But we are lucky with the amount of camera angles that we can have, particularly as a spectator in iRacing. And the drivers are clearly making full use of it, which is always good to see.
Yeah, it is. This is Jonathan Rebber, overtaken by one of the 963s pretty easily, and gone. Is he having permanent connection problems or just intermittent? That is temporary. He's still back out there on the circuit, currently running Where is he? Oh, maybe he has taken a driver change. I don't see him on the... Oh, no, I do. I'm just blind. 5th place for GT3 AM class. Just off the top 4 at the moment, and off our tower on the left-hand side, even despite the Stallions GT3, driven by Steve Comatz, getting a penalty in these last few moments. So in GT3 AM, we've got a new leader because the Imperial Motorsports car has come in for their penultimate stop of the day. That means Michael McKinney is at the wheel of that one now, and we'll be pitting again with about they've been out there for a little bit of time now, so just over half an hour to go probably. Gone Broke Racing just ahead of them. They've probably got 2 stops to go as well. It's interesting to see how these teams are splitting apart their 4 stops, because as I said earlier, it's not 4 full tanks of fuel. It is more complicated than that.
Yeah, and it's never fun when it's more complicated than that, is it? I mean, you'd like it just to be a little bit straightforward, as if you pit now, you know that you're going to pit around that 40-minute mark and you can get to the end. It's just not that simple, and it's what keeps a lot of these teams on their toes. Strategy is so critical in races like this, as you would expect it to be, but when it's margins like this and with problems that they face at the moment, with knowing exactly how much fuel they're going to put into the car when they need to pit the car to optimize that strategy to the end, it can always be tough for quite a few of these teams to absolutely nail it, and they'll be wanting to nail it, especially if they're looking to gain a position or two. Charlie Boyer getting caught up behind a couple of these GT3s. Oh my word, as here comes that is I think that's the slow arriving last 10th GTP team car coming through. That is a very scary moment, and they will continue onwards, but clearly Boyer getting a bad run, stuck behind those 2 in front.
Sorry to have to throw you under the bus, but that is Matrix Bronze in 2-1-2.
Oh, it is.
Currently a lap
I thought there were 4 on the side of the car.
No, not that time. The reason we're going on board with this car, by the way, is because they've just received a penalty for that incident with number 28. So Kainan Racing got into the back of Dave Douglas at the top of the hill up through here, and they got a penalty for it. To be honest, I think that's the right call. To be well, it's debatable, isn't it? It's always difficult because they were the ones who hit the GT3, but after all, the GT3 moved offline as well. So I think they're going to be a little bit annoyed about that, actually, that they've got the penalty. But then again, what team is pleased to receive a penalty? I'm not sure. In that exchange, by the way, that was a change for position. Joe Sinclair getting back onto the overall podium there for Matrix Bronze, ahead of Kainan Racing, who are leading the AMs. They're here are the leaders overall. SC Team Red now only 14 seconds ahead of the long-time race leaders, Shopaholics Race Team in number 9, just under 15 seconds now.
Yeah, let's see if that gap continues to close. Of course, James Huth into that car now for the team. He's been, he's not been in for the last couple of hours at least, and so, or at least for him. So it's definitely going to be an interesting run for him to the end. Just trying to get his eye in once again. I'm sure he will have been doing quite a lot of laps in the meantime before his stint, but getting into the race and getting your laps on the board and getting a rhythm up can always be slightly difficult to do from the off. Overtaking that number 74 GT3 car will, get his eye in and how it's going to work out between the traffic, but doing a good job at the moment. Shopaholics gaining a little bit, but not as not as much as maybe they'd hoped to at this stage of the race, but still strategy games to be played out.
There is less of a fuel take on as well by number 9. So and I worked out maybe 8 seconds less of a fuel fill in the last part of this race for them. We'll see, first of all, whether SC Team Red can make it to the finish on just one more stop. They need to go 25 more minutes in this stint, first of all, before we even get to that. So we'll think about that when we get to it. But that gap is already coming down. I think it'll be within 8 seconds pretty shortly. I think number 9 are probably favourites again to win from here. Are the Stallions GTP team going to get back to Kainan Racing and overtake them? I mean, if they stay this way round, they'll be pretty much tied on points going into the next round, because although Kainan would be 10 points ahead because of the fastest lap 5 points that they've picked up both times if things stay as they are, but at least the results will be reversed compared to the first round. That's a good thing as far as the championship's concerned for us. So we look at the leaders in GT3 Pro just negotiating one of the other GT3s, maybe even one of their teammates' cars, going off the road through turn 1, a load of dust being kicked up as well.
Yeah, clearly going a little bit further than the track limits would allow, kicking up that little bit of dust. I mean, it is difficult to keep it within the track limits here. You're pushing the boundary, particularly down at turn 5. You're pushing the track a little bit wide, and especially if you're losing a little bit of time and you're overdriving the car. Little mistake through the first part of the S's, excuse me, can kick you out through the next 2 or 3 apexes. So very easy to do. There is that SC Team Red about to come through this group of cars led by the Matrix Black team as they run their way towards turn number 10. But it's been nice and calm for this number 14 for a little while. I don't think they'd mind it staying this way.
Oh, I don't think so. I think the likelihood of it staying all the way to the end, though, is quite low. 1 hour 13 to go. Can they make it on just one more stop here? They've already done 39 laps at the end of this one. They will be able to go on a bit further. Can-Am Titan pitted a few laps before them last time round, so as soon as they come in, then we will start to look out for this car to come in as well. But if they are going to win this race, I think they have to do it on 3 stops and save the fuel. Whether they can do that or not, though, is a big, big ask, I think, for Matt Stidle in number 14. It's just 8 seconds at the front of the AM class as well. These GT3 battles coming to a good conclusion. In fact, all 4 classes coming to a good conclusion here. Still an element of doubt in all 4 of the results at the moment, with just over a quarter of this race still remaining. We will try and keep on top of all 4 of the classes as they all come to their conclusion here in an hour and 12's time, I should say. The battles on the circuit are few and far between at this stage, as you might expect, but Eric Sutton is on the back of Mark Duran, not for a class position, but it's 2 GT3s running nose to tail. Mike Patterson and Gary Race are running nose to tail for 7th in the Pro class as well. And this car, Kainan Racing, being caught at the front of 963 AM still as well, recovering from their penalty, drive-through penalty from a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, let's see how they work their way through traffic, ducking and diving. Almost a bit like some kind of slalom. Winter Olympics are next year, of course, but getting themselves in to the trials, it seems. Kainan working their way out of turn 7, another couple of GT3s to overtake. But yeah, for them at the moment, I mean, it's a 3-car field. They were always going to have designs on the race victory, as all 3 of them were going to. Certainly for the Late Breakers Racing team, of course, they're more than out of it, and really it's just that 2-horse race between Kainan and Stallions. So they really only have one place to look in terms of what pace they need to be matching, what they need to be doing in terms of their pit strategy and with their fuel numbers, things like that, and that is Stallions, and that will give them a bit of comfort. But having having things like a drive-through penalty, never going to help anybody out.
Hour and 10 still to go in this race, so we'd like to remind you, of course, that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. 70 minutes reigns here at Road Atlanta in the second round of the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series, and Can-Am Titan have now come in from the GT3 Pro class. While that's happening, we'll watch a battle for 6th place going on in the Pro class as Mike Patterson tries to find his way past Gary Rice here in the Breaking Bad racing car. I see Team Blue on the charge back up again after a couple of stints of falling backwards a little bit.
Yeah, let's see how much further they can be getting as Mike Patterson maybe looks for the move on Gary Rice down in towards turn 10. Looks like he's a little bit too far back to make any kind of send as we see that Team Red car come through. Oh, opening the door though, going a little bit wide to allow that a 963 through. May give a chance as they run their way over the top of the hill and down in towards the final corner. It doesn't really look like anything's going to happen, and actually Patterson coming into the pit lane there, so battle will peter out somewhat.
It will, yeah. 31 degrees down on the circuit. You weren't with us at the start, Dara, but the track temperature at that point was about 22 degrees. So track temperature has rocketed up by 50% over the course of the race. And that's what we get for sort of starting this race at this time. Started at 10 o'clock in sim. And I think it's the most difficult way round to do it, actually. Starting in the cool temperatures of the morning here in February. The temperatures have come up really quite nicely on the circuit. Not overly hot, but these hot conditions have to be adjusted to, and I think the morning to lunchtime sort of period in a race is the most changeable for track conditions. So it's been difficult to deal with for everybody here this afternoon.
He has, and it doesn't really add confidence to teams and drivers when you have those changeable conditions. Of course, with the strategy being on the edge as well, it's always in the back of your mind that things could change out of your control, not even necessarily on the fuel numbers. So definitely a difficult one to adjust to, but I wouldn't mind it being this this kind of weather here right now, Ewan, in the UK. It's a little bit cooler than this, and yeah, I wouldn't mind a little bit of sun either, quite frankly.
Now, I've not seen the sun for months. Goodness me.
Neither have I.
Just disgraceful, isn't it? Oh well, 1 degree. That was, of course, in Celsius, by the way. I guess a lot of people listening to this and watching this won't quite be going for Celsius. I think that's 31's about 80s, high 80s Fahrenheit. So not too bad, but it's not for a track temperature, not too bad anyway. But also a lot toastier than it was at the start of the race. Now then, this is a bit of a change because Imperial Motorsports have already made their penultimate stop, whereas we're still waiting for Gombrowicz Racing to make theirs. It's going the way of Michael McKinney, though, ahead of Gombrowicz Racing. That gap actually rocketed down, and it's now gone the way of the 4-5-3. Now, they may both have only 1 stop to go. However, McKinney's will be about twice as short as Peter Kummers, who will be making his pit stop very shortly. And that is even if he can get to the hour mark and make this a 3-stop race for his team.
Yeah, let's see if he can. It's going to take another, what, 5 laps or so to get to that stage of the race. Of course, not a very long lap here at Road Atlanta. God, if that was only the first time I've made that mistake. At Road Atlanta. Which is why we're seeing so many cars being lapped so regularly, you know, with the leading GT3Rs being some 17, 18, 19 laps down on SC Team Red right now. And even where we're seeing those lap gaps that at other circuits would be about, you know, 2/3 of a lap, maybe 3/4 of a lap, still on the lead lap here. You know, if you lose a minute or so, you are going to be on the cusp, with the lap times currently being a 1:10. There or thereabouts for the 963. So let's see if they can get there. 6 minutes or so to that hour mark, and they are going to be targeting that and running the fuel tank dry.
Oh, that's wide for McKinney. Off through turn 1, and he's given the lead back again. Oh, that was Michael McKinney going wide. That was Kynar Racing and Late Breakers Racing, both going down the inside of those two. I don't think McKinney was quite expecting the second car to also pass through turn number 1. He went wide off the circuit, and now he's given the lead back again to Gombrowicz Racing.
Yeah, unfortunate really for them to lose the lead in the manner, but let's see if they can get it back. They are right on the tail, all nearly looking to pressure. Getting the mirrors down at turn 6, turn 7 exit, of course, is absolutely critical at this circuit as you run down in towards that turn 10 chicane. And this is what happened to Matt Quinn as well, who is leading the GT3R Pro class, hitting into the wall though. Tapping that front end into the wall, that is not what he needs at all. He has the lead because of Matrix Black pitting, but this is absolute disaster realistically for the 21.
Is that Matt Quinn at the wheel or Matt Siddle? Because that is
21 at least.
Oh, excuse me, I'm talking about 2 different cars with the same first name. That's good. Thank you. Never mind. Sorry. That was indeed Matt Quinn. I just can't read. So Imperial Motorsports still lead the way after that spin. However, not ideal at all for the reasons that you outlined. Matt Siddle has come in for that pit stop, so now he's only 22 seconds behind. Effectively, they've both only got 1 more stop to go, but I think this final pit stop for Matrix Black is going to be really short, and that spin effectively has just tipped the balance in their favour, I would say. Siddle's pit stop was 43 seconds long. The final pit stop might only be 10 seconds long or so. And that could give them, looking at the 23-second advantage, you do the maths, 40 seconds versus 10, that would go the way of Matrix Black as far as I can see at the moment.
Yes, I believe so. So Matrix Black are going to be sitting pretty right now into class battling as they are on their way, well, into But yeah, into class battling as they work their way through turn one, not quite into category, into class battling as the AM car ever so slightly ahead of the Pro, the 912, continuing on down the hill. Derek Dirksen under control of that Can-Am Atlas cars. He is just ahead of that Breaking Bad racing car with Rodney Campbell behind the wheel. Change of lead in the 963s. Shopaholics has got through on SC Team Red. Was that a move for position or was that a mistake from the 963?
I think it was a move for position down into the final chicane, to be honest. You see them in the background of the shot between these two. Two leading battles going on the circuit at the same time here. That was a mistake. McKinney's coming through very nearly 3 wide there. Goodness me. Thomas Briggs taking a risk over the top of the hill before turn 3. He's made it work and he's got the rewards for it as well. He's now 2 seconds ahead of SC Team Red. But my goodness, that was a risky move as they were nearly going 3 wide through a very narrow point on this circuit.
Yeah, it looked for all the world, well, I mean, for a split second that the 135 was going to get its nose cut off by the Shopaholics racing team. Maybe sweeping through a little bit too quickly, but in the end it was absolutely fine. Great move, and meant that they were able to get ahead of that SC Team Red car by just that little bit more. You can see here, getting stuck behind the number 963, and you just all the way down the hill. They get down the inside here at the right-hander boldly and bravely, but I mean, the damage has been done by that point.
Yeah, it is. And the lead has changed hands as well. So even if SC Team Red can make it on just one more stop from here, then they're going to be in a bit of trouble anyway. They're not going to win this race, that is for sure. Nicky Chan now into the pit lane, all the way up to 10th place overall. From what you were saying earlier on, Darragh, about they were coming through the GT freeze. We've blinked a couple of times and suddenly they're into the top 10. Nicky Chan's long stint now finally comes to a close, and it's the final hour handed over to one of his teammates. Chris Brown will be taking that car to the flag. Very much a case of just bringing it home now for the sake of it, for the points as well, for just getting as many points as they possibly can. It's going to be 4th place by the looks of things. They're 20 laps off of the next car. If they get any more positions and points, then they'll be delighted, but I can't see it happening, to be honest. The advantage, though, of course, is that number 9 and number 212 have not used their fast repair yet, so if they do have a crash, then the repairs would have to be taken on in full. That could give them a position.
It could. We'll have to see if it will. And for last time GTP, I mean, with the 4 cars being here this evening, just being able to pick up the points, as you kind of touched on, is going to be critical. In a championship when you've not got that much competition, even if you have an awful day, as we're seeing the late breakers racing team having in that 963 AM class, you can easily swap around and you can end up winning the race next week, and then you're just going to be just off the lead of the championship. Not all is lost. There is still a lot of points to be gained just by crossing that checkered flag. And, you know, the gap between 1st and 3rd could be, 20 laps today. It could be, about 10 seconds at the next race. And if you're able to be at the front then you're going to be doing absolutely wonderfully. And you won't have lost barely any points despite losing 10 laps in one of the races and gaining 10 seconds in another. So it really is important to be right on top of it all the way through the season and picking up the points where you can, especially at a track like this, even if it means just having an hour's worth of almost seemingly pointless racing.
Yeah, that's good practice. Good multi-class racing practice and a bit of fun as well. I would. It's a challenge, of course, but 963s round here, negotiating GT freeze at the same time. Sounds like good fun as well. Just over an hour to go then in the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series 2nd round here live from Road Atlanta. So myself, Ian O'Leary and Darragh Thacker taking you to the flag here live on RaceSpotTV. And it's so far a good race for Imperial Motorsports, leading in the pros, although it's slightly false due to the pit stop phase, and on course to win perhaps in the AM class. They took 2 race victories in the 1st round at Daytona. Are they about to take another couple here today? I think they are certainly the favourites in AM. They're not the favourites anymore in pro. That spin for Matt Quinn earlier on that we saw just on the way up towards turn 3, I think is going to prove very costly for them as they take the AM lead now, with Gone Broke Racing coming into the pit lane, making their final pit stop of the day.
Yeah, and they will be able to stop on their marks as Peter Kummer is going to be making sure that everything goes right on this final pit stop for the 135. They can't go broke here at this stage of the race, especially with the position that they are in, as they stop on the marks, get pushed up onto the jacks, and we will see the tyres being changed. Of course, not long left to go for them comparatively compared to what we got at the start of the race. An hour still is a long time, though. Concentration could easily be lost as we see Chris Cook going through. And I really do hope that what he can see is more than what we can see, because I think there's a track in front of us somewhere, possibly, maybe.
I suspect it might be, but better for him, but it is for us. But I totally see your point.
Yeah.
I see what you're talking about. That is not good visibility for our point of view, but never mind. It's great to see his setup anyway. Just takes a shuffle in the seat there. Triple screen display. I've got to say, the triple screen displays are very popular in the Porsche Club of America. I think it has the sort of ability to look around a little bit like a VR headset without the motion sickness or the eye ache that you might get by using one for a long endurance stint. I mean, I was talking about this with Brad earlier. It does seem a bit more popular these days to use VR for an endurance stint, but I still think it would be very difficult, and I think a triple screen might be a bit of a happier medium for this type of racing.
Yeah, I personally don't think I could hack VR if you'd given it to me. I just think it's too much, too quite literally in your face. I quite like the triple screens. It works well, and like you said, you can see a little bit further around, and also get a lot more information on that screen. You're not necessarily going to be crowding it out. We're going to be seeing JR Gregory lose the spot with that damaged front end. But yeah, triple screen I think works pretty well. It feels more like a simulator, I think, that way. Than just a single screen or even a VR headset, because you get into your sim rig, you're almost surrounded by the car. It does feel a little bit more realistic, and seemingly a few people agree.
Yeah, I would say so. Or one of those really ultra-wide screens, if you like, the curved ultra-wides that you get these days, rather than the triple screen. But yeah, it certainly seems to be the more popular way to do things. This is the battle for 5th place, ultimately, in the Pro class, Flying Line Racing, in the grey and black, without that front end on their GT3 at the moment, just in behind one of the Matrix cars that was able to have relative success earlier on in the day, and might be on the path to relative success here in the GT3 Pro race overall. We'll see if they can win GT3 overall. They're only 21 seconds behind as of right now. We'll see how that battle ends up, but this is the battle for 5th place at the moment, with all the GT3s in and around them, not for position though, and 963s coming through as well. You would have seen on pit lane, by the way, while we were watching those last couple of stops, or that last stop indeed, for Gombrooke Racing in the AM class, that Backmarker Motorsports are still on pit lane at the moment and have been for nearly 5 minutes, with Chris Costis and Jim Walsh for the Matrix Copper team, unfortunately not having as good of a day. They've been in for nearly an hour, but they're still in the session, so I do wonder if they're going to continue on. Yeah,
I mean, it's 56 minutes left to go. I mean, it's not like it's a 24-hour race and they've got 21 hours maybe to struggle through. So it'll be interesting to see if they do finish the race onto the grass. Goes one of the 963s, overtaking a couple of GT3s down towards this turn 10 chicane, including that number 23 car, which is going to get overtaken again on the run down in towards the final corner. I think I'm just calling them GTPs there. The 963s and the GT3s really have almost found a good rhythm in being able to lap each other. It can be difficult off the start when you don't really necessarily know exactly how they're going to act. You've been practicing a lot on your own. You may not have been practicing a lot with the lapping that will occur. It can be difficult to nail early on, but it seems like they're getting more and more used to it as we bind our way into the last hour.
I believe this car lost its front end after an incident with number 23. But they were judged to be at fault, and so, excuse me, that is number 23. What am I talking about? Number 62, I mean, the Breaking Bad racing car of Rodney Campbell. This was the car that lost its front end. It was also judged to be at fault for the incident, so no penalty given out for that. It's looked pretty battered, though. Not for the first time this evening for that team, unfortunately. They have already used their fast repair as well. Can't see them getting that repaired for the remainder of the day. This is Antonio Da Silva steaming down the inside of somebody down in towards turn 6. We were talking to Ed Trippett earlier on. He said that he was one of the better drivers of their team. Unfortunately, that was not a better moment of driving down towards turn 6. This is JR Gregory off the road at the top of turn 3. I wonder whether this is where he lost all of that bodywork and all that time.
Yeah, well, he absolutely wouldn't. Well, the car wouldn't be allowed to get off the factory looking like that. That is for sure. And he is struggling at the moment with the damage that he's got. He looks a little bit, well, quite unhealthy at the moment. In that GT3, he is losing quite a lot of lap time. With the damage that he has on the car, last time around he was lapping at a 121 flat. Driver in front of him, which is the Matrix Silver car, 120 flat. So a second slower or so, and you'd probably say that most of that's going to be down to the lack of front end on the car.
Although we've seen so far today that some teams are able to get away with quite a lot of damage and not be affected too badly. Into the pit lane, Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle, 36 seconds now off of the lead. It's a 15-second loss for them in that mistake from Matt Quinn, who's still at the wheel of that car. They will be going to the finish now. Oh dear, and that's Lenny Holland in 2-on-2 that is coming to the wall. Sorry, I was looking at the timing screen. I wasn't looking at the screen itself and the replay there, but that is going to drop them a long way down. This is what it looked like again. Bouncing over the curb at turn 3, spinning hard into the wall. Now, will that drop them enough laps for last 10th GTP to get back on the podium?
Well, it's not going to be a it's going to be a long wait, that's for sure. Unless they come out of the pit lane in the next 24 minutes, then the answer would be no. But if they spend 24 minutes in the pit lane, then the answer could be yes. So let's wait and find out, and it is going to be a wait and find out. We'll keep an eye on if they're still in the pit lane. As wide again goes the 23. It looks horrendous to drive that car at the moment, and I do not envy at all JR Gregory, who's in there at the moment.
It's a bit of contact with William Wolf. Oh, and that's who Antonio De Silva hit. There, it was William Wolf in number 19. One of the AM class drivers. That's the last 10th green. That was not a battle for position, but they are running 8th and 9th. But they are 2 laps apart. But still, those GT3s getting long repairs are down on pit lane. Still, Lenny Holland now joins them, unfortunately, for Matrix Bronze. Last pit stop, by the way, for JR Gregory, in case you're wondering why he hasn't come in either. He's done over 30 laps. I don't know why he doesn't come in and just repair that damage, as Lenny Holland was forced to do not that long ago.
Yeah, let's see how quickly they can repair the car. Nice looking livery, at least. There's always marks for style. I mean, obviously they count for nothing, but a bit of well, I mean, they probably won't even take pride from me saying that. Anyway, it's a nice looking car. We can, well, I'll agree to myself on that. Anyway, I'll move on because I don't know where I've lost myself in that sentence. Andy Jenks is having a decent enough race. That leading battle in the 963s is the closest leading battle that we have in the AM class, of course. The Pro class isn't much further apart. That might come down as well in the last 50 minutes.
This is kind of racing just on the exit of a pit stop. So, have they made their last stop? I would say no at this stage. They are only just out the pit lane, so maybe. Is that clear? We could see another stop from them. We could not. It's certainly going to be shorter than Stallions GTP's final stop. They're leading by 9 seconds. Neither of these two are, Stallions, sorry, aren't going to be going to the end of the race. They're just putting themselves into the window so that they can. If there is another stop from Kainan Racing, it's going to be a lot shorter. There are the amount of stops being made. I think that's missing 1 stop each for each of the cars, but either way, maybe 2. But yeah, it is accurate compared to each other, if you like. Stallions GTP still waiting for a stop themselves. Now, are Kainan Racing going to be able to save the fuel to get home or not? And is Jeremy Hall going to take that car to the end as well? Because earlier on, when Chad Casion was driving number 7, Stallions GTP car was the fastest of the 963 AMs. Will it be Casion getting in for these final 50 minutes again in a few moments' time, or is Hall going to take it all the way home?
We will wait and find out. When Hall does make his way down pit lane, getting a little bit stuck up behind those GT3s in front, not going to make a bit of a dive to the inside down at turn number 4 as Lenny Holland continues to sit in the pit lane. Just trying to pick his way through now as that Stallions car losing a heap of time to the Kainan Racing entry, which will be cruising up towards the back of this train of GT3s. Into turn 6 and 7 we go with the number 7. Or to overtake will likely do them on the straight, and then should have a nice clear bit of track to think about what they're going to do with the strategy and maybe come into the pit lane.
Speaking of which, SC Team Red are doing just that right now, making their final pit stop of the day. It will be a bit longer than Shopaholics race team, and they've also lost their lead to them anyway. So it is not looking great for them, but it's going to be an improvement on their result at Daytona, where they finished in 4th position. Just under 49 minutes to go then, and once again we'd like to remind you that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor, as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13. They provide exclusive offers including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Into the final hour here at Road Atlanta. Last 10th GTP are still out there plodding on. They are 9th overall, not far away from getting past these last GT3s overall, as you were discussing earlier. They are still 13 laps behind Matrix Bronze. They're going to hope for a very long stop there. They need to hope for another 15 minutes onto their already 6-minute long stop.
And it's a long time to be hoping, really, that a car is stuck down pit lane, but we will have to wait and see. The Triple O working its way through. I thought for a second there it was going to come into contact with a couple of the GT3s down there, but last 10th, I nearly said last 10th. Well, I messed it up somehow. Anyway, the Triple O making their way down in towards turn 10, going past the 911 Can-Am Titan car. Nicely done as well. And 21 laps down overall. They'll still pick up the points, of course, if they cross the checkered flag. And just getting themselves to the end of this race, not having to take too many risks from here on out.
No, not for the moment. 1 lap now the lead for Shopaholics race team, by the way, as SC Team Red make their way back out onto the track again. Now a lap down. I don't think it's going to finish like that, but I think it probably will finish in that order, all things being equal. However, we've seen 2 leaders get involved in 3 crashes at some stage. Shopaholics race team had 2 incidents while they were at in the lead with Thomas Briggs. Now they are again, and this car was in the lead before having trouble with Kerry Brooks down in towards the S's as well in the first 2 hours of this race. So it can all change very quickly. It might be about to change in the lead of the 963 AM standings as well. Stallions GTP just ahead of Kynar Racing in number 11. 1.6 seconds currently the margin. There it is. Now we're waiting for a pit stop from Stallions GTP, but that doesn't really matter. Kynar Racing are catching regardless. That's pretty important for this race. If Kynar Racing do need to make a stop, and it is 1 stop each, then it will be a much shorter one for number 11. In any case, they're going to take the lead now as number 7 takes its final stop of the race.
And with 46 minutes to go, time is really now starting to tick and ebb away from the likes of Stallions to try and get themselves cycling back to the front of the field. But Andy Jenks will be doing everything he can to make sure that Kynar can stay out as long as they can, and then we'll be able to see how that battle is going to finish in this race. Of course, even if they do have to make a pit stop, or how much fuel they're going to have to put in is going to be less than what Kynar do. So you'd think that, Stallions would do. So you would therefore think that they would likely come out in front anyway, with the gap being as narrow as it was. But again, we'll have to wait and see on that one. Things can still happen, mistakes can still be made. 45 minutes to go, still a decently long time for this race to come to its conclusion.
Yeah. So, down towards the chicane for Kynar Racing, and they continue on, just doing laps as they are required to do. No gaps actually below a second now. Kind of waiting for the conclusion of some of these battles, really. Rex Jarawala, pit stop phase, I should really say, so the battles can be created again. Rex Jarawala makes his way back out onto the circuit again then. First time we've seen him in the Stallions number 7 here today, but and we haven't seen him too often in the regular series either of the Porsche Club of America this season. But he's out there now for Stallions GTP. For them to lose this race now, Kynar Racing, they would need to lose an awful lot of time. In fact, they're closest to lapping number 7. There they are in the background. That's how long it takes to do a pit stop round here. Stallions GTP have gone from just in front of Kynar Racing to just in front again, but nearly a lap down.
Yeah, they have, and let's see if they can get any sort of big advantage into that gap towards the end of the race. 63 seconds I mean, you're going to be hard-pressed to close that down on just pure pace, aren't you? Of course, they would slightly have the advantage of knowing exactly what the fuel numbers are and maybe being a little bit more aggressive with the amount of fuel they can use per lap than Kai and Aaron, but it's still a big gap to close down regardless, and I think they'd need quite a lot of help to get that one done. Chris Brown, with every passing lap that he does, gets ever closer and closer to the Matrix Bronze car. Matrix Bronze now is going to be about 12 laps down, so we've got another 9 to see if they're stuck in the pit lane. Last 10th may get onto the pit lane, but Brown just keeping the laps consistent, and all he can do is hope, because he can't really drive much faster than he is right now. Is that car off to the right-hand side?
I did not spot it. That doesn't mean there wasn't. Oh dear, that's a car disappearing right in front of Brown. That is not going to be helpful at all. That is the leader in 963 AM, and they're going to unlap themselves there. Chris Brown's going to unlap himself in towards turn number 6. We will try and get a view on that car, if indeed there was one in trouble out there on the circuit. Maybe it was Can-Am Atlas. They've lost a lot of time on this lap, and the Stallions GT3 of Aaron Sunday has come into the pit lane. I don't think that's related. They were due a pit stop anyway. These Backmarker Motorsports, unfortunately, have officially retired with Chris Costis, who has left the session. I think they're officially retired. Jim Walsh, after an hour and 7 minutes in the pit box, and is now 34 laps off the next car, has actually made his way out onto the circuit again for Matrix Copper. That was a very long repair for them.
Yeah, and they've just about been able to put themselves back into the race. 43 minutes to go. Another case of just making sure the points are brought home as Kai and Racing get a little bit too close for comfort as they run their way over the top of the crest. There is the Matrix Bronze car still stuck there. Lenny Holland, after his mistake at the top of the hill, still sitting and waiting and hoping that he's able to get out ahead of that last 10th car. Now, last 10th, 20 laps down, thanks to Shopaholics Racing. SC Team Red will try and get as close as they can and see how that battle will go towards the final 40 minutes of the race.
This is a podium battle late on between these two teams, who are perhaps going to the end. Perhaps they need a splash, but they pitted on the same lap, so whichever the one of them does, the other will probably need to. Shopaholics Race Team, 43 seconds in the box. They are comfortably ahead of SC Team Red, as expected, more than half a minute ahead, and it looks like they are going to be cruising home for a possible race victory in the next 40 minutes or so. We'll see what Steve Comacs can do here, though. He's always going to have in his mind that if he'd avoided that penalty after the incident at turn 7, then he would be in a podium place right now. But as it stands, he's still in behind, still looking for a way through. I don't quite see how it's possible that Comacs can be a lap down and last 10th purple card, but I guess that is about to be changed. Imperial Motorsports just wedged in between them at the moment, and for the moment, last 10th Racing not really willing to let them through.
It's not necessarily the calmest of little tussles right now. The 001 and the cars just in behind, of course, having a little bit of a tussle. But last 10th purple, they don't need to get out of the way. Officially fighting to stay on the lead lap, and they're still on the podium positions. Imperial Motorsport, of course, have that minute lead, so I don't think they're going to be too concerned for the time being. If the opportunity presents itself, they may go for it, which could be up at the top of the hill. Would be bold and brave to go there against a car in the same class, and they don't in the end, but looking for it, and they're not going to be giving up on this one too easily.
No, it's helpful to have that little buffer just in behind. This is what you saw off to the side of the circuit, by the way. Derek Turkson going for a spin through turn 3, right in front of the race leader, actually. And eventually we'll get back going again in a few moments. That's David Glenn going for a spin, I think, on cold tyres in the number 9 car. He avoids the wall, does he? Just about. But goodness me, talk about a heart-in-mouth moment. The number 9 going for another spin as David Glenn tries to bring this home.
David Glenn, let's see, can he just about do it? They'll work their way over the crest of the hill towards turn number 10, and that chicane down there, which is always so crucial on this racetrack, as the 001 is just about going to keep it ahead. Is he? Yeah, but look at the amount of cars behind. A couple of 963s going to work their way through. The GT3s having to almost get out of the way as they rise over the top of the crest again and dive down towards the final corner. Oh, there's an inside line being thrown. Cars all over the road. Not an easy part of the track to be in.
There's Komats in 4th place. Just the 1 lap down for the moment. That's not a car for position right behind him, by the way. That is a back marker. Looking to work its way forward as well. Another prototype on the back of them now. With 7 of them out there, or 6 just for the moment. They're on average, spaced out by about 10 seconds each. When you consider that they are quicker than these GT3s by 10 seconds at least, then you understand that roughly 1 a lap is going to pass you. Now, they've obviously had an unlucky half lap there, because 3 have passed in about 2/3 of a lap, but on average, it's 1.963 coming through every single lap, and that's even with 1 of them still wounded down on pit lane. At the moment, Lenny Holland is now only 4 laps ahead of Chris Brown. It'd be remarkable if he came out right beside him, wouldn't it, in 000? I find that unlikely somehow, but 2 very delayed cars might be about to meet on circuit quite shortly.
Yeah, it looks like they are, which, yeah, would be an interesting little dynamic to have into the closing stages of this race. The 22 getting it nice and tightly done into the final chicane, just about going to hold off the Charging Pro, trying to work its way through very different colours as well. There's Lenny Holland again, still stuck there. Let's see how many laps he's lost now. Of course, he's now 16 laps down, so he's got to go out of the pit lane in the next 5 minutes or so. Last time GTP could find themselves through and up into P3 and garnering a few more points from that position, but it looks like he may have just come out of the box, unless that the timing tower has gone a little bit funny. He has. He
has indeed. Out 15 laps down on the leader. So 20 seconds between first and second, then 15 laps and 20 laps. If that top 4 there doesn't show you just how difficult and attritional this race has been, then I don't know what will. 2 cars tens of laps down, and that's even after a fast repair, don't forget. Only 1 of those 963 pros, in fact 963s overall, has not used their fast repair so far. That's what a difficult race it's been.
Yeah, and it's always nice to be able to keep that in your back pocket, a fast repair, particularly into the final stages of the race, when things can get so difficult and little moments can cost you so much. But if you have to use it, you've got to use it, particularly towards the start of the race, as quite a few of the teams were almost forced into doing. So, yeah, unfortunate for them to have to almost lose it, if you will, but they will have. A lot of them will be okay with the fact that they're in a decent enough position, or they're a long way down, and know that a big mistake is likely to either not cost them any points or positions at all, or as the 22 goes wide, or will cost them too much. But with everybody else so far behind, it won't really make a difference anyway. So definitely an interesting dynamic for them to have. With 36 minutes to go, the number 22 is struggling a touch though at this stage.
Yeah. This is a bit of a nightmarish train for any 963 that might come up onto the back of them, that's for sure, in a few moments' time. Meanwhile, this is Mike Patterson versus Rodney Campbell for 6th place as well. 2 battles going on out there on the circuit, I should say. Both in the GT3 category. It looks like Campbell is more likely to go through, actually, here. He's catching up to Patterson. I'm not entirely sure how much of a factor that lap car in front is paying here, but it could be playing a little bit of a role as Campbell gets another good run out of turn number 5. 6 is not really an overtaking chance, so he's not going to go for it here, although Thomas Briggs made it one earlier on in the 963s, it should be noted. Now into 7. It's about getting the good run out of here in the run for the final chicane.
Yeah, and the final chicane, of course, so crucial. We say it time and time again, but it really is the focal point of this circuit here in Georgia. And let's see if there's any moves to be made this time around. Patterson, Rodney Campbell fighting it out as they work their way down in towards what will be the heavy braking zone. P6 and 7 on the line. Inside line there for Rodney Campbell. Is he going to be able to do it? He's got the line. He's got the overlap. And he's going to have the position very nicely indeed. Patterson not really with an answer and will have to sit behind. See see if he can come back at him, but it seemed that it's been a fantastic exit around the final couple of corners from that 192. Let's see how quickly they can get away.
He's got the position, and I'd imagine he will run away as well. Further down the field, Flying Line Racing in the Pro class are running in 8th place, and Jochen Bakker can join us now to tell us a bit about how the team is going. Welcome in, Jochen. Good to have you with us, and good to see you out there on the circuit earlier on. Flying Line Racing currently 8th place in the Pro GT3s. How are you guys feeling about your race so far?
Well, pretty well overall. The only downside we had was we had 2 electrical gremlins that caused us to lose car control and some damage. First one happened in the first stint. We got some body damage up front, so we lost some top speed. First we figured we'd drive and see if we could keep going, but then we found out the time loss was actually pretty significant. So once I was in the car and I also couldn't put the speed, we decided that I would do the shorter stint as well. And after that, lap time actually improved. We got into the 119s. And then JR got back in, and unfortunately we had another gremlin to where he lost control and we lost the front bumper. So now Brett is trying to salvage, and we're hoping that we can still make the top 10.
That is currently being achieved, 8th place at the moment in the pros. In terms of what you've expected from the season so far, how has it been? Because it was a top 5 for you at Daytona. This is a little bit below that, but as you've explained, there has been some hiccups along the way. How has this first part of the season gone compared to how you expected?
Pretty well. We knew we were never going to be competitive for the podium. We got some really fast guys in pro, but we want to run clean races. We want to get good laps in. We want to get our passes done on the field. Our strategy was actually to take less wings so that we could take the opportunity on the straights, on the back straight, to try to get passes to stick. And with a complete car that works, but with a damaged car it doesn't. But overall, we're pretty happy with how it's going.
I can imagine, for sure. Just one last thing. The traffic out here has been something great to watch over the course of the day. We've got 7 963s back out there again on the circuit. How difficult are you finding it to manage traffic as a GT3, letting the faster cars through? And of course, cars also in GT3s, but you lapping them, you being lapped. There's lots of GT3s on different laps now. How has it been traffic-wise?
It's actually been very good. The GTPs have been respectful in their passes. They wait instead of sticking their nose in areas where it really becomes questionable. And we know which point it's easy for them to just drive past us. So we're accommodating that. And then as for the GT3 passes, it's really about presenting yourself as in, hey, I'm faster. And the car in front typically recognize that, and they won't put up too much of a fight.
Jochen, thanks for coming to have a chat with us. It's been great to hear from somebody down on the circuit who knows what it's like to be out there on the circuit, as I say, and good luck for the remaining half an hour of this race.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for the broadcast.
Thanks very much. Jochen Bakker there in the Flying Line Racing team, joining us for a quick chat here with just over half an hour to go at Road Atlanta. I mean, yeah, fair play to them for persevering with all the damage, Darren. I mean, it's basically all we've seen today, the grey and black car with no front end. It's had that for a long time.
Yeah, it's so tricky to be able to negotiate a car that has that kind of damage, and Jochen and team doing a good job to keep it, somewhat relevant in this race with the amount of damage. And as he was clearly saying there, the top speed deficit that they have been facing in this race. Still half an hour of them for them to try and get themselves home to the conclusion of this race, as we see a battle between the 22 and the the 001. Running into turn 6 and turn 7. That for P3, and the podium positions swapping around. Mark Doran with a little bit of work to do to get himself back onto that top, or onto the bottom step of that podium.
And they're not that far away from second either in the AM class. 10 seconds up the road, Peter Kummer, although Kummer's going to the end of the race, I think, and these two might not be, but I'll say we'll work out that at the end of the day. Can each driver still do, or can each team still do the rest of the half an hour without stopping again? Certainly yes for some, a questionable yes for others, and a certain no for others as well. The certain no, indeed, coming from Imperial Motorsports, right on time. Just in ahead of these guys. The GT3 AM race is going to be settled right here. The final stop for the race leader, Michael McKinney, just needs to pit, get it back out again in 1 minute and 13, and he will be the leader. You'd imagine he will achieve that.
Yeah, it sounds pretty straightforward, doesn't it? And with the amount of fuel that they'll need to put in the car, you'd think that that should be, well, you know, less than what would take them over that threshold. And they should be able to get back out into the lead of the race. 453 doing a great job. You could say they're doing handsomely at the front of the field in the GT3R AMS. And Gombrek Racing will have to really try and ring that car to get themselves back to the front. Exiting the pit lane now, 453, 135, the 22 and the 001 will be in tow. And what has been the closest, you know, at least top 4-5 battle in all 4 of our classes. It's going to get ever closer towards the conclusion of this race.
Yeah, it is, and he's out again, McKinney, in the lead by nearly half a second, so success for him, and maybe success awaits the Imperial Motorsports team in the GT3 AM class for the 2nd round in a row. Callum Atlas finished 2nd last time, but they're not going to this time round. Stallions aren't going to be on the podium either in their car, so it's going to be a changed podium. Who is going to finish on the podium, though? That is still very much up for grabs, and these two are catching number 135 as things stand as well right now. So still lots to play for, as the Stallions GT3 car has just gotten one car in between themselves and Last 10th Purple, who've dropped quite a few seconds now. No longer really a battle in that class. Meanwhile, this is at the very front of the race, the Shopaholics race team, just coming up to the back of Matrix Bronze. Notice the gap, less than 20 seconds. David Glenn, not as comfortable as Thomas Briggs, and he's being caught here by SC Team Red. He's got a bit of an advantage, but it's been shrinking time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, last lap around, SC Team Red 1 minute 9.2, Shopaholics Racing Team 1:10.6. So really, that gap is starting to be hunted down, and I think really David Glenn wouldn't mind that lap counter coming down and down and down. I mean, we're expecting another, what, 23, 24 laps to the end of this race, so still a very long way to go. A lot of overtaking opportunities left to be driven through, and SC Team Red can see that they are gaining a touch. They'll be giving themselves the confidence to do so, and James Heath behind the car, I'm sure, will be egging himself on to try and get right up towards the front of the field and see if he can try and close that gap for what would be an unlikely win from this position.
The Late Breakers racing team just making their final pit stop of the day. There is David Glenn, still in the lead of this race with 25 probably quite nail-biting minutes to go. One final time in this race, we'll remind you, of course, that we're thrilled to have Princess Cruises as the 2025 PCA title sponsor. As the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, they provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. Into the final half an hour here at Road Atlanta in the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series for season 2025. At the moment, the race leaders are only in one case the same as the race winners from Daytona, the top class and the bottom class. Shopaholics Racing Team won at Daytona, as did Imperial Motorsports in GT3 AM. They actually won in GT3 Pro as well, but we've still got a story to tell there. 25 minutes to go, still waiting for Matsuno and even Gomez to make their final pit stops. It will be Gomez first. We'll get a good idea as to where Matrix Black will come out, because when Can-Am Titan come in, take their fuel, get back out onto the circuit again, I think they'll be behind Imperial Motorsports. But how far behind? If they're more than 20 seconds behind, all of a sudden, you start to wonder whether Imperial Motorsports might still be able to win despite their spin out of turn one, which I think could still cost them this race.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, lucky for them that they're still involved in this battle. Shows how well they've, I say lucky, shows how well they've driven over the rest of the race to be putting themselves in a position where, even with that mistake, they're very much in contention into the closing stages. But you're right in saying that that's going to be a really indicative gap, and we're going to have to keep an eye on that last battle to really get towards its conclusion. 25 minutes left of the race to go. Most of the cars are going to the end of the race, and I seem to remember me and you having this conversation, Ewan, about that Stormtrooper and where it's placed, and it looks pretty big. I thought for a moment that it was a small one up close to the camera, but it does look like it's probably bigger than me, but that's not too difficult, is it?
It looks like it's bigger than him, based on
well, it
the
does, yeah,
scale
actually.
I like your cynical attitude that he has really just got a big Stormtrooper in his remote, and that's fine. It's not using the classic put it close to the camera technique. That's a real one. And he's we like to have a look every time he's racing in the Porsche Club of America. We see the onboard view from him. 30 seconds the advantage in GT3 AM. The final stop has been made now by the leader in this class, and so we are confident as to who the race winner is going to be, as long as there are no mistakes. That's the main objective now. And just to show you what an impressive race, by the way, it's been from them, Michael McKinney currently running in 5th place in the GT3s overall. If they were in the Pro class, they'd be in 5th place. I seem to remember this from Daytona as well. Some of these AM teams, very, very fast indeed, and they can definitely mix it up with these top pro teams.
You can, and it's always nice to see that crossover between the pros and the AMs within the same category of car. My word, is SC Team Red looking to try and find a way through, and that leading Imperial Motorsports Handsome Hawk car not really able to work out which line it was using, so going to have to wait the exit at turn 7 and that towards turn 10. But it is always nice to see that crossover between the pros and the AMs. Shows that you really have to earn your place in the pros, and the AMs can make that jump across. It isn't just a case of the top 20 in the race of the pros and the next 20 of the AMs. There is that crossover, and it just shows that the AMs can have some really impressive races and put in some great performances as we see Chris Cook. A little bit of a darker room compared to David Glenn, but nice to see him working his way through. In fact, in comparison to how bright the car is, incredible how dark that room is.
Must not have any windows, or the curtains are shut, because it is very dark. It's only R4 in America as well, at the latest. It's actually getting dark.
Is that a curtain behind the screen?
Sorry?
Is the curtain behind the screen?
No,
you could just about see above that middle screen.
That's another screen.
Oh no, but is it just to the left? Oh, I don't know. It looks like there's a little bit of light coming through something.
Yeah, I think it's another screen. If you just look right up, as we're looking at it, sort of directly above the top right. Yeah, that's another screen there.
Yes, no, but to the left of that is what I'm saying. You can see the little bit of light peeking through.
Maybe there's blinds that I couldn't see that in the small screen. Yeah, maybe you're right. Actually, maybe that's some blinds. I'm probably looking too much into this. Side by side over the top of the hill. That's the 000. Chris Cook just letting him through in the number 1 car. Fairly eventful race for them as well here, by the way. They're being caught by Derek Dirksen. Just look in the mirror from Chris Cook at the moment. You'll see the Canadian flag. There it is. They were leading this race earlier on with Derek Dirksen. He's clearly a really quick driver, the GT3 AM competitor. And he is looking to get past Chris Cook now, who's running in 9th place in the pro standings. So we'll see if he can do that. There they are, going through the bottom of your screen in a train of 5 GT3s making their way down the back straight.
Yeah, any move happening down into turn 10? Let's find out as we have a quick look at that last 10th GTP car. 19 laps down, doing a good job after they came out of the pit, and if anything, gaining a bit of time on the cars in front, and maybe with a pit stop still needed to be taken to get them to the end of the race, but really good pace being shown by them. David Cook, of course, still Chris Cook still defending from Derek Dirksen, and will do down into the turn 10 chicane. Doesn't look like there was any move happening between them as we get to the final 20 minutes of the race, the final 17 or 18 laps or so of this race, and really a case for a few of these teams, not least this Triple O, of just getting the car home to the end of the race.
Oh, there you go. Dirksen goes through on the inside line. I think that is the Canadian livery going through on the inside line, and so that is an AM passing a pro, but it doesn't really look like it, does it? Derek Dirksen looks like a very, very quick driver indeed, which of course he's shown that he is in this race. And so that's Chris Cook losing an overall position to the Can-Am Atlas car. It will be pretty disappointed in the way that this race has ended up going. 2nd place in the standings coming into today. Going to lose some of those points here by the looks of things. In the 96.3 AM category, it is going to be this car that is leading the championship by a few points at the end. Kynarum Racing with the fastest lap for the second round in a row in this category anyway. 7 tenths off the best lap for the race leaders with a 6.7. So Kynarum Racing will lead the standings by 10 points. Of course, Shopaholics Race Team and Imperial Motorsports in AM will lead the championships there because they are already race winners from Daytona. In these final 20 minutes, we're really waiting for the Imperial Motorsports Big Eagle, not Big Eagle, excuse me, to come into pit lane. We're waiting for the Matrix Black car to come into pit lane. Matt Siddle. We've still not seen Avin Gomez into pit lane just yet. It's only going to be a splash and dash. We'll see whether that Imperial car will get to the lead or whether that spin is going to cost them. We're still waiting here for this final stop. 19 minutes to go. They've still not quite made it.
They haven't at all, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how long it goes before we see those last couple of teams make those final stops, and how long the stops are going to be. Whether it's, you know, the splashiest of splashes and dashes, but that, I mean, just a couple of seconds stopped in the box, or whether it has to be a little bit longer. We wait and see as we run our way through with 18 minutes to go. Gone Broke Racing still just ahead of that Stallions GT3 car. Steve Komatz doing everything he can to gain on Peter Kummer as they run their way towards turn number 10. It is really now getting close, though, and you'd have to say that Steve Komatz is going to be turning that screw and applying the pressure. We'll have to see if Peter Kummer succumbs to it.
Is Steve Komatz certainly with the momentum at the moment. He was 10 seconds behind not that long ago. Now it is absolutely nose to tail for second. Just in behind them, SC Team Red coming through in 963 Pro. They will get through pretty easily on Komatz through the final corner, and they won't affect Peter Kummer either here in second place. So it's going to remain as you were, 3/4 of a second between the two of them. Just under 18 minutes to go. But the way that Komatz has been catching suggests to me that it might be too long of a time remaining here for the Gone Broke Racing team to defend, although that's going to help. Komatz goes wide over the top of the hill, and some of his hard work is going to be undone.
Yeah, and he's going to lose a little bit of time. Still there or thereabouts, and he's not a million miles away, but not going to be applying the pressure in the same way, and might give a couple of, or a few laps of breathing room to the Gone Broke Racing team in their quest to stay in P2. Of course, you can't count out that 001. If these two maybe start battling for getting into this fight, only about 6 seconds back, and that can close in the blink of an eye if these two make a little mistake, go fighting side by side through turn 10. So don't count out them either. Really interesting to see how this battle, this race is coming to its conclusion, with battles still very much in the offing for some big positions.
Last attempt GTP making their final pit stop of the day. Steve Komatz has really lost time after that not even an incident, just a bit of running wide. He's over 2 seconds behind now. 16 minutes to go. All of a sudden it's gone from, can Peter Kummer defend with this amount of time, I'm not sure, to maybe this isn't even going to be a battle towards the end. It's just a mistake towards the end. There's nothing much else to it. Over 3.5 hours of racing gone, and these kind of mistakes can creep in.
Yeah, and they look like they are going to be costly for a couple of drivers. Steve Komatz maybe not finding that to be a pivotal moment, but we'll have to wait and see as the next 16 minutes wind our way to a conclusion here at Road Atlanta. Let's see if Gone Broke Racing can keep that gap. It hasn't really seemed that Steve Komatz has been able to close at all on the following lap after that mistake, as he emerges out of turn 5 once again. Still 2 and a bit seconds behind Gone Broke Racing car, and having to deal with that lap number 20 car, of course, of Matrix Copper, who is a long way down, over 50 laps down on the leaders.
Over an hour stop for Jim Walsh last time round, but they've got back out for the end. There he is. A battle of perseverance from them. And Walsh clearly showing that he's got the speed here in the Matrix Copper machine. Down the inside and through into the chicane. So Komatz rather lets that one go. It was 9th place for that team last time round. So, you know, it's kind of surprising speed to have found at this stage. But that's why he had one eye on the pit lane, did Komatz. So not able to get all the way back, as Peter Kummer is, I think. So that may have been a slightly false battle for second place anyway. Maybe it does explain a little bit of how he was catching so quickly. Maybe he was on less of a fuel load. I mean, he must have been.
Yeah, let's see how long this pit stop's going to be. I can't imagine it's going to be anything more than 15 seconds at all. Let's see. As he sits there, we're waiting for the number 22 to emerge. Maybe it will be close to that 15-second. Oh, there we go, 12 and a half. Just about correct. Shy of that 15-second margin, and they will be able to emerge out in P4. And he may try and go after the podium, but it's a very long way to get them there. Nearly half a minute.
Yeah, it's a long way. Now then, can we use any of that data to start comparing in GT3 Pro, I wonder? The pit stop's going to be about 10 seconds, because as the seconds tick by, the time in the pit lane gets shorter. Kovacs there just over 30 seconds behind Kuma, so I didn't actually lose him very much time. I think Imperial Motorsports are going to see that spin cost them here, and it is going to be a third place finish, probably second place, as Kaman Titan will come out behind them. But either way, Matsuno now makes his way down the back straight. Not towards the pit lane this time round. It's going to be a very late stop and a very short fuel by the looks of things. A splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, not really what you want to be doing, but if you have to, I mean, you'd rather be doing that than finding yourself stuttering out of fuel, especially with some of the elevation changes that we have at the circuit. So a couple of teams having to make their way down pit lane, but for what should be absolutely without big contact, the final time in this race. No such decision for Matrix Black this time around, though. The GT3, leading GT3 goes through. The 14 stays 24 seconds or so ahead of the 911. Yeah, time really is ticking down for these guys now, and they will just be, ticking off the laps in their head. We really are about to be into single figures in that regard.
We are just less than 13 minutes to go as Can-Am Titan come into the pit lane. We'll get to the resolution of those pit stops in a few moments' time, but in the meantime, let's chat to another driver, Nicky Chan, who has been driving for 000 and Last Attempt GTP here this afternoon. Well, thanks so much for coming to chat to us, Nicky. I mean, it's been a difficult race for you guys, 20 laps down on the leaders, and still going out there on the circuit. Just how is the team feeling after a pretty bruising race, I imagine?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was kind of unfortunate. I don't know if you guys caught it, but we had like a really massive net code right at the top of the hill in turn 3. There was like maybe 2+ feet between the cars, and ours just kind of whipped around and smacked it right in the wall, and just kind of, we came to a full stop right into the middle of the road, and I think Volker just had nowhere to go. I think they might have been too wide going in there, and I remember Red GTP coming by, and Volker just had nothing he could do, so it's unfortunate for them as well.
Yeah, and unfortunately on the way out of the pit lane after that as well, having an incident. I mean, what has this circuit been like in preparation? Was it a track and a race you were looking forward to with regards to a good result?
Yeah, we were quite hopeful with it. I think we were tracking pretty well. When we came out of the pits, like, we had some optional repair that we just rolled the dice on not taking, and the car came out and was still really broken. Couldn't make it 3 corners when the car just snapped around. So right after that, we just kind of, okay, well, we're really done, and we'll just kind of run the rest of the race. But we felt pretty good coming into this, and I think we had a pretty good shot. But, things happen. They do.
They do happen. What are your ambitions for the rest of the season now? We've still got Suzuka, Portimao and Spa yet to come. How do you expect to run at those last rounds?
We'll just have to keep doing our best. I don't know how far back the points this race will put us. We're pretty much going to finish at the back of the GTP field today, so I don't know what that point differential is. I think, fortunately, there aren't too many cars in the pro class, so that might not put us too far back. But, it doesn't change much in terms of what we'll try to do. It's just, keep driving our best and hope we avoid stuff like this today.
Yeah, it would be 75 points lost this time round. 1st to 4th is the gap. So, yeah, not too many teams in the class. Certainly does help a little bit with regards to that. Well, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us and joining the booth with a few minutes remaining in the race. Hopefully we see you getting better luck in the next round.
Hope so. Looks like our other team cars are doing better than we are, so good luck to them too, and thanks for the coverage.
Thanks very much. Nicky Chan there from the Last 10th GTP team. currently running in 4th place in 963 Pro. First and foremost, Darren, I mean, fair play for them to them for persevering. I mean, it's not easy running 20 laps down with not much to fight for.
It's not, and it can be somewhat demoralising for you and for the team. Just, I mean, running, and it just feels like you're getting absolutely nowhere. Of course, there was always that. Well, there was for about 20 minutes or so that carrot of Matrix Bronze in the pit lane being dangled firmly in front of their faces that maybe they could get onto the podium, but as it is, they're going to still be 5 laps down and going to have to be stuck with the 4th place that they've got. It can always be tricky, particularly to keep your concentration, but you've got to respect the team and everybody involved really for just keeping going. And you're right to say that some of the other team cars are going along quite nicely. Of course, that last 10th purple car, 001 in the AM class, and the GT3's up in the top 4, having a great race. And it is good to see that, different parts of the team supporting each other, even if their day's not going too well.
Exactly. That's what it's all about. So, as we were going to that interview, Can-Am Titan came into pit lane to make their stop. We're still waiting for Matt Siddle to make his, but with the minutes ticking by, I mean, it's going to be a very short stop for them. And to be honest, I think with 40 seconds, they've probably got this a little bit more comfortable. Be about 20 seconds to drive through the pit lane, and as long as their fuel fills less than 20 seconds, then I think they'll have the lead. I can't see them needing 20 seconds worth of fuel to finish this race with the last 8 minutes to go.
Neither can I, but you can never count your chickens, can you? And I think they'll know that, but they'll know their fuel number as well, so I don't think they'll be too worried. I think for Lenny Holland as well, getting to the end should be a cruise if you don't have any kind of mistake once again, like we unfortunately saw from him up at turn number 3, inside line, down the hill towards the final corner. Won't be coming into any kind of collision down there, as you can do, and it can be spectacular. But Lenny Holland going along through pretty nicely, and we'll get through the final 6 laps or so of this race, and should hopefully bring home a good podium for the team.
Magic's Black into pit lane then, as expected. 8 seconds in the box only. If anything, that might be a little bit on the heavy side, just to make absolutely sure. They know that they have the amount of time, and it looks like they're going to get out ahead of Imperial Motorsports by 11 seconds. So Matrix Black get into the lead of this race. They actually set the fastest lap at Daytona, by the way, but had a difficult race, finishing all the way down in 9th. This is going to get their season back on track, and they do need it as well. Imperial Motorsports, after winning the first race, are certainly the favourites from here. They're going to be still in the championship lead as well, but Matrix Black putting themselves into that conversation now with 3 rounds still to go.
Yeah, and still more than enough time for them to be kicking around and giving themselves hope at a title charge. And we'll have to see how they can try and back this result up next time around. Rodney Campbell seeming like that rear end giving him too much, or kicking around too much, and finding himself spinning around at turn 1 and in a horrible place to try and get it spun back around. You don't really want to be reversing too far onto that racing line. Just about does it without having to tow, which is a good job from him.
And without reversing right into the path of somebody else, which is the most important thing, I would say. So, 6 minutes to go here in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series, second round from Road America. I've done it now. Road Atlanta. Nice. We're not going to Road America on this season. In fact, this is the only North American circuit remaining. No more after this. The only battle remaining on the circuit now is for 18th place overall, between Brett Holmes, Derek Dirksen and Chris Cook. So Cook catching Holmes here could be for an overall position in the class, but all 3 of them fighting for positions overall, and this is it. He's right with them now in the number 1. And again, we can see that flying line racing car with still no front end. It can't be helping. Dirksen gets through pretty easily. He's quicker than the 2 of them. Is Cook quick enough? And is he going to be fast enough in terms of making the overtake here to get 7th before the end of this race?
Well, he's not got long to do so as we work our way through turn 6 and 7, but they are right there and close together, aren't they? Which is always good to see so late on into such a long race. The 23 just, I mean, you know, hanging on with fingernails right now. Autocross is racing in that number 1 car, lurking, trying to make a move and ducking and diving this way, and that Chris Cook will likely go for an inside line down at turn number 10. How much of a defense can be thrown by Brett Holmes? They come in towards the corner. The answer is pretty much nothing. And Chris Cook up into P7 will try and march a little bit further onwards.
Well, I think that's going to be his limit, but he'll be pleased to get that done in one go. It's always easiest when you try and make the move for the first time. If you let the battle go on for too long, then it gets more difficult. The driver ahead of you starts to learn where you're trying to make the move and how they behave in your rearview mirror, and so it's always best to get it done first time round. And in any case, Cook looks like he's more than quick enough here to see off Brett Holmes, and that looks like it's going to be a 7th place finish for them, unless he can catch the 6 seconds up to Mike Patterson in these final minutes, although I do see that as a bit unlikely.
Keep an eye on Rodney Campbell as well, after making that mistake in the Breaking Bad Racing 62 car, only now about 3 seconds behind Brett Holmes. You can just about see him in the background there. I think he'd back himself to get another position in class ahead of that 23. Gutting for the 23 if they were to lose 2 positions in the final 5 minutes, so close to the end, and they would be gutted. But that's such a valiant effort from them to keep the car going in these circumstances.
Wasn't expecting Kaidera Racing to need a pit stop here, but it looks like they do, unless it's a drive-through. No, it is a splash and dash. They should be okay, because they had a minute on the circuit. However, Rex Jariwala is going to fancy his chances. That was the gap before. 64 seconds. Again, 8 seconds, probably a bit conservative, but he's got enough, just about. Just over 20 seconds. Well, it's a good job they built enough of a margin there, because that was, well, I don't want to say a full miscalculation, but a very late stop, and ideally you want to avoid those.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, lucky that they'd built up the gap to enable them to fall into that window. Stallions may have seen them in the pit lane, but they would have known that the pit stop time would not be very long at all, and then they themselves now could almost come into the pit lane if needed, knowing that they were never going to be able to get to the front anyway. And a valiant job from the Kaidera team, even with maybe a bit of a miscalculation on the fuel. They will only have 2 or 3 laps to go when they cross the line once again. Of course, Shopaholics will find the checkered flag first, but we'll have to see how the rest can cope. Gone Broke Racing have gone slightly broke in terms of their fuel number. They will come out of the pit lane, only a 5-second stop. Peter Cumber, and he'll come out just ahead of that Stallions GT3 car. About 5 seconds or so. Should be enough of a gap as they just got into the train with the number 28.
Well, the problem is that Komac was a lot quicker than him when they were out there together earlier, so this pit stop time being shorter has saved them a bit. It's gained them another 7 seconds. It's effectively put them from going back behind Komac. It's put them back ahead again now. So they're holding on to second, but only just here with 2 minutes to go. That is good, just about in the favour of Gone Broke Racing. Matrix Black, meanwhile, are losing time at the front of GT3 Pro. They should hang on with 8 seconds in hand. Rodney Campbell is still closing in, 2 seconds behind Brett Holmes now. He's very much in the picture. Some of these battles getting very close here with a minute and a half still remaining. Over the line for David Glenn. He has got 2 more laps to go, including the one he's just begun.
Yeah, and it's good to see that he's able to control this one. He's got a few more cars to have to lap before he finds the checkered flag, but he knows he can do it with ease. Got 20 seconds. Do not make a mistake here. I say do it with ease. He's got 20 seconds, which does mean that, you know, he's got more than enough time. He could really just sit behind these GT3s if he really wanted to and still come home for the win. But at the same time, if he makes a mistake, goes off the road, he could very easily lose the lead on what would be, in just a minute, the white flag lap. So just making sure that he gets to the end of this race safely enough, and these final few GT3s in front of him should be the final that he has to lap over the course of this final lap, where the white flag will be flying in just a second.
45 seconds left. Not enough time for 2 more. And so the white flag waves. Oh, goodness, what's going on just up ahead there? Weaving around on the front straight. Is that Campbell and Holmes or not? No, it's not, I don't think. Are those two even in a battle in the lower part of the order? I don't think so. I think that's Mike Patterson just up in front, but for some reason all sorts of weaving going on there, and I don't really know why. Glenn would not have been pleased to see that. He's lost a lot of time in this traffic in the last few moments. The gap down to just under 15 seconds, but it looks like he is going to control this. Well, they've had their troubles today, Shopaholics race team. 2 pit stops, 2 incidents, and as I say, 2 unscheduled pit stops, but incidents for others and great pace, especially from Thomas Briggs, has given them the full complement of 355 points by the end of the afternoon. They picked up the full complement at Daytona. They're about to at Road Atlanta as well. Look at that. What is going on there between 2 drivers, not even on the same lap? Not entirely sure, but Glenn was able to get past it. And down over the other side of the hill, he's going to win the second round of the Porsche Club of America Team Racing Series in the 963 Pro class. A dominant performance from him and his team. Further in the background, that's Late Breakers Racing coming over the line to finish 10 laps down in the end. The AM class is going to be taken by the Stallions GTP. There has been a change late on. Kynar Racing are suddenly down in second place here. How on earth is that? They've had to come in for a second time. A terrible miscalculation for Kynar Racing has lost them the win, and Stallions GTP are going to take it for the second round in a row. That is very puzzling indeed. It already looks like Imperial Motorsports have taken the checkered flag in GT3 AM. Matrix Black are about to do so in GT3 Pro. But what on earth happened to Kynar Racing?
We'll have to wait and see for them, because Stallions, they're going to be delighted to be able to take the win in the end. But yeah, Kynar having the issues. The end of the race, they looked like they were in control, but in the end not quite working out that way. But for Imperial Motorsports, they have been dominant in the GT3 RM category in the final stage of the race at least, and they'll be delighted with their win in the 453.
Second win in a row for them as well. So that's 3 of the classes being won by the same team that won at Daytona. First of them, of course, being 963 Pro, where Shopaholics race team have been in SC Team Red, Matrix Bronze, and Last 10th GTP, finishing both many laps down, but at least they did finish on the circuit. In 963 AM, Stallions GTP take the late win ahead of Kynar Racing, with Late Breakers Racing finishing 10 laps down after issues of their own. In GT3 Pro, it was Matrix Black beating Imperial Motorsports. The lap quite generous to them, really, but they did win pretty convincingly. Can-Am Titan finishing in 3rd place in the end as well. Gone Racing with 3 laps down, holding off Matrix Silver, SC Team Blue, Ultracrosses Racing, Flying Lion Racing and Breaking Bad Racing, all finishing 4 laps down. In GT3 AM, it was Imperial Motorsports taking the second win of their season ahead of Gone Racing, who held on from Stallions GT3. Last 10th Purple joined them a lap down. Can-Am Atlas, Stallions GT3 and Matrix Gold were all 2 laps down, had a last 10th green, 3 down. Max Snell Motorsports 5 down, Cap 5 Racing 6 down in the top 10. Outside of the top 10, the very delayed Matrix Copper Car finishing 55 down, although they did finish the race at least. Backmarker Motorsports unfortunately did not. They would be many laps down. Well, what a fantastic race from the Shopaholics race team. They have taken the victory in 963 Pro. For the moment, they are not joining us in the interview booth, so we'll have to wait for a moment. We'll bring in Michael McKinney, first of all, from Imperial Motorsports. I mean, congratulations, Michael, for yourselves as a team. It's a first place in the AMs and a second place in the Pros. How is the team feeling as a whole?
Oh, we feel great. Dean did a terrific job at the start and put me in a good position to bring it home, so it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, the gap fairly large at the end. I mean, how are you guys feeling about the rest of the season now, knowing that you've gone back-to-back on race wins?
Anything can happen. There's a lot of fast people out there, so we just take it one race at a time and make sure that we're keep the car clean.
Well, congratulations on achieving that here tonight, and thanks for chatting to us as well.
Thank you, guys. You do a phenomenal job.
Thanks very much. Michael McKinney there in the GT3 AM winning car. Thomas Briggs was part of the Shopaholics race team who won overall, so we can now go to them. Congratulations, Thomas, on the win. It was scary at parts. We'll get into details of the race in a moment, but just tell us how you're feeling after crossing the line.
Oh, we're feeling great. We weren't sure we'd get the win today because of the drama earlier in the race, but David did a great job, and somehow we've ended up in this position and we can extend our championship lead.
Tell us a little bit about the couple of incidents you had while you were at the wheel. I mean, it was surprising at the time to see the race leader going off on a couple of occasions, and I'm sure you must have been surprised as well and feeling all kinds of ways. Tell us about the incidents that set you back in that one.
Yeah, there was a collision with the 212 into turn 1. We just got hit in the rear. Not sure what that was about, but it's Road Atlanta. These things happen. And then the second incident was going through the S's, going down the hill, and they all checked up in front of me and just kind of made a little bit of contact with the car in front of me. Couple cars spun, but I don't think anybody got too damaged, so yeah.
Well, congratulations on bouncing back from that and taking the win here this afternoon, and thanks for chatting to us as well.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Thomas Briggs there in the winning car, and David Glenn's just popped himself in. We'll try and get a quick word from him as well, since he did cross the line. David, welcome in. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Congratulations on having the pleasure of crossing the line in the lead. Thomas has told us a little bit about the details of the race, but tell us how it felt to cross the line there in the lead.
Yeah, that was amazing. We thought we were knocked out early, but managed to crawl our way back, and that was super fun. Nice to be able to have some challenge coming back.
What was it like to watch your car falling down the field earlier on?
Yeah, that was horrible because we had a great qualifying and both our paces were good, so we had a pretty confident day. And then that was just a big mess through the S's, and we got the raw end of the stick on it. But fortunately, it was fairly quick. We had our fast repair and were able to get back on pace and just claw it back over time. And we got a little lucky with the timing because we did not have to take an extra fuel stop, so we finished with a couple gallons. So that could have been a lot worse.
It certainly could have been, and congratulations on bouncing back and getting the win, and thanks for coming to chat to us after the race as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate you guys doing the coverage.
Thanks very much, David Glenn there, crossing the line in the lead for the Shopaholics race team. Now let's go to 963 AM, where Rex Jerowala was able to cross the line, and Chad Casey driving earlier on as well. Congratulations to you both. Talk to you, Rex, first of all. I mean, how do you feel crossing the line there in the lead? We were surprised, to be honest, that race turned around so late on, with kind of racing seemingly getting some calculations wrong or something. I mean, how much did you know out there on the circuit with what was going on?
Me and the team were constantly on the radio the last couple laps trying to figure out our own fuel strategy and whether or not the other team was going to have to pit at the end. So we were paying a lot of close attention to what they were doing. And
now this is back-to-back wins for you at the start of the season. How does it make you feel about your ambitions for the remainder of the team racing series?
I mean, how can you not be happy? 2 wins in 2 races. Both times we hit our strategy perfectly. Shout out to Chad and Jeremy, my teammates in this car, and the rest of the Stallions guys who run in the GT3. So we're very excited to bring home 2 trophies already.
Well, absolutely. And Chad also joining us. Congratulations on the win. You were in the you were in the car at the start of the race, easy for me to say, and started from pit lane, having to come through all the GT3s. What was that like, having that early setback?
Yeah, so that was an interesting start. I had a technical glitch with my headset, and unfortunately had to just hop out of the car. I didn't want to, wreck everybody on the grid. So we started from there. So behind the 8 ball, just had to work our way through traffic. Luckily, I was able to be up a position in the GTPs, and then, took it over. Jeremy and Rex ended up driving, an awesome race and just bringing it home. So despite that rough start, we still got it. So very happy about it.
And I'll just bring in Jeremy as well to bring the team together at the end. Welcome in, Jeremy, as well. We're doing the middle part of the race. Just give us your thoughts on the team and the win here tonight at the end of this race.
Yeah, just great, amazing strategy, great fuel numbers to hit, and then just, traffic. I think we're all exhausted, but it worked out.
I can imagine. Congratulations to all 3 of you. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, and we'll see you at the next round.
Thanks.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That was Jeremy Hull, Chad Casey and Rex Joawala there from the Stallions GTP team, taking the win in 963 AM. Let's go to GT3 Pro to end things up. Matt Siddle and Shay McNeely joining us now. We'll go to you, Matt, first of all. Congratulations on the win for Matrix Black and the long-time lead as well, leading a lot of laps, getting that late pit stop, getting out in front and getting the win. Tell us about the sort of discussions around strategy for this race, because the 4-stop versus the 3-stop was surely obvious to all of you from very early on.
Well, I'll be truthful here. It wasn't obvious to us, so we just got our plan to do the to fuel save, but we didn't think we could fuel save enough, and we were a bit surprised when we saw Imperial on that mission to go to the end. So, but luckily Shea had got enough of a lead, and we were really fuel saving to save the tires and make sure they didn't go off, because in practice they were horrible at the end if you drove at full speed. So anyway, it worked out in the end. We were a bit nervous.
Yeah, you caught me off guard as well, actually. I didn't think they'd be able to save either, but there you go. Fair play to them. Shay, the first part of the race for yourself was pretty successful, I would say, leading plenty of laps early on. Just tell us about that start of the race and what it was like to have all the traffic around for the very first time.
You know, honestly, it was a lot of just trying to build a gap. It was, nerve-wracking seeing everybody in my mirror, and then the biggest thing I'd say I learned in this race, and I had to execute every time we had, especially GTP traffic go around, was patience. You really just have to kind of let them get through if they've commit to it, not push it and say, this is my corner. So that was a hard part, is kind of letting my ego go aside and just let them through.
Well, congratulations to both of you for getting the race win here this afternoon, and thanks for coming to chat to us as well.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Matt Siddle there and Shay McNeely, part of the winning team in the GT3 Pros this afternoon for Matrix Black. Well, Darragh, that was another good round of the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series. We'll be back for the next one at Suzuka, of course, but so different to Daytona. There, and indeed, there is Suzuka. This race, I feel, from Road Atlanta is going to be more similar to Suzuka than Daytona is to Suzuka, to be honest. Another twisty circuit to come in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, not the longest straights, not the most amount of braking zones and overtaking opportunities within the classes, but it's an interesting circuit to go racing at, particularly in the multi-class, through the S's up through, particularly at Dunlop and then into the Degs. It's so tricky to really judge what the right line is going to be, but looking forward to that. To see which teams can really use this momentum that they've built up tonight to carry over into Suzuka in a few weeks' time.
Absolutely. We have got 2 rounds down, still 3 more to go in this series, and 3 of the class winners the same from Daytona. So some teams with a big head of steam going in towards Suzuka. Can any of them stop them? The others stop them in the round in 3 weeks' time. Make sure you join us from 12:30 Eastern Time on the 9th of March, where we'll be live again for the next round of the championship. I've been Neil O'Leary alongside Darragh Thacker and Brad Dalton in the commentary box here this afternoon. Ramiro Augustin Cisneros has been our producer over the course of the afternoon as well. Big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in. We'll see you in 3 weeks' time at Suzuka. But from all of us here at Road Atlanta, it's goodbye for now.